Hello, hello, everybody. How's it going today? It is me, your very best bear bud Dae, and welcome to today's stream. How's everybody's Friday going, or Saturday, or Thursday, depending on where you are? I don't know how time works, but how's everybody's day going? So, hi, Noah. Hello, Panic Ninja. Congratulations, Panic, on getting first. Congratulations. It is the most highest of rewards there is. I know that whenever I get into one of my friends' chats, I'm always like, give me the first. I'm the first one here. But yes, congratulations. Today's been great. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. My day was pretty decent too. I had to do my bear business today, so that was a bit tiring, but I don't have to do that for the weekend now, so I am free to do whatever I want. The battle for first is fun. It is fun. I'm always going after it. There was one time though, I went into my friend Jack's stream, and they were like 2 hours into their stream, and all of a sudden, and I was just vibing in it because I came in late, and all of a sudden somebody grabbed the first. I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, Dae, you missed out on it. It's like, wait, it's been 2 hours, why has nobody gotten it yet? Everybody's slacking, gosh. But yes, it is fun. That's why I included it. But yeah, like I said, my day's been pretty good. I have the weekend free, and we're gonna be playing some video games, at least tomorrow. Sunday, I'll probably be sleeping, but tomorrow at least. This is gonna be the last week where we have Saturday streams. I know we had Saturday streams 2 weeks in a row, but those were for some special events, but the events are over. So now, starting next week, we're back to our regularly scheduled Monday through Friday. So next week I'm taking Thursday off, but you know what? After that, it'll be regularly scheduled. But that's in the future. And this is the present. In the present, we're going to be playing, as always, Our Life Beginnings and Always. We're going to be continuing through Derek's route. I'm going to try to finish Step 2 today. That is for certain. I know I can get that done. But if we have enough time, I might try to speed run through Step 3, because there isn't really much difference in Step 3, I don't think, because Derek's not in it. Yeah. So since Derek's not in Step 3, I'm gonna try to like speed run through that maybe today if we have time. If not, I'll probably just do it at the beginning of the next time we stream this. But yeah. So I think we have 3 more moments for Derek, and that shall be it. He's got a good Step 4. Yeah. I knew he had a Step 4, but I figured he wasn't in Step 3. And in Step 3, it's just pretty much we'll just be seeing what Cove's friendship route is like, because I don't think I've ever had a friendship route with Cove in Step 3, so that'll be interesting to see the differences there, but like I said, it'll be a speed run. But hi, Noah. You've been freed from the ad. Welcome. How's your day going? So this will be fun. I'm very pleased and excited for Derek's route. The first 2 moments were very nice. I'm redoing Cove route myself. Ooh. What are you doing this time around? Are you doing anything different, or are you just like trying out some other options? I'm glad you're doing good, Noah. Very nice to hear that. Making him confess to me. Ooh, that's very good. That's a good one. I kind of wanted to do that. Ah, hello, Shaggy. Why didn't the noise go off? The noise is delayed, but thank you, Shaggy, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I do art once in a while, but I mostly scream at video games Monday through Friday. And today we're screaming at Our Life, Beginnings and Always. So welcome. Hi, Dia. Who's Dia, Jack? You talking to other bears besides me? No, I'm just kidding. I'm excited today. I'm glad you're excited. I got some pictures to take, so I will be looking for a hot stick. Sorry, no, you're good. But yeah, you take those pics, Jack. You're good. I'm typing fast from frustration. No, I understand. Listen, I've had my hand in that what you're going through there, so I understand the frustration. So I hope you can get that sorted. But yes, everybody else, welcome. Also, Ninja, you're also doing the As Nervous and Crush. Oh, thank you so much for the resubscription, Jack. For 3 months, let's go! 3 months, much appreciated. I played as a different routes with different personalities as well, so that's always been fun. But yeah, I think when I was about to, oh well, there goes that sound. That was so delayed. I guess that when I'm in this screen, it's pretty delayed because when I'm in the gaming screen, it's not. Yeah, so I was gonna say I kind of wanted to do the Cove confesses to you part in the stream, but everybody's like, confess to him now, do it now as soon as possible. So I was like, all right. I mean, that one's also good too. Sometimes it's good to be direct. Waiting for Bia to come home so we can go on our vacation. Ooh, I hope you have a fun vacation. I don't know why I brain farted for a second. But yeah, I hope you have a fun vacation. I hope you have a good time and all goes well. There we go. I got mildly distracted. Thank you for the lurk, Shaggy. Oh yeah, and oh, thank you for the sippy as well. Let me take a sippy. And thank you for the lurk, Panic Ninja. But yeah, for those of you that are raiding in, if you need a raid and dash, that's all good and well. If you need to go get something to drink, get something to eat, go sleep, you got a dip, that's all good too. I thank you guys for stopping by. It is much appreciated. But yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I wonder, is it going to be mad at me if I... Is it mad? What the fuck was that? Why did that show up, huh? Is that of a severe delay? What is that? Hopefully my kid won't cry the whole time. Yeah, I hope so for you too. What was that? Hold on, I need a... Oh shit, it's gonna make me log in. No, it's new. What do you mean it's new? Hello? Jack, don't say that. Don't say it's new. You're lying to me. You're a fucking liar. No, you're a liar. No. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, you're stabbing me. Right, but I just did it. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You're an absolute animal. Again, the bear is too stunned to speak. Birthday tomorrow, birthday gift. You already got me a gift. You got me Pokemon Violet. You're not supposed to do more. That's too much. God damn, Jack. Jack, no. You're... I need to cut you off, Jack. You're getting cut off. Birthday, no. You already did birthday. But yeah, thank you very much, Jack. It is very much appreciated. Oh my gosh, I feel so special. It's not even my birthday yet. You bullied me into streaming. It's my gift. I mean, yeah, that's what I wanted. You said you were going to stream anyway. You know what? Shaggy, you're such a tsundere. You're such a tsundere, Shaggy, I swear. But yes, thank you. It's like, I wish... I appreciate you so much, bud. Is your B-day tomorrow day? Yes, my birthday is tomorrow, the July 22nd. That is my birthday. But yeah, listen, I know I haven't been keeping a secret, but you didn't have to get me anything. Same with another friend of mine. Really, you know? I feel like mine was the 16th. Oh, well, happy late birthday, Panic. I hope it was a good one. I hope it was a nice birthday. But I feel like I know so many people with like the same birthday as me. It's like a common day. It seems like. Thank you. I did a 13-hour stream. Oh, wow. That is special. I don't know if... I don't think I'll be able to do a 13-hour stream tomorrow, but... I wanted it to be at least, you know, a little hangout session at the very least. That's kind of how I was trying to do with my 6-month anniversary as well. It was just like a little hangout session. It's like, I wish I... Yeah? Okay, my dog was just like suddenly scratching her collar and it made a weird noise. Yeah, my dog is here too. But yeah, I was like, I wish I had more time to like plan something special. But you know, I just like hanging out with you guys, so that would be special enough. Are you a 93 kid also, if you don't mind sharing? No, I am not a 93 kid. I am a 97 kid. There you go, guys. age reveal. I am a 97 kid. Oh, well, you know, 90s are still good years. Yeah, yeah. 90 kids unite. Honestly, I watched some of your Revised Panic, and I didn't get the impression that you were older than me. I kind of thought you were younger than me, so I was kind of like, oh my, so that's kind of like, oh my gosh, wow. But then again, you can't really tell someone's age by the vibes or the looks anymore. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, these days, I just kind of assume everybody's younger than me. Yeah, I act younger for sure. I mean, I do too, because whenever I tell people my age, they're like, what? You mean you're not 19? It's like, no. No, I'm not. I just say to people, it's because I act immature. Like a child. I mean, yeah, okay, let me go ahead and get my chat up so we all can continue speaking. Oh. I apparently am still stuck in Shaggy's chat. There we go. Okay, we're good now. We are ready to start. Officially. The puppy is still here. She's still begging for attention, but you know what? Oh, okay, I can do both. Alright, let's continue. Alrighty. So, should we just go ahead and, like, zoom through the Cove moments? Or should we just kind of go back and forth like we did last time, where we did, like, a Derek moment, and then we zoomed through these, and then another one? Excuse me. I mean, there's only 4 left. We can probably get through them pretty quickly. Is this charged? Because I don't like... Okay, it is charged. I don't like putting it... For some reason, when I have my phone on the right-hand side, I can't see it as well, so I have to put it on the left here. But there we... Boardwalk is long, is it? Ooh. I do like a long moment. A lot of Derek's moments seem a lot longer than the ones over here, but that's probably, you know, for a reason, because there's only 5, so they probably tried to put, like, extra stuff in here, since there wasn't going to be as many moments. Okay, so we got, yeah, Boardwalk, Lemonade, and Responsible. I'll see, I might just go ahead and just, like, zoom through these real quick, so then we can just focus on Derek. That's what I'll probably do. So let's just, like, zoom. Because we are just speed running. Alright, skip. Keep listening. I don't think I did that last time. I think last time I interrupted him when he was asking us to dinner. Cole continued. His next words sounded rehearsed too and tinged with nervousness. Alright, go. Yeah, I can come. Skip. It was exciting.
Come. So?
We're doing good. Going over to Cove's room is a standard occurrence. Sit next to Cove. Oh, this is different. Cove smiled when you made yourself at home beside him. You grinned back. Okay.
I guess.
Now let's go. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Most likely just call them things based on what they look like squirt or... Oh, he's talking about his fish still. Why, that's so funny, Cove. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Cove can't name things. Honestly, I kind of feel that. I feel like when it comes to, like, making my original characters, or just characters in general, for, like, games and stuff, I always have such a hard time trying to name them. Like, I don't know why. It's like, this is what they're going to be called forever. So it has to be good. It's like, but I don't know.
It's nice.
Skip. I picked the big fish. Let's name it Sunbeam. You name things like my dad. Don't compare me to your father. Keep skipping. There are ups and downs, having siblings. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me.
Cool.
The moms are the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents.
No way.
Okay.
Oh.
Thanks. All right.
I'm just like, just keep on skipping. Oh, wait, was that? Coast parents seemed honestly interested to hear from you. You were kind of flattered by the attention. Oh, a little attention seeker. That was me when I was When I was a cub, I was definitely the attention-seeking kid. I just wanted all the eyes on me. Okay, so you answer how things were at your house. It's been good. Mom's did great. You should know what's been going on, and that was it.
Nice work.
I'm pretty serious about it. I don't know what it is, but I'm just zooming on through.
Thanks.
Eat until you were satisfied. I do have an issue with like eating way too much. Just the other day, I made the mistake. I went to a Chinese buffet with my friend, and I don't know. I can't eat like I used to. I used to eat like plates upon plates at a buffet and never feel full. But I ate like 2 plates, and I was like, I felt like I was dying. I was like, oh no, I've been stuffed to the brim. Like I felt rough when I got home. I think I, and then I was kind of worried too because then I had this stream with Jack later. I was like, oh my gosh, what if I'm stuck in the bathroom? What if I'm stuck in the bathroom when the stream's supposed to start? No, it was all okay. No, nothing happened. Everything was fine. I was just tummy hurty for a little bit. Yeah, I try. I need to work on better of like stopping when I'm full. Okay, it took you some time to finish it all, but eventually you clear your plate. Alright, skip. You could always take it to my room again. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. Ah! Dog's barking. Excuse me, I'm trying to speedrun our life. Can you take that somewhere else? Okay, she stopped. Though he likely still would without the invite.
Great.
Cove just casually breaking and entering into our
No
home.
worries.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind it.
Do you mind?
Join. You left it all to luck. Cardios were mostly about chance after all. Oh, and that was it. Alright, we'll go ahead and save. Right, next is to... Well, this one involves Derek, so maybe we'll save that one for last, and then we'll do the rest of these here. Because that one, I feel like we'll, like, kind of spend more time on it. Watermelon is still just okay. I'm not the big... Like, I'm still not the biggest fan of watermelon. I haven't had any recently, but... it just got no flavor to me. I don't know if I'm just picking a bad watermelon or being given a bad watermelon or what, but it's just... surprisingly, it just tastes like water. Like, who would have thought? So give me a pineapple. Maybe some grapes. Unable to resist, you knock the mostly finished slice out of his hand, just like how I'm unable to resist picking this option. Tired from the rain. It was fun. Yeah, it's so cool that it happened.
It's okay.
You're the sweetest guy I know. Thanks. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. It is. I could hardly hear my mom's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the halls. I know, it's okay. What should I do? Just hang out in the living room.
What do you think?
And let's do it. Laughed and enjoyed the moment. Skip. Helping. Felt good.
So?
No. Well,
So?
does anyone know what we drove past during the tricycle? No. A movie theater.
Come on.
Let's go see a horror movie. Wait, both of you? Yeah, why not? He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile and Cove eased up a bit. Well, don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this.
That's...
Very true. No shoes, gotta let the grippers out.
It's alright.
Console Cove. You poke Cove's arm to get his attention. It'll be okay, Cove. The expression softened to an appeased smile. Yeah, thanks. Listening a sigh of relief out of you, Kira returned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room.
So...
I almost said showering room. I was like, at a movie theater? Showering? I don't know about that. Getting nervous. I feel like we talked a little bit about this before, but I don't know. I don't really watch too much horror movies, but I feel like... I don't know. I feel like... On one hand, I feel like I would do pretty alright with horror movies, but on the other hand, I feel like I wouldn't at the same time. Because, like, I don't know. I guess it really depends on the movie. If it's a good movie, it'll probably scare me, but if it's not, then I probably wouldn't be too affected by it. Like I said, it depends on the movie and the type of movie. It's gotta actually hit all the fears that maybe I personally have. Like I said, I don't really watch them too much. I just kind of watch horror movie recaps. That's basically it. I don't watch the actual horror movie. I let somebody tell me what the whole movie was about. And for some reason, that's like that's pretty entertaining to me. Okay, it was one thing to go see a movie you knew nothing about, but a horror movie, that was an entirely different story. You know, it was eating at you that you had no idea what kind of scare you should be bracing for. Yeah, kind of like that. Glancing over Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottle nip and said with a scream of trembling eyes, "Yeah, we have to comfort him. We hold hands. You gotta hold your homie's hand when they're feeling scared. Wait, will you be okay? Yes. We'll be just fine. It was as bad as I thought it would be. Kira smiled a little more than that. I'm glad. And then everybody died. The end." Oh, wait. I loved how it all fell apart when it seemed like things were going to be okay. I thought it fit what they were going for. That's true. Okay, eat at the fast food place. That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. Oh, I should get what I got today for lunch. For lunch today, I had mozzarella sticks. I had a milkshake. I definitely had a milkshake. It was a s'mores milkshake. It was okay. You know, I keep thinking s'mores would be like a flavor that I would love in ice cream, but I don't. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's like the type of chocolate they use. Because I think it is the chocolate. Because every time like I try that, it's always the chocolate that takes me out of it. If they didn't have it in there, I think I would like it better. But then it wouldn't be s'mores. It'd just be like graham cracker and marshmallow with ice cream on it. Maybe if it was like chocolate syrup, I think I would prefer that better, but they would put like chocolate chunks into it, and I don't really like chunks in the ice cream, if that makes sense. Even though like the graham cracker's also there too. Either way, I wasn't too... I still drank it, of course. I mean, you know, it's my milkshake, I gotta drink it. But I keep thinking I like it, but then I just end up not. And there's other foods like that too that I think I like, and that I want to like, but I don't. Like yogurt. Like yogurt, it just seems so appealing to me, and it looks like it tastes so good, like a fun snack to have. But then I'll eat a yogurt, and it's so tart, and it's so bad, and I was like, why? I just want to like the yogurt. Why does my body disagree with my brain? Okay, I also had, well, they weren't necessarily chicken nuggets, they're like popcorn chicken. Well, I was considered chicken nuggets instead, and then that was probably everything. I don't want to get like too many things for Cove's like, oh my gosh, you bought the whole menu. It's like, it was like 4 things. I'm a hungry bear, let me eat, don't shame me. Is that alright?
Of course.
It's a-okay. Alright,
Thank you.
continue. Grab something you like. I follow Cove. Zoom. That's exciting.
So sorry.
Are you having a good time with your mom around?
My baby.
Oh, you know what? Here, you know, we'll do something different than we did last time. So last time we kept the secret that Cove ran away to go see her last time, and we just kind of like whispered it to him. It's like, oh, remember when you ran away to go see your mommy and it didn't work out? We did that, but you know, let's say it out loud this time. Let's see her reaction. You said it out loud. Hey, Cove, this is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunstepper. Do you remember? What does that mean? Cove gaped at you, and it became clear that his mom hadn't known about that adventure. You came here to see me? Kira's eyes grew large as the words fully sunk in. I heard you wanted to visit, but no one ever said you actually tried to do it on your own. Never mind you made it all the way through the entire town. Cove hung his head in shame. Even in the dark, there was no mistaking how red his face was burning. Hi, Bach. How are you today? Are you on your way to work, or you're on lunch at work? As I'm trying to predict. But welcome, welcome.
Oh,
Oh, it's alright, little man. She started rubbing his back soothingly. I'm good. I'm glad you're good. It's definitely too late to punish you for it. I'm just glad you ended up being fine. This is an impressive distance for such a tiny guy to travel. While Kira spoke to him positively, there still seemed to be something sad to her tone. I hope you never feel like you have to run away again.
sorry.
I don't want to run away anymore. Don't worry. It's a cold Saturday morning. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, that's right. You're ahead of me, because it's Friday here. It's Friday here still. I gotta remember that. Well, I do remember that, but I don't know. I didn't this time around. Too many streamers on that I want to watch. You just gotta have all the tabs open and just periodically, like, sift through them. It's like, alright, spend 10 minutes on this streamer. Alright, 10 minutes on this one. 10 minutes on this one. Gotta make your rounds. She offered him a small smile. You laughed, you felt extremely embarrassed, you apologized to Cove, you didn't feel like this was a big deal. I do, but can only listen to 2 to 3 at a time. You gotta up your game, you gotta up your streamer watching game, Bach. You gotta listen to 10 at once. Let's apologize to Cove since we did kinda just out him right there. I'm sorry, Cove, I shouldn't have said that. That's okay, I should have said something myself before. Kira let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? I felt disappointed I was actually over. Okay, and that's about it. So it's worth it even if they get mad. Head came to rest on Cove. I do, but can only... Oh yeah, I remember that. Shit. I struggle with that. Like, I think I see like a new message and I read it again. It's like, wait a minute. I already read that one. It's still the same. But I do that here in this game too, so I can't remember. I mean, that was a nice little difference in there. Break it up a little bit. I keep forgetting that maybe I should try to, like, pick different options so that it can be a little bit more entertaining, I guess. Not non-repetitive, I guess I should say. So yeah, let's go ahead and do birthday. Skip. But we still think Miranda's sweet. We're not gonna be... Well, wait, we said last time we wanted to get her to know better. Well, we think she's sweet this time. It's like, something in my past life has told me that Miranda is pretty cool. You also got on the vibe that she was nice, and inviting you to her party proved it. You liked that she wasn't obsessed with proving she was grown up. Maybe hanging out today would be fun. Alright, Skip. You were greeted as supposed to attend. You wonderful, so don't think you're happy to be here. We're happy to be here. You could wait for the party to get started. There were so many things at birthday parties, and you were glad Miranda wanted you to come. Okay, there's Cove. Let's see, what gift did we give her last time? What did we give her last time? I think we got her... Did we get her a craft kit? I feel like it was a craft kit. I don't know. Or was it a book? Shit, what did we give her? I don't think it was a stuffed animal. You know, let's just give her a stuffed animal. No, we did give her the stuffed animal, actually. Never mind. Let's give her a craft kit, then. Okay, yeah, we didn't do this one. The colorful picture on the box appealed to you. It showed off the different variations that you could make with the kit, along with the bold messages. Easy! And 43 pieces included! Yeah, that sounds very easy. Hopefully the kit was as cool as it looked. Here, Skip.
I gotta talk to some more people.
Let's chat with people around us. Scan the area to make a guess. You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree, a table with a lot of candy, and even more balloons. I guess we could be playing pin the tail on the donkey. I doubt it. What do you think that's about? You pointed to the poster of the tailless donkey. He shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. That doesn't exist. That's a myth that TV shows and movies have done. Pin the tail on the donkey. I'm trying to think, have I ever played Pin the Tail on the Donkey? Has anybody actually ever played Pin the Tail on the Donkey in real life? I feel like I have. It feels like a crime if I didn't. I don't know, it's just kind of like a traditional party game that people have. I probably at least played some variation of it, I don't know. If it wasn't exactly Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Who knows? Oh well. Alright, Skip. You had called it, yeah. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. What are you so surprised about? You think people just put up a random picture of a donkey with no tail for decoration? It was for fun with the game. You took your turn. I'll place it directly in front of me. You had indeed pinned the tail on the donkey, right where the donkeys preferred their tails to be. Oh, we won this time around. I think I picked a little bit to the left last time. So we won this time. You beamed at your accomplishment and felt a surge of pride. It was perfect. Look back at the crowd behind you and your eyes met Cove's. He was impressed. You even got a small thumbs up. Okay, Skip, however, you were the undeniable winner. No one can get closer than perfect. After your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came to the front and the man gave you a handful of candy as a prize for the victory. Thank you. Did you show the candy in Chewbacca's coat? Walked up to you. You did good. I'm gonna revel in the wind. I am the undefeated pin the tail on the donkey champion. Cub shook his head with a rueful smile. There's only been one game. There only needed to be one game. That's right. You only need one game to be undefeated. Okay, let's offer to share.
It's okay.
And pick the crown. Pick one. Cove. A party animal now.
That's,
You look great. See, look at him. His nice little crown. Ew, gross. We're gonna see Jeremy. Yeah, we're gonna see Jeremy. I'm gonna pick a different option to deal with him this time around. Last time we did the noisemaker, but I'm gonna pick a different one. Wink, wink. Oh, thanks. He adjusted his hat bashfully. Cove looks great in the headband too. Yeah, honestly, Cove can pull anything off. He has the drip. He has the style. Okay, Skip. Just searched you unexpectedly and you knew what he was getting at. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be safe to choice to pair up. Let's be Cove's partner. Try one for ourselves. Do your best. Try your best. I equally want to win. You made it this far. It was time to go all the way. You looked around at your remaining competitors and prepared yourself. Try your best! Winner! We high-five. You put your hand up and Cove high-fived you with a satisfying smack. You'd won this together. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his energy. And then he wrapped an arm around your neck, pulling you closer into a celebratory side hug. Ah, hell yeah! Gotta hug your homies when you win. Okay. We demolished the competition! Okay, now away from Miranda. Hello, birthday girl.
My family
Skip.
does this every year. And we have a trampoline in the backyard.
Okay, just zooming on through. Blow the noise maker back at Cove.
oh great. You people.
Here he is. I'll play throughout this scene. Oh hey, it's the bowl cut kid. Jeremy Scout told you everything about what he thought about that moniker. Why are you here? Cove's tone was offensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocity above all idiocies. Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both you and Cove exchanged a look. Do you have a memory loss or are you really that stupid? Seriously.
I didn't walk here.
My parents brought me. Apparently I just couldn't stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out, enjoy the day, and have fun on vacation, blah blah blah. He said enjoy the day and have fun on vacation like someone would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. It's dirty here. They don't know anything. Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly. His eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. Yeah, it's really awkward. That doesn't sound very bad. All you can do is complain about it. It sucks to be you. You tried to be friendly and welcome Jeremy to the park. You didn't bother trying to respond to that mess of a rant. All you do is complain. Shut up. Wow, good retort. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in these embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I am not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive. It's so rude you can't help but feel offended. Co's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's not our fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Dae. They aren't doing anything wrong. You are. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Co's defense and sniffed. Dae can humiliate themselves on their own. They don't need you to step in and do it for them. Alright. So, this was the one we did before. What different options should we do this time? Should we pour the drink? Should we push him? Or should we punch him in the face? Punch him! Okay, let's punch him. You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. You really are crazy. And you're really a dick. You're ruining someone's birthday. I want to find your parents, tell them what's going on. Don't say anything like that ever again. Always violence, yes. I'm angry and need to take it out. We just starts wailing on Jeremy. And you're ruining someone's birthday. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you, he was pointless. Dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He would last but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you drawn from the other guests. Not like he hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright. Also, my email has been typed. Time to send. 14 images in total. Yes. And get those receipts, Jack. Like, show them. Show them what they've done. Like, you think this is correct?
It's okay.
I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. I took care of it. I took care of the problem. I'm hoping I can get a refund. Yeah, I hope you do too. You should get a refund. And if not, blast them. We'll maul them. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds, but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it! He spoke in fits and starts. I can't believe you actually punched him! I can. You shrugged. He deserved it. You felt a little bad about it. You're still mad at what happened. Do you think it was too much? Cove nodded to himself and then continued speaking. I mean, I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove was an advocate for violence. We love that. If your homie's not an advocate for violence, are they really your homies? Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, because I kind of liked watching you do it, Dae. Oh, he really enjoyed the violence. Cove in the background as we're wailing on him. He goes, murder him! Rip him apart! He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes as he smiled shyly. But only because he deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. You felt flattered. You laughed happily over Cove's admission. You agreed it was really satisfying. You also felt bashful. You weren't sure how to feel about any of this. I've known so much about you, Cove, that I've seen a side to you that I've never seen before. No, we laughed happily. Do you want to tell your mom as well, Jeremy? I mean, are you gonna say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it. Maybe they know how to handle someone like him. Cove bit his lip and thought. I'm not going to tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. We kept it to ourselves. Let's bring it up later. I don't remember if anything actually happens, though. I also know everything. Okay. You thought back to your retaliation and winced internally. You were probably going to get in trouble. Well, don't tell him that part. Listen, you're supposed to leave out the bad details. You told them about how he came up and harassed you, not about the part where you broke his nose, or at least attempted to. Not bad trouble. Not as long as your moms knew you'd been picked on first, but some trouble. Okay, we apologize for making him wear the hat. And I think that's about it for the new stuff. Alright. I want both cake and ice cream, thank you. I will be having an ice cream cake on my birthday. A superior cake. Ice cream cake. Do not react to Cope's concoction. So what if he was mixing his dessert? That wasn't your business.
Right.
It's none of my business. Take a bite of my dessert. Really, Cope, let's share. Come on. Cope shook his head over that. It was clear he thought this was a little silly, but he was willing to go along with it for your sake. You grabbed your fork and took a bite with an affectionate, soft expression. He couldn't believe you were like this. You smiled. Thanks, Cove. Alright, skip. Thanks for me too, Miranda. We changed the subject.
I don't know.
That was it. Okay.
I'm gonna have to find a
Best
way to
cake.
get them all in
Now I
my
want to
room.
put these in their boxes and get something to snack on. Hell yeah. A snack. For your trauma that has happened. A celebratory. Okay, now we can do the mall, which Derek is present in. So we can, like, play through that as, I don't want to say normal, but, like, take our time, I guess. Not speed run. No speed run in this one. Alright. I mean, some of this is probably... I mean, I could probably skip the beginning, can't I? Or would it be more immersive if I didn't, though? Now skip. We spent a lot of time here in the shop over the years. The shop was as familiar to you as your own neighborhood. It was practically another extension of home. You were in good spirits. This was a pleasant surprise. You enjoyed showing Lee around the shop. Doing this was better than just telling her about it. Lee was so busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them. Leaning against the counter, you were able to pick up the topic quickly. My dad told me... sorry. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says that people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. I'm going to join in. Those wetsuits in the bright colors are probably popular too. I haven't seen many with that style in other places.
Right?
I like those ones.
Maybe.
Some of them might be too bright. I don't think the point of scuba diving is drawing a lot of attention to yourself. I mean, when I play Subnautica, I don't want any attention on me, that's for sure. So I can understand that. Maybe people will just wear them on the beach. Sitting out would help there. Your family could always spot you. Go spawn at Derek's positivity. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed not in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. I think about other things. I do not have just a one-track mind.
I gotcha.
Cool. The business side, running it. That's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dad's retired, do you guys think you're going to carry on the store? Those sons shrugged in unison.
Well...
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
That's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. My moms had their own business, I'd take over. If my mom's had one, I wouldn't want to take over either. I can't run a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I'm gonna do my own thing. Do you think your dad would let me take over the shop? No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. My shop. A rumble of laughter came from Lee, Derek, and Cove. You're trying to swoop in, huh? Why not? They don't want it. I could do a good job. I have no business knowledge whatsoever, but you know, I could learn.
I support that.
100%. You should make me a manager. I'd give you my vote. I don't think my dad would, but ask him if you want. Thank you for your blessings. Smiling huge, you felt plenty pleased, and as much as you were trying to joke, there was a part of you that genuinely thought being a business owner would be cool. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids, it looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really needed to stay here. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kira can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also had his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to bring you back home.
It's okay.
That's alright, sir. The Donald Sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him
What do
teasingly.
you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Just please, come back eventually. Sometime today, Kira. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kira. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with a free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs, madams, and most respected guests. That's me. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kira silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a law.
Yeah.
Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in— Okay, maybe we can just go ahead and keep skipping, because this is still the same, pretty much. We're fine with that. You got shotgun in your own car a lot. Made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Derek being a gentleman. Into it. Alright. And now we'll play through the rest of this. It's like, this is still the same. I want new Derek content in this moment, please. I want— Oh, what the fuck did I just pick? Put that back. Put it back. I don't know what I grabbed. I want to know what it is. Okay, video game. Bookstore. Gotta get more manga. I was reading manga earlier. I was reading Jujutsu Kaisen. I have volumes 1 through 5 here. And I finished volume 0 earlier. And I had to stop myself from picking up the next one because I knew that I would get into it and then I would have to start stream and then I'd be like, God damn it. But it doesn't feel right. I want to finish the volume first. Yeah, I had these sitting on my bookshelf for a while. And it's like, you know what? Today is the day that I start reading manga again. After my hiatus. And so far it's pretty good. I mean, of course, Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0 deals with, doesn't deal with, like, the main story. It's the side story, so it was nice reading some different content. Because I haven't seen the Jujutsu Kaisen movie. I've seen the first season, and that's about it. So the reason why I was kind of avoiding for a while is because, like, oh, I'm just gonna read stuff I've already seen in the anime. But that one I hadn't seen, so that was a good intro to it. But yes, we're going to go to the bookstore for the manga, and then what else do I want to go to? I could use some new clothes, and that's all that. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah! I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m. You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Toodaloo! I don't know where that accent came from. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kira walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. Can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. 2 different reactions to parental abandonment. There's Derek who's like, oh my god, why'd she do such a thing? And Lee's like, hell yeah. Okay, you were happy about it, talk about an amazing opportunity. You felt sure about the situation, well, it's really okay. You felt okay about the situation, you were unhappy about it. This is not what you had in mind. I'm so upset, there's no parent to hover over me, goddamn. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip.
So,
Where are we going first? Time's wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Dae? Did everybody bring money with them?
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. We also have money. No killjoy yet. Immediately you feel better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There are many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a video game store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Ko. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of— okay, this is still Kove's moment. I want to give one for Cove. Still, because It would be a crime if I didn't. Dolphin charm. Yep. Okay, now we're at the smoothie place. Could I get a boneless smoothie, please? Get pineapple. Apple. Pineapple, apple pen. And strawberry. That's everything. Now that everyone went ahead and paid for the individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. He chimed in with their own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for a smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. Delicioso. This is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. Alright. It says sneaky time. Sneakily, we decide to sit Derek's smoothie. For a few minutes, you walked alongside Derek, waiting for the right moment you could covertly take a taste. When you went for it, Derek immediately noticed. His arm froze in place. He stared at you cautiously as you stood up straight and finished the sip you stole. There was no fighting the grin that quickly spread across your face. You didn't fail to miss the small blush that appeared. Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Are you absolutely bonkers, dude? I wanted to drink some of yours. That's it? That would have been cool if you just asked, but it's alright. Accepting your answer, Derek kicked at something non-existent on the floor. He laughed shyly.
Sheesh.
Was it worth it? Yeah, thanks. You're welcome. Lee looked away from you. She was trying to contain her laughter, but she still shook from the winds that got out. Alright, and then... let's... try Cove Smoothie.
Hello Jack. Diaz wave abbles 2 heartic war heart sunflow 101 B heart.
Wow, well that was a lot, BB, huh? Thank you for the lurk, Bach. I saw it come in, but it kind of scared me for a second because he didn't say it right away. Because I don't know, I feel like sometimes when TTS redeems go through, it only takes like a second or two for it to go in. Like there's only like a couple second delay, but that one seemed like it was going on for too long. I was just kind of staring at BB like, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna say it? Say it! Say the text right now! But nah, it's okay. This is the game that BB has a strike on most of the time. A silent strike, so I'm glad that he's actually working. Okay. Not for 1 second since getting it had his lips been apart from the straw, but he did seem to be considering your quest. We beg. Please, Cove, I need to have some of that smoothie. Cove smiled softly, and finally he offered the cup to you. You held the cup in both hands and took a sip. Oh my gosh. Like a little baby, just hold it in both hands. Thanks.
You're welcome.
It was kind of a sacrifice, you know. This is really good. Taking his drink back, Cove's smile seemed to grow bigger. His teasing tone made you grin. It is.
You're welcome.
I can't say no to you. Ah, hell yeah. Can't say no to me. He took his cup back, still with a tiny smile, and got back to drinking it again. So yeah, for those who don't know, last time, if you're doing the crush route with Cove in step 2, if you took a drink from him, he wouldn't drink it ever again. So pretty much like the smoothie would just go to waste. It was kind of sad too. But in this time around, Cove has no fucks to give. He take the smoothie back and he drink it still. Okay, then, you know, we can't leave Lee out. Hey Lee, can I taste what you got? As long as you let me try yours too. Deal. You and Lee swapped cups and took several sips before swapping back. The berry blend tasted very strong. I like yours, but I'm really, really happy I got this. Thanks, Lee.
You're welcome.
I'm always there to help. I don't think I really like, a berry flavored things. Like, I like strawberry, but if it's like that mixed berry flavor, I don't know, I think this kind of gross. It kind of reminds me of like the taste of medicine. That's what the Grimace shake was flavored as, and I didn't like it. It was also kind of more so like a smoothie too. Just Grimace gotta step up. Step up the shake game. The shake gang. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride? I think we might be too big.
No way.
No way, we're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. I want to ride. He quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there was also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. I called the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove only had 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any.
Worry about it.
You could have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure what to do next. Okay, so last time we went to go exchange at the store. But this time... all or nothing. Let's go on one ride. Yeah! Could that work? Cove shook his head. That'll be fine. I gotta figure it out. Lee walked up to the car and studied it for a moment. She went all the way around it before she headed back to your group with a big smile. Okay, Derek and Cove get in the car. You'll use the real seats. They both stared at her, unsure. Ultimately, they did what she said anyways. They fit, albeit very awkwardly. It was mostly Cove's long legs' fault. Dae, we can climb up on the back part of the car. We'll be right behind the seats. It'll work. Let's go. This had been your suggestion originally, so you went along with the arrangement. No backing out now. Once you and Lee got yourself situated, everyone passed their quarter contribution to Derek. He leaned forward and slipped the quarters in the machine slots. Jerkily, it moved. There was a chorus of nervous chuckles and giggles as everyone lurched backwards. Lee bent more forward so she could have a hand on the back of the boys' seats to keep steady. I'm into it. I think this is the best thing ever. Your enjoyment spilled over into deep laughter. This was turning out to be more fun than you expected. We're gonna break it. Don't jinx it. I want to get off. Everybody's so miserable. Cole looked uncomfortable with the whole experience. Both hands gripped his side of the car. We'll live. Hey, it'll be over before you know it. Yeah. Cole didn't say anything more. He held the edge of the car tighter as it went up and down and side to side. Honestly, I think it'd be a great achievement to break when it break the car. Like, how many people can say that? Oh yeah, you know those like little kids rides at the mall? Yeah, we broke it. It wasn't long before Derek's fear breaking the car was pushed aside. A large smile replaced the concern that had been on his face. Woo, look at us go. Yay! With every buckle of the machine, you kept nearly falling over and bumping into Lee, who laughed every time. You smiled right along with her as you fought to remain upright. You all did the best you could to keep it together during the remainder of the ride, and luckily, the car came to an end without breaking. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned your back to your group and nodded in the direction where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. Just a little bit. Listen, the 4 of us here, we share one brain cell, and in that moment, nobody was using it. We have to be to miss this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here, here. You move along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove was the last to throw his cup away. He took one final sip, making sure he got every last drop. No wasting smoothies here this time. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So...
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know. She's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. She's just like that, you know, abandoning her child in public places, you know. It's just her thing. Excuse me. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey baby, and friends. My mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah, today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. It was great. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here.
That I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. Okay, I think we'll probably...
I guess.
Oh, okay. The present for Cove, exactly. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god.
Dae, you're so... You talked about how you seemed to want it. You suggested the chime simply made you think of him. You explained that Cove had given you gifts. You wanted to get him something in return. You didn't know what to say. It made you think of him. I thought it suited you, so I got it. Really? That's all it took? I mean, yeah. Cove's smile seemed to grow even bigger. He looked sincerely happy. You are way too nice to me. I can't even believe it. He started getting shy over his giddiness and put a hand over his mouth. You were so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call. I'm gonna find the best place to hang this. Thanks, Dae. You're welcome. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Co both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here! Come on! You looked at Co at the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Alright, so we went through all of the moments for that we had Cove in them. So now we are into Derek's moments now. I already saved, right? Yes, I just did that. Alright, so now we're into the new stuff, the new stuff. So what should we start with? Should we do responsible? Should we do lemonade? Or should we do boardwalk? Now, boardwalk is a long one, apparently. So we could do that one last, but if we want to do that one first too, we can. I will let you guys make that decision. And if not, I can get the number picker. The number picker is a good friend of mine. I like to use it a lot. Bam, 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 bam. Now we get it set up. Alright, I have it set up. Last call if anybody wants to pick the moment we play. I gave you guys 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I wait for the stream delay. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and generate. It's 1 through 3. I'm not looking. I'm like spamming the button. Alright. Okay, it's 3, so we're doing boardwalk anyway. Alright. Boardwalk. It was early morning, but the day was already buzzing with excitement. Your whole family was gathered together with all 5 Suarezes in their cozy living room. Today you were all making a trip out to the boardwalk set park. It was a regular enough outing for Derek's family, but it would be your first time going. The boardwalk was a few hours away, and it was even further when setting out from Sunset Bird. That's why the adults decided on the meetup here at the Suarez's apartment instead of gathering at the boardwalk itself. It gave your moms a little break from driving, and everyone got their last chance to run for the bathroom. You would be leaving very soon. While you waited for the trip to officially start, you sat on the couch with your hands in your lap. For a few minutes now, you tried to keep track of what the group gathered around the kitchen counter were up to. Elizabeth, your moms, and Mrs. Suarez were all busy making preparations from what you could tell. Meanwhile, Mr. Suarez had his hands full rounding up his 2 youngest kids. It seemed that they were taking an anti-shoe stance that morning, and in Nicholas's case, he needed to be talked into wearing a shirt too. On the cushion next to you, Derek was pumped for what the boardwalk had to offer. He was rambling a mile a minute about all the fun stuff he couldn't wait to show you. You were excited about it. You were nervous about how busy it might be. You were simply happy because Derek was happy. Aw, that's cute. But I mean, I'd be pretty excited. I like the boardwalks at beach. Bouncing your leg, you struggled to contain your energy. You were just like eager to experience everything he described. This journey was also the first time your and Derek's families were doing a big activity together. You couldn't believe it originally when the adults went through with organizing the trip. Oh, so this is kind of like road trip for coves. Similar as in, like, you know, 2 families planning like a day trip together pretty much. But that's like where the similarities end, obviously, because, you know, we went to the Redwood Forest with Cove, and here we're going to the boardwalk. But yeah, so this is pretty much like the road trip, but for Derek, and it's not much of a road trip. This journey was also the first time your and Derek's families were doing a big activity together. You couldn't believe it originally when the adults went through with organizing the trip. Okay, I think I just read that.
Let's go.
Kids, come join us in the kitchen. It's time to pack your treat bags.
Cool.
Standing off the couch, you didn't have the faintest idea what Mrs. Suarez meant, but you were summoned, so you followed Derek's lead. We've been summoned. He turned to say something over his shoulder. He guessed that lie might have been confusing to a newcomer. The snack bags are what we do for larger trips. Me and my brothers, and you Elizabeth too, we get to fill a little plastic baggie with any sweets and stuff we want. It's supposed to be for eating during the hours-long drive, but no one really cares when we snack. It's just so we have something if we need it. I like that. It's really nice.
Same.
I think so too. It's great to have on hand. As you reach the kitchen, Elizabeth breezed past you with your mom's following at a more relaxed pace. Derek raised a skeptical brow and pointed in her direction with his thumb. Doesn't she want a bag? Elizabeth stopped and spun around on her heel. Surprised, Derek pulled his hand back to his side. Elizabeth's lips curled into an all-too-pleased smirk.
What?
You
You heard Mrs. Suarez. She called for the kids to come. Mom shook her head at Elizabeth's taunting display. Your sister stepped forward and held up a zip-up bag that you hadn't noticed before. I already got mine while we were getting things set up for the rest of you. Okay, I was about to say. I was like, alright, well then have fun having no snack, but she got it anyway, so I can't really say that. Her baggie was full of dried fruits and chocolate chips. She teasingly dangled it in your face and then in Derek's. Uh-huh, very mature, Elizabeth. You're not one of the kids at all. You snickered at her, you stuck out your tongue, you shook your head, you rolled your eyes, you just stared. Bleh! You stick out your tongue. Elizabeth snatched her bag of treats out of the possible licking range and held it safely to her chest. That is exactly something I do. Wiggling the tip of your tongue, you and Mom both started giggling at the whole exchange. Yeah, compared to that, I'm basically 30. After that, she left the kitchen and plopped down in your old spot on the couch. Your mom's joined her, putting Elizabeth in the middle. Mom comfortingly patted Elizabeth's leg. Glancing back towards the kitchen, George and Nicholas were finally dressed and they dashed ahead of you. They excitedly crowded around their mom's legs. Now don't forget that the bag actually has to be able to close for it to count. She began passing out baggies to her two youngest, and then Mrs. Suarez turned to you and winked. That's my one rule for the treat bags, but other than that, feel free to go crazy. Nicholas and George took that as their cue to rush up to the counter lined with tasty options and started stuffing their bags. Mrs. Suarez handed you and Derek your own plastic baggies. Now that it was in your hand, you realized that it was the smallest zip bag size. There was no way that you were going to get a little bit of everything. From my experience, you can fit about 4 handfuls of stuff before it starts getting too tough to close. Have to strategize then. Thanks! The younger boys swiftly finished selecting their road trip treats. George's bag closed easily, while Nicholas's was proving a challenge to squeeze shut. The plastic that was ballooned out on the sides, entirely full of cookies and candy. His brow pinched as he struggled with the zip. To everyone's surprise, Nicholas got its seal, and he proudly held the bag up for his mom's inspection. Impressed, she nodded. Don't forget to take a water bottle too. We don't want to lose anyone to dehydration today. That's right, y'all better be drinking water too today. Don't dehydrate on me now. The two boys held their prizes tightly and grabbed the water bottles off the edge of the counter on their way out of the kitchen. It was your turn now. At the buffet, and the spread was delicious. Ooh, oh my gosh, there's so many options. What do I want? Okay, so let's see. There's fruit, gummy candies, peanuts, almonds, walnuts, plain crackers, sunflower seeds, shortbread cookies, sandwich cookies, chocolate chips, granola, cereal, dried cranberries, dried apples, and dried mangoes. Oh my, well, but how? Okay, so 4 handfuls. So I'm assuming that can be 4 separate items before we get into like the not closing territory. So let me like pick what I really want first. Okay, well, cereal definitely. I love cereal. Okay, cereal, and then okay, the sandwich cookies, and the fruit gummy candies definitely. And then I'm assuming, is it gonna cut me off once I pick the 4th one? I wonder. Okay, I want a dried mango. I love dried mangoes. Okay, then there we go. 4 options. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with those. The rest of them didn't really seem that appealing to me. I'm not really much of a nut bear. I'm not nutty about nuts. And the shortbread cookies, eh. But alright, enjoy. I shall. Humming happily, you ran your hand across the side of the plastic baggie. You were grateful for your haul, and you proudly showed it to Derek. He gave you a thumbs up.
I gotcha.
Variety is the spice of life. I mean, that's what I'm always saying. I need a variety. He closed his bag, and you realized that it was completely full of a bunch of different things too. Chuckling, you gently poked the straining side of his plastic baggie. Yes, it is. Derek leaned across the counter for the water bottles. He slid one over for you to take and grabbed one for himself too. Okay, I'll close up the packs then. We can leave this out here for now.
Is that fun?
We don't have any more time to lose. Are we all ready? Several voices called back, answering yes. Mrs. Suarez raised an eyebrow and walked out of the kitchen. No one needs to go potty? No.
No.
I don't have to go potty.
Good.
Good. Anyone have questions before we go? She put her hands on her hips and glanced around the apartment. Mr. Suarez raised his hand just as he caught her eye. I'd like to know how we will arrange the rides. There's room for 5 in the back of our car and room for 3 in the Ursa car.
What do you think?
There is room to switch who is bringing who, if there's a want for it. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Elizabeth and Dae are welcome to ride with us, or Derek can feel free to go with Pamela and Nolani. Nicholas and George are staying in our van, though. Frustrated, both smaller boys pouted at their exclusion. George's jaw clenched as he crossed his arms. I'm not a baby. Why do I gotta stay in the van? I'm not a baby. Nicholas, you know you still need a booster seat. We can't put that in their car. Mr. Suarez chuckled at Nicholas's angry grumbling as he passed by into the kitchen, aiming to pick at the remaining snacks. Mrs. Suarez sighed in a tickled but still a long-suffering way. Dad and I need you there to stay awake for such a long drive. Can you two please keep us company on the car ride? Releasing a deep breath, George nodded. He knew this wasn't the day his mom was going to relent. Nicholas, on the other hand, continued to pound. Okay, Mom. Well, what do you think, Lonnie?
That's fine.
Either way is fine with me. It's up to the kids to decide which they prefer. I'll stick with Mom's. She then curiously shifted her attention to you. The corner of her mouth pulled into a smirk because she knew that you and your friend were the ones that the whole decision was for. Thank you for the lurk, Jack. Derek leaning close to you, cupping a hand to the side of his mouth so only you could hear him. Dae, what are you thinking? It makes sense for everyone to ride with their parents. I want to ride with the Suarez. Derek should ride with us. Well, if he's alright with that. What are you thinking? That's definitely how I'd respond. Like, I don't think. What are you thinking? Alright, let me go ahead and save. Okay, we're getting into dangerous. Oh, wait! Oh my god! They added more? I feel like there was always just 20 save pages, but now they have 40? Oh, never mind then. I was gonna say, I gotta be careful so I don't override the save that we need when we come back to start Baxter's round, but here we are. We are totally fine. A-okay. Did I already save that? Yes, okay. So, what do you guys think? We definitely want to ride with Derek, of course. But should we go with the Suarez's or should we go with our parents? Our mothers? Honestly, if we go with our parents, it'd probably be better to go with our parents because then we won't have Nicholas and George kind of butting in. Elizabeth will probably keep to herself, really, so Derek and us, can hang out, have a bonding moment. But then again, you know, maybe Elizabeth will be too snotty and then Nicholas and George make better. Let me get the coin flip. Unless somebody would like to pick. Oh, it's flipping. I'm not looking. We'll make heads the Suarez's and we'll make tails our mothers. Let me flip again, actually. It wasn't because I didn't like what I had. Oh, it's the same anyway. Alright, we're going with the Suarez's.
Yeah.
Yes, that's awesome. He threw a triumphant fist into the air. Your mom's giggled happily at his cheer. Be good for the Suarez's. It'll be a long walk home if you're not. She gave a playful wink, looking far too pleased at her own joke. Mom shook her head.
Let's go.
Okay, now that that's settled, we'll see you there.
Take care.
See you soon, sweetie.
Oh,
Oh, hold on. One last thing. Mrs. Suarez went over to your mom's and quickly went into some last-minute advice on the directions. While you waited, you noticed out of the corner of your eye that Mr. Suarez had moved on from nibbling at the snacks. Instead, he caught him passing George Nicholas an extra cookie each. Genuine cheer came back to both of their faces. Oh, so he's the spoiling one. He likes to spoil his kids, while Mrs. Suarez is more on the strict side. They were still thrilled about the secret cookies that their earlier bitterness about being babied was all sweetened out. And that was that. Snacks and drinks were set, no one needed to go potty, the rides were arranged, directions were obtained, and it was finally time to get that trip started. Let's fucking party. The two families left the condo behind, chatting with eagerness for their day's activities. The parking lot, the group split up to get into their different cars. You followed Derek into his parents' minivan. Buckling up, you settled in for the long haul. Here we go! The Suarez minivan was a full house. Mr. Suarez hopped behind the wheel with his wife sitting shotgun. She went back to double-check that Nicholas was fully strapped into the car seat behind her. Derek, of course, had to sit in the open seat in that second row that left you and George to take control of the way back. Oh, okay, so... Oh, we're not sitting next to Derek? Oh, that sucks. We have to sit in the back with George Jr. Fuck you, George. Just cussing out. What? How old even is George? 7? Miss Suarez's brow furrowed with frustration. Once again, it became a battle. The wiggling 6-year-old fought against her attempts to tighten the car's seat's front straps. Okay, maybe he's not 7 then. Maybe he's like 8 or 9. When she succeeded, Mrs. Suarez brushed the hair that fell forward behind her ear and turned to the rest of you with a lighter expression. Are we all ready? Yes. Yeah, Mom. Yep, all set.
Very good.
Very good. She made sure Nicholas was secured one last time for getting herself situated properly. You heard the click of her seatbelt, and then Mrs. Suarez shifted her attention this time to the last row of seats. So nice to have you here, Dae. Aw, thanks for having me. Oh, that's so nice. Of course, all of us are happy for the added company. Now that everyone was settled in, the car roared to life, and Mr. Suarez pulled onto the road. Out of habit, he reached over and clicked the CD player on. Upbeat children's music loudly filled the car. Squealing with excitement, Nicholas started kicking his feet to the bait of the song. I don't know why I struggle with that so much. Next to you, George leaned an elbow on the car door and rested his chin in the palm of his hand. There was a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he settled in to stare out the window. You caught Derek's green-eyed gaze peeking at you from the space between the headrest and the backrest of the seat. You waved at him. Derek moved out of sight, but only to twist around in the seat to talk to you directly.
It's all good.
Thanks for coming with us on the drive. Can't wait for you to see the boardwalk. It's gonna be so fun. You only got as far as opening your mouth when Nicholas erupted into a stream of loud cheers. The young boy threw both his arms in the air, and Derek ducked in his seat, clearly embarrassed. Nicholas's outburst didn't surprise you one bit. A tiny chuckle escaped Derek as he slowly slid his gaze back over to you. Sorry about that, Dae. The whole drive is probably going to be this rowdy. I don't mind. It's probably a nice change of pace. You joined the celebration, chatting about the day's plans. You sang along to music to entertain Nicholas. Oh, what's that out the window? Look! You choked. You sat there quietly. Let's join in. All three brothers immediately jumped in to tell you all about their favorite places and which rides they consider to be the coolest. Even Derek's parents chimed in with their favorite spots to visit. Later during the drive, Nicholas let out a gleeful squeal. You were confused at first at what managed to get that reaction out of him, but soon it became clear. Nicholas remembered he had an entire baggie of snacks. You know what? I'm the same way. Just instant cheer at remembering, oh my gosh, I have food to eat. He triumphantly pulled it out of his pocket and started munching away at all the tasty treats inside. For once, George followed Nicholas's lead and relaxed into a chill snack time. George munched away while watching the world pass by out his window. Derek, on the other hand, simply rested back into his seat with his arms behind his head. I want my snacks. I don't want all of them, but I want some. All it took was one look and your stomach felt envious. You pulled your zip baggie out and decided to treat yourself to a handful too. Treat yourself. After Nicholas had devoured every crumb and licked every bit of sugar from his fingers, he was ready to play again. And so the ride continued on to the blasting beat of classic kindergarten tunes, fun road trip games. And despite the trip supposedly taking hours, it didn't feel long until you noticed the first sign of your destination. With building in anticipation, you caught the first flashes of the tall rides in the distance. Both families pulled into the parking lot and the kids excitedly bounced out of the cars. The parents cheerfully waved at each other as the groups closed the distance between them. With everyone regrouped, the families strolled onto the boardwalk. Your eyes widened. The place was even more amazing than you'd imagined. Oh my god, this place is poppin'. They got coffee? It just says coffee. There's nothing else there. Strawberry ice cream, fast food. Oh, I love the Ferris wheels. The roller coaster. Ice cream. I want the ice cream. Why isn't the ice cream on top of the strawberry ice cream? That doesn't make much sense to me, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, very nice, very nice. It was like you stepped into a bright world of color. There were shops displaying various beach towels and boogie boards decorated with either popular cartoon characters or tropical flowers. Is there a Scooby-Doo one? A SpongeBob even? Do they have the SpongeBob popsicles at the ice cream place? Now that would make this place perfect. Clothing stalls had racks of sundresses, cover-ups, and swimwear in every pattern imaginable. Ahead, you could make out the colorful tufts of stuffed animals from the prize boards. Darts, ring toss, skee-ball, and more waited further down the boardwalk. Ooh, I was pretty good at darts whenever I would play at parks like this. I like the darts one. Ring toss? No, I was shit. I'm also shit at skee-ball too, so darts is probably my best bet. I think when it comes to parks like these, I don't know. I wouldn't really go onto the rides, I don't think. If it's a boardwalk, if it's like an actual like set amusement park, I would prefer the rides, obviously. Actually, I'd probably prefer the food. But at boardwalks, I don't know. I think I just kind of like the vibes in general. And then maybe the games. I do like the games. And there goes Shaggy. I I had to stop myself. I was like, there goes Shaggy showing off his wiener. That's not what Shaggy's doing. He's showing off his command, which is wiener. That is definitely not what Shaggy was doing. Yeah, but why? What? I told you that's not what you were doing. That was just like immediate, intrusive thought when I saw that. He's showing. But no, Shaggy is showing off the command, and I think I have it still activated. Where I believe it's about let me see, custom command. Yeah, for 3,000 paw print coins, you can have your own custom command. I believe we have about. Oh, never mind then.
As Dae was saying, for 3,000 paw coins you too may have your own custom command. We currently have 3 commands with Shaggy showing off 1, the rest are Easter eggs you will have to see occur naturally.
Okay, now listen, Shaggy. I was not being bad. I told you I stopped myself before saying it outright. Listen, I thought, what's that saying? Think before you speak. I thought. I thought before I spoke. But yes, thank you, BB, for explaining all of that. I think it'd be fun to have, like a whole list of like custom commands someday that just like nobody really knows like what they are until like somebody like randomly puts one out. It's like, and then someday like people can just like try to like get a whole list of them on their own. You almost didn't think before speaking, sir. But I did think. I was good. I thought listen, I used my brain. I used my brain cell for once, and you punish me. That is so hurtful. How dare you? I can't believe you would do this to me. But yes, that is that. You know, there is no list of commands. You have to figure it out on yourself. Yeah, there you go, Bach. It is Easter egg. You thought naughty thought. It wasn't naughty. I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, oh, Shaggy's showing off the command he wanted. And that was it. That was all my thoughts. But then I realized that how bad it sounded if I said it out loud as like that. But yeah, and there's Jack's command, the exclamation point pumpkin. As you can see, you must hand over pumpkins now. It is the law. It is jail. You said I was showing off my I didn't say it though. I said I was about to. I was trying to say you were showing off your command, but I almost said wiener instead. Gosh. And you're not listening. You're just trying to cancel me. Exactly. Jail. You know what? Never mind. Don't make me take away your command. I will take it away. No more Oscar Mayer wiener for you. I'm very impatiently waiting for an email response. I understand that, Jack. I hope you get one soon. I might just post pictures to Twitter because I want to show it off. Yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You can do that. Honestly, I'm very wary when it comes to, like, share my pain. Yeah, do that. I'm sure a lot of people can, like, relate to that. You take my command away, I will buy 10 more. Well, what if I take the redeem away? Then what will you do? No redeem, no commands, no. Yeah, I'm very cautious when it comes to like buying anime figures from sites I have not done before. So when you like sent me J figures, I was like, oh yeah, you know, this looks interesting. Maybe I'll give it a shot someday. But I was still kind of like in the back of my head, it's like, what if not though? I will become Kieran, you will speak for stream. Well, it has a cooldown of like half an hour, so I'm still going to be speaking for at least some portions. It's only a minute, so... Looks so official though, I know. That's how they get you. I'm too trusting. I know, it's okay though. That's it. It'd be like that. That people get you like that. I mean, I have gotten caught in that too. Although granted, mine was like in person at a con, which honestly I should have known that it was a bootleg figure when I got it, but I didn't. But no, I understand. It's okay, Jack. It happens. Listen. You're not the one at fault here. It's that website that's the fault here. Yeah, if anybody wants to like recommendations of like safe sites, it is any safe sites to buy anime figures is AmiAmi, Tokyo Otaku Mode, Solaris Japan, Mandarake, and I've also bought from Crunchyroll as well. Those sites are pretty good. The one I'd recommend the most is AmiAmi. The one I'd probably least likely recommend is Tokyo Otaku Mode, but those sites are pretty safe to use. For those of you that are looking to buy figures. Mandarake is a pre-owned site, so you will get cheaper prices on there. But like I said, it is pre-owned, so make sure you read the description on like why they're pre-owned and like if they have any damages to them. But they do tend to be cheaper. Some on Amazon are pretty decent as well. Yeah, I bought a figure from... Actually, I have like a couple figures from Amazon as well. So yeah, just... Also, you know, it's also good to like do your research whenever you're planning on buying from a new place as well. And like if you're like buying from like a seller on Amazon, make sure you like research the seller as well. Like I don't know how, but like 2 of these figures that were from Amazon, they were from my mom, and I don't know how she managed to like get not bootlegs, but she managed it. She did it. She was the moment. And then I have another one that I bought myself as well. So yeah, those are my recommendations. I could probably like go into like a whole in-depth stream about just where to buy figures and stuff like that, but I'll save that for maybe like way into the future if people want it. If not, you know, it is what it is. That's just my recommendation there. But alright, I'm going to go ahead and continue this. That we had a break in our regularly scheduled Our Life program. Now we are going back to it. Music filled the air, but when you listen closely, you can make out so much more. There were various cheers and shouts of victory, joy, and fear. And fear! Oh no! The screams had to be coming from the massive wooden roller coaster that towered beyond the stalls. From what you could tell already, this boardwalk was easily 5 times the scale of the entire shopping street in Sunset Bird. Oh yeah, it's on the boardwalk. I love it! It was exhilarating. Taking the scope of the boardwalk in, you were going to implode if you didn't start exploring soon. The group began navigating down the wooden boards. Mrs. Suarez hastily grabbed onto Nicholas's arm for safekeeping, and just in time, too. The bustling mood of the area had Nicholas ready to go. He wanted to see, play, and explore every inch. Unfortunately, the 4 parents were just not as energetic as the hyper 6-year-old. With an affectionate shake of her head, Mrs. Suarez struggled to hold onto Nicholas's tiny hand as he attempted to sprint ahead. Irene, why not let the children go? Huh?
Will that be fine?
This child here, and the rest of them. I'm sure they'd rather enjoy- Wait, what?
Will that be fine?
Okay, I accidentally scrolled back. I didn't go forward. On their own and at their own pace. They'd be safe with each other. I don't want to babysit, though. I don't want to babysit the children. Just let me and Dare go on our own. You know, I think George and Nicholas can be fine by themselves. She carefully weighed the scenarios in her mind, while Nicholas was too busy trying to forcibly move her forward to notice the important conversation happening. Your mom shared a glance. I'd be alright with that as long as nobody left the boardwalk. It's large, but not too large. The kids are getting older, and they've earned a little bit of freedom from our all-seeing eyes. Okay, adults and kids get to have their own day at the boardwalk. You caught both Elizabeth and Derek perking up. This was clearly a sign of a perfect day ahead for the two. And then Mrs. Suarez passed Nicholas off to her husband for a moment. She motioned for the older kids to circle closer to her.
No more.
No more treats for Nicholas. He's had enough candy and cookies for the day. I'm counting on you to keep to that. Mrs. Suarez over there can't be trusted.
Oops.
Oopsie daisies. He stood up straighter and looked away from his wife, pretending that he had no idea what she was talking about. Her knowing smile cracked into a light-hearted laugh. You admired the way her eyes sparkled, teasing her husband. She moved her attention back to the rest of you, and both George and Elizabeth gave her confident nods.
I'm on it.
We've got this, Mom. Derek answered with an added thumbs up. Mrs. Suarez proudly beamed, letting her gaze go between her boys. Derek's right. We got this. Oh, speaking of getting things, I have some money on hand for me and my brothers. Will you, Elizabeth, be able to buy ride tickets and knickknacks or any of that sort of stuff? I doubt the pocket change I have is going to be enough for anything. Well, I've got a nickel! I didn't bring any money. He frowned wordlessly. I wonder if we say we don't have money, if our moms will give us some. I would like to hope so, but you know, I carried my wallet around a lot when I was a child, so maybe we'll just have it. You comfortably put your hands on your hips. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Good for you.
Don't worry about it.
We're gonna spend money on you two today anyway, so there's no harm if we let you have it. Okay, that's what I kind of figured. I figured, with both of our parents right there, I figured they'd be like, ah, here's some money, go have fun. I didn't think they'd be the type of parents to be like, oh, no money. It sucks to suck then. Besides, we don't get to go on trips like this every day. Go a little wild. Exactly. We want you to be able to do things here. Mom dug into her purse and she pulled out a handful of bills. She carefully counted out $15 and handed it to Elizabeth. Your sister was unimpressed at that amount and recounted the bills herself. Mom handed you your own $15 next, and you quietly chuckled to yourself. You couldn't help but think about how it probably would have been a 20 if Mr. Holden was there. Still thinking about that, Mr. Holden. Thanks, Mom.
Thanks.
Thanks, Moms.
All right.
We're all set then. We'll meet again here at 8 p.m. in front of this first stall. Mrs. Horace took her youngest arm and crouched down to his level. She brushed some stray hairs out of his face. Go and stay for your brothers today. Be good for them. With an eager nod, Nicholas bolted over to Derek and clung onto his jeans. Derek laughed at the son and waited and put his hands firmly on the younger boy's shoulders, just in case he decided to run off. The two sets of parents disappeared in the crowd, moving towards the nearby stores. Standing on your tiptoes, you caught your moms waving goodbye one last time before they were completely out of sight. Elizabeth spun in a circle, spotting all the things she might want to try. She must have deemed the boardwalk to be cool because she was cheerier by the second. Eventually her gaze returned to you and the Suarez brothers, and it was clear that her daydreams crashed back to reality. Next to her, George rocked up to his tiptoes and then back down. Catching your eye, he stopped and nervously inched a little bit closer to Derek. It must feel awkward for a little kid to have two new additions to what was usually a special family affair. You offered him a smile, but tried not to stare at him. You were so eager to get going already. The clock was ticking, and you didn't want to miss a single activity. Derek awkwardly took a couple large steps forward. His strides were wobbly as Nicholas held onto him tighter, but Derek was ultimately unfazed. Okay, well, should we start the day right? We should start the day right. The face painting stall is up here near the front. Face painting! George brightened with that notion, and Nicholas shook Derek as hard as he could without shaking himself off. Derek's grin widened as he laughed at his brother's delight. Yeah, let's go.
So immature.
Face painting? Are you serious? Nicholas was too absorbed with thoughts of paint to notice her attitude, but George's joy vanished instantly. Up! Elizabeth, don't be such a Debbie Downer. You could pinpoint the exact second Elizabeth remembered how much younger Derek's siblings were. Elizabeth uncrossed her arms, feeling a bit rotten. She cleared her throat and begrudgingly tried to pull back on her visible distaste. I don't need one. However, of course we can go over to that stall. Anyone who wants to do it should. That's great. Honestly, there's lots of time to do tons of things, so it's not a big deal. Sometimes it isn't what you want to do, right? His green stare hardened. He directed this statement at both the youngest and the oldest member in the crew. Elizabeth snorted, displeased that a little kid like Derek was acting like he was in charge. He is in charge. This is his stomping ground. But Derek wasn't in his respectful guest mode, which is what Elizabeth usually saw of him in the neighborhood. Derek was entirely in the eldest brother role. He kept a stern stare on her for another moment before shifting to you. Are you alright with letting my brothers get their faces painted? You can too if you wanna. It's actually a lot of fun. Ooh, do we want to get our face painted? I want to get my face painted. Woo, face painting. I don't mind going, but I don't want to get painted either. You nodded. You simply shrugged in acceptance. I'm trying to think. What would the Cub Day want? I remember getting my face painted once, and while it was fun for the first few minutes, I hated the feeling of the paint on my face afterward. So I would say I probably wasn't really too big of a fan, but I don't know. This isn't Cub Day here. This is Day in the Our Life universe. Should we get a face painted? Get a nice bear face paint? Oh my gosh. Maybe I should then. Maybe we should. Yeah, let's do it. Nicholas victoriously bounced, knocking against Derek. You even caught a smile growing back on George's face. Before anyone moved, Derek carefully removed Nicholas's hands from his pants and took a hold of the young boy's hand instead, like his mom had done before. Derek cheerfully pointed ahead with his free hand.
Let's go.
Let's do it! Derek led the way for your group. You followed his line of sight to the row of shops and spotted a large, colorful umbrella. As you approached, you noticed 2 open chairs under the shade of that umbrella, one for the artist and the other for the person being painted. Next to it was a canvas posted with a collage of photos. The example showed off cheeks dotted with daisies, sparkling gold stars, ooh, shooting over temples, peace signs, and a whole rainbow of butterflies. Skulls and spires were options for kids who wanted to get their face painted but still looked tough. You peeked at the Sorry. I'm dying. Okay. You peeked at the painting tools and the mirror on the wheeled counter. The artist appeared to be a teen just out of high school or maybe in college. Many of the stalls you passed had younger people running them. The artist eyed your group carefully in return. Hello. Hi, welcome. I'm Xavier. Would you like me to paint your face today? I think Xavier was the person who... They had the cake shop in the wedding DLC. I think... Oh my gosh, Xavier, you're here! Where's your cakes at, man? What are you doing painting faces? You're supposed to be making wedding cakes! What about my future wedding? 20 years from now. Okay, no matter. Yes, please. Xavier went over and plopped down on one of the chairs. Derek nudged George towards the other. Do you want to go first? George hesitated and chewed at his bottom lip, but he wasn't sure until he realized that no one else moved to take the open seat. He seized the opportunity and sat down. What can I do for you?
Okay.
I want a football, right here. Without missing a beat, George pointed to his forehead. Elizabeth huffed to quiet the conversation, but Xavier gave a serious nod. I can do that. No problem. The artist lightly brushed George's bangs aside and began to work. Next to you, Derek's brow furrowed intently as he studied the picture collage of options. What's up, Derek? But Derek continued to quietly mull things over. He pressed a hand to his chin and sighed. Nicholas will get what I get. I'm not sure what to get because of that. He doesn't like soccer as much as George likes football, so that's probably not the best choice. I could get a car for obvious reason, but Nicholas also really loves rainbows, and he does already have cars on his shirt. Why not just make Nicholas go first, if it's that hard? Just get the car, you can't lose that. It's sweet that he loves rainbows, let him have one. You should get a spider. Nicholas can pretend it's a real one and scare people. Well, I mean, if I had to choose between the 3, if I had a little sibling that copied everything, I don't know. Yeah, get the rainbow. Chuckling, Derek shook his head at your enthusiasm. He raised his hands and surrendered. Alright, I'll get a rainbow. Georgia... I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting that. It's just plaster right there between his eyebrows. I thought it was going to be more like a horizontal, or like right here on his forehead, but I guess they couldn't really show that off with his bangs. Alright then, you go, George. George's football didn't take long to finish it all. He got up with a delighted grin and tried to tip his head enough to see the painting without a mirror. He couldn't, but that didn't put a damper on his fun. One of his hands hovered around the football, and you knew that he was fighting the urge to poke at the wet paint. Derek slid onto the customer chair next. Nicholas leaned his hands on the edge of the seat and intensely watched the artist get to work. As the painting took shape, the smile on Nicholas's face grew. He gasped loudly in amazement the second he finally figured it out. Ah, there it is! The artist proudly added the finishing touches, but then addressed the Youngosaurs instead as they controlled their paintbrush. Now what do you think? It's awesome! Just what I like to hear. You're good to go then.
Thanks.
Thank you. Derek took one last glance at himself in the mirror and hopped off the chair. He pointed at the open seat with his thumb. Your turn, Nico. Nicholas clambered onto the chair with a pinched brow. Once he got settled, he sat up tall, like a big boy. Hello, what can I do for you today? A rainbow! Xavier's gaze instinctively went back to the piece they just finished on Derek. They immediately put together what was happening. That's a great idea. Let's get started. Nicholas nodded and then put all of his mental energy into holding still. You weren't sure how long the 6-year-old could keep that up before he started to squirm. While it was fun to watch Nicholas, you knew that your focus was better spent deciding what design you were actually getting. You were next, so you gave the canvas another look. You picked out the... Oh wow, there's a lot. Okay. Football, soccer ball, basketball, butterfly, heart, shooting star, rainbow, sun. Cheek whiskers and a painted nose. Oh, you know, like... Yeah. Alien face, peace sign, spider, skull, car, smiley face. Okay. I'm thinking either the shooting star, rainbow sun, or the cheek whiskers and painted nose. Well, maybe the rainbow shooting star sun. Wait, what do you guys think? What do you think I should get painted on my lovely face here? What do you think will look good? I mean, I could pick rainbow, but then George would be like the odd kid out. I don't know if he would be self-conscious about that. Because he seems to be a bit more like aware of like other people's like thoughts and opinions. Because of, you know, Elizabeth's comment on the face painting, he kind of like immediately wanted to like pull back from that. So I don't know if like me picking the rainbow will make him go, oh, everybody got rainbows, but I just got a football. So maybe I should pick something different. Maybe either the shooting star or the sun. Oh my gosh. I'm spending too much time thinking about it over. I'm spending 8 years trying to decide what I want to get painted on my face in a video game. I'll probably pick the sun. Let's do the sun. Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Again, Xavier made quick work painting, and Nicholas was soon jumping out of his chair with a brand new rainbow adorning his cheek. He walked over and took his place in the chair. Can I get one, too? Of course. Three brothers huddled together off to the side, proudly admiring and showing off each other's face paintings. Elizabeth crossed her arms, spotting you in the chair next. Oh my gosh, look at them. Why does George look so angry? He's like, ah, fuckers. They planned this and they left me out. She'd been quietly hanging around the stall, attempting to not to be too impatient. You were the last one left to go. I can start when you're ready. I'm ready. Right. You shifted your attention away from your group and instead stared directly into the artist's face. You liked their pink hair. It was pulled back and tucked under a uniform hat, and from this distance you realized that their eyes were more purplish than the brown color they looked when farther away. So what can I do for you? Could you paint me a sun? I can work with that. The artist dipped a clean brush into their starting color, and then they reached forward and began drawing on your cheek. The paint felt cooler than you imagined. Trying not to move too much, this bristle slightly tickled as they glided across your skin. Stroke by stroke, Xavier started with the outer lines, and then filled in the center of the drawing. And before you knew it, it was over. You eagerly checked yourself in the mirror on the counter and beamed. Thank you so much. You're welcome. You got up and rejoined the others. There was a delighted pep in your step as you pointed to the final result. Nice choice. Now that you and the Soares brothers were happy with all of your face paintings, it was time to discover the next activity. Derek quickly paid for him and his brothers. You took out some of your own money too, and then it was time to go. Have a good day. You too, Xavier. Thanks. The group gave one final round of thank yous to Xavier before moving on from the stall. The flow of the crowd brought you all drifting down the boardwalk. Oh, hello. Good evening. As you traveled further in, you actually spotted your parents. The Soares boys jumped and waved, and their dad did exactly the same thing across the way. Next to him, Mrs. Soares tried hiding her ear-to-ear grin with her hands. Your moms had their heads close together, laughing at Mr. Soares' reaction. I am going to wave. I'm just going to calmly wave. All the commotion had you blushing, and in comparison to the Soares family, you were shyly waving. You simply hoped that your moms could find you amongst the crowd. Knowing that you and Elizabeth had to be close by, your mom scanned over the unfamiliar people until they found you. They both waved back cheerfully. Then your parents continued on with their own adventure. Your group traveled further down the boardwalk. You browsed the long row of shops, pointing out all the interesting things on sale. As the afternoon stretched on, your gang continued to enjoy the boardwalk. Elizabeth took long strides and led the pack. Cutting her way through the crowd, everyone was willing to follow her. The Soares brothers were giving her some leeway since it was her first time there, and you were used to your older sister's attitude. Yeah, she's always been a leader, not a follower type, so it's best to kind of just let her do her own thing. She was making a beeline to the roller coaster, the singular big kid ride of the boardwalk, and nothing was going to stand in her way. You kept up with Elizabeth and walked alongside her. You hung back with Derek, George, and Nicholas. I'm going to hang back. Elizabeth was fine on her own, and you weren't just there for the rides. You wanted to spend time with your friend. Nicholas stopped holding on to Derek, instead flitting around on his own. Derek continued to keep a sharp eye on him. He occasionally pursed his lips when Nicholas was on the cusp of wandering further away than safety allowed. You watched the little boy as well. His attention wasn't nearly as single-minded as Elizabeth. He eventually started to lag, unable to keep up with Elizabeth's breakneck pace. Nicholas tottered at the end of the group, slowing his pace, falling behind, then bursting forward to catch back up. It happened on repeat. Oh, he's getting tired. Oh, he needs a nap. His eyelids drooped and his head bobbed forward. There was an expression of vacant determination on his face. It was a special kind of stubbornness only the youngest people in society could muster. The type where the concept of stopping wasn't just ignored, it flat out didn't exist in their minds. Luckily for Nicholas, he had a more self-aware big brother who could set limits for him. Hey, let's sit down for a second. What? It's a long walk, especially if you got small legs. So you mean for you? That's right, I do need to take a break. Derek willingly accepted Elizabeth's shot at his stature. You could guess why pretty easily based on his leading tone. If Derek wanted to rest, Nicholas would want that too. Derek scanned the area and pointed out some tables in the distance. Elizabeth glanced at the path ahead once, but didn't argue about changing course. She picked out an empty seat that looked to be the cleanest of the selection. Everyone took a seat, the marked preference for sitting under the shaded half. You grabbed your water bottle and took a long and refreshing drink. It remained relatively cool on your tongue. Derek hefted Nicholas up on his lap. His brother wiggled slightly until he found a comfortable position. Dae has the right idea. It's water time. Nicholas gave no audible response. His eyes were completely closed. However, he did accept the water Derek placed into his hands. He sipped it sluggishly. Unfortunately, Nicholas tipped the water bottle upwards until it started to spill. Oopsie daisies. Derek snatched the bottle back and chuckled. Nicholas opened his eyes slightly, barely perturbed by getting splashed. He rubbed his wet face on Derek's shirt and stayed resting against his cheek. Oh wow, thanks. Using your brother as a napkin? Derek patted his head. He had to admit that it was cute. Elizabeth and George drank their water too, side-eyeing the scene, but not saying a word. I can look at them. Side-eye. Bombastic side-eye. Honestly, George is kind of the king of side-eyes here. Like, look at him. He's just like, oh my god. Pathetic. You should drink, Derek. You follow Elizabeth and George sample and side waves or Nicholas. You should drink too, Derek. Thanks, I will. Hydration is important. He pulled out his water bottle with a smile and began to hydrate. George finished his drink with a final chug. He inclined his head towards his two brothers. Nicholas is gonna fall asleep. Elizabeth twisted the cap back on her bottle. She was ready to go. What now? Nicholas let out a small snuffy nose, a snore. Derek looked down at his clearly sleeping little brother, but it was no issue for Derek. He brushed it off as easily as Elizabeth's insult. It's cool. I'll find our parents, and they can look after Nico while he naps. Mom and Dad won't mind taking him along since he's down for the count. They're probably sitting at one of the restaurants or browsing a store or something. Elizabeth nodded, glad that it wouldn't be her problem. George appeared more hesitant. Okay. He peeked at Elizabeth and then back to you. Derek smiled reassuringly and continued to pitch his plan.
Anyway.
Plus, Elizabeth wanted to ride the roller coaster. I would have had to sit back with Nicholas anyway since he's too short for it. It just makes sense for you three to do that while I'm dropping off Nicholas. So go get that ride. I'll catch up later. Oh no. Oh no, George doesn't want to be left with us. The two strangers. George sighed. He was being left behind thanks to Nicholas, but was placated enough to not argue with his older brother. Okay, you don't accept the plan. Are you sure? I'll stay with you so you two aren't alone. Can I go with you, please? We should all go find your parents together. Splitting up is a bad idea. Ooh. Oh my gosh, guys, what should we do? Should we split up or should we take it like a champ? Cause I don't want to be separated from Derek, but also, and also I feel like it'd be better for George too because George would be nervous with us too. Like we may be friends with his brother, but we don't know him. Like I don't want it to just be us that, like us, the character that just goes with Derek and Nicholas, because then that's gonna make it even worse for George probably, and Elizabeth. I mean, it probably wouldn't be too long. I don't know. Let's try that. Let's all go. Yeah. He snuck a glance at Derek before meekly pointing out their instructions. We're supposed to stay together in a group. That's true. Derek scratched his head uncertain. But wouldn't it be lousy for everyone to come? Listen to George. We should stick together. It'll be easier to find your parents if we work together. The more the merrier. You shook your head at Derek's view. It'll be easier for all of us working. He paused again, but ultimately grinned. Yeah, you guys are right. It was a relief that he wasn't going to run off. Elizabeth, however, sighed in exasperation.
Fine.
Well, I'll go. Let's make it quick. Find the parents, leave the kid, and ride the roller coaster. In and out. It'll be a team effort. He put on his game face, ready to get the day back on track.
It's on.
We've got a mission. Let's get it done. Operation Find Our Parents is on. Derek winked, full of confidence. We'll see that roller coaster soon. Derek carefully scooped his brother up from his lap and adjusted him into a carrying position. Nicholas wrinkled his nose, but otherwise didn't stir when Derek hopped to his feet. You dealt with your water and stood as well, with Elizabeth and George following shortly behind you. Derek sped down the boardwalk, moving fast but smooth enough not to bother Nicholas. You and the rest of the group had to keep up a good pace to not be left behind. Everyone went down the line of stores and peeked into restaurant windows. You spread out across the row, using your numbers to go through multiple places at a time. Despite dividing and conquering, no one was further than shouting distance, and you all kept an eye on one another. However, even with the effective crisscrossing strategy, there was no sign of the missing parents. You regrouped on one side of the road, a mixture of concern from most and impatience from Elizabeth.
Man.
What now, team? Do they have a lost child station in this place? Just leave them behind. We could tell them we lost our 4 very large toddlers on the board. Oh no, she means to call the parents to them. I thought she was about to say, let's just leave Nicholas there and be like, hey, we found this lost child. We don't know him. We're just gonna leave him here for now. George snickered while Derek grinned goofily. He ended up being the one to shake his head and nix the idea. Kids are taken to the offices of the first aid station. We just end up stuck there until our parents came to get us. I doubt they'd be any faster. Fine, then how about we just wake Nicholas up already? Then we wouldn't have to find our parents. No! The brothers harshly whispered in sync, leaning towards Elizabeth with the utmost intensity. Nicholas twitched in Derek's arms with a commotion, and both the boys tensed. Derek froze, grimacing, until Nicholas yawned and shoved his face back into Derek's shirt. He and George sighed, visibly relaxing. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at their production.
Seriously?
What kind of an older sibling are you? Nicholas is sleeping that he needs with his sleep. It's not just about being nice. Nicholas won't want to have fun. He'll start crying and yelling. Then we'll have to carry him around while he's grouchy unless we can manage to get him back to sleep. Why do all of that when he's already asleep? Trust me, this is the best case scenario. Well, besides us not being able to find mom or dad anywhere because they vanished, but still. Derek breathed through his nose indignantly, while George folded his arms tightly against his chest, standing in stern agreement. Geez, sorry for not being such an expert big sister. I don't remember Dae being that much of a pain. Oh wow, thank you. Oh my gosh, we weren't that much of a pain. That's so nice. The nicest compliment she's ever given. Alright, I'm really glad he didn't wake up then. You're both such good brothers. Elizabeth, maybe not be an expert sibling for Nicholas, but you are for me. I was never a pain. I thought I was a pretty difficult kid. You continue to observe the others. I was never a pain. Really? We have very different memories. Elizabeth smirked, and you wondered what in particular she was thinking of. Listen, I'm an angel. I may have eaten bugs that I wasn't supposed to, but listen. I'm still an angel. She waved her arm forward limply. Come on, then. The group followed her lead and continued the search. Unable to think of any better ideas, you all scoured the boardwalk, all 4 pairs of eyes looking intently. Oh, damn. Oh my gosh, it's almost over. No! The sky turned golden as the sun began to disappear under the horizon. He glanced up to the sea, and it looked as if the ocean was swallowing the day. Lights began to click on, and the already shining buildings of the boardwalk were set aglow. It took a moment to absorb the sunset. It was nice to take a breath and ignore the noisy backdrop. It wasn't that you finally got an answer to your mystery. No wonder you hadn't noticed before. Derek, look over there. Derek took a gaze at your direction. He raised his eyebrows. He squinted into the distance before he dropped his jaw. As soon as he understood, he blurted out of his shock. They rented bikes? Without us? Across the way, pedaling along, the 2 pairs of parents were having a lovely double date. They were far enough away that you couldn't see much of more than their helmets, but you could tell that Mom was laughing about something with her head thrown back. That explains that. He muttered under his breath in frustration. Elizabeth cut in with a wryly amused snort. She gestured to your parents. We really have to give it to our moms, zooming around this whole time while we've been running after them on foot. How are we going to get them to stop? She threw her hands up, waving them mockingly like she was trying to flag down a moving car on the side of the street. Listen, we just gotta book it. I don't know about these 3 here, because, you know, Derek's holding Nicholas and George is tiny, and Elizabeth, I doubt Elizabeth will ever run, ever, so I guess it's up to me. I'll just run I'm gonna run on all 4s right next to him, like, stop! Stop the bikes! Take this child! Are we gonna scream and jump until they notice us? Derek squinted at the 4 bikes, looking pained. He didn't like Elizabeth's sarcastic suggestion at all. He let out a tired breath that sounded dangerously close to a sigh. George tilted his head in concern. Derek's shoulders drooped, visibly lowering Nicholas. He took another deep breath and shook his head. I can't do it. I can't give him to them. Elizabeth's eyebrows shot straight up, and her lips pinched together. She thought Derek was losing it. What are we gonna do then? Derek flinched and bit his lip. He met your eyes and then shrugged. Nothing. It's just one of those things. It happens. He fixed his expression into a cheerful grin, obviously trying to bring the mood up. Elizabeth's disbelieving stare, he turned to face the sunset. The disappearing light bathed his profile in a soft glow. It shone on Nicholas and the strain on Derek's arms. You remember Derek saying that before when he worried he wouldn't be able to attend the party. That time that it didn't happen. He was lucky that day, but not now. No one was happy with this being one of those things that happened. Don't worry. We'll hold Nicholas until it's time to go home. The rest of you can keep having fun. Go wherever you want. George uncomfortably pulled at his shirt, stretching the fabric at its seams. I don't want to go. I want to help. He visibly felt bad about all of this being put on Derek. You got the impression that if George was a little bigger, that he'd offer to take a turn holding his baby brother instead.
No.
That's okay. I'll be fine. You really shouldn't waste all your time standing around with me. Plus, then who would help Elizabeth and Dae around the boardwalk? They haven't been here before. You know this place and can make sure they don't get lost or don't miss the good parts. George turned to you and Elizabeth, but hesitated with his answer. It would help me to know we didn't send them off alone. They're our guests, right? Okay. Thanks, George. Derek leaned closer to Elizabeth and whispered, I don't want George to miss out on the boardwalk because of Nicholas or because of me. Please go take him and have some fun. Elizabeth didn't know Derek well, but had a clear enough picture to know it wasn't worth bothering him to push him on this. Elizabeth and Derek made eye contact, and for all you could figure, they had some sort of elevated sibling telepathy going on. That was the only way you could explain it, because rather than arguing, she agreed to work with Derek. I'll do it. Elizabeth then pressed her lips together and considered you. She snorted and then lightly flicked your nose. But I don't need Dae with me. George isn't a pain. Excuse me. Derek's brows creased, not expecting that. I don't need you. Elizabeth. Yeah, I'll stay with Derek. I can stay with Derek. Right, I'll handle Derek taking Derek out for some fun. You nodded and agreed with Elizabeth's nudging. Alright then. Yeah, I'll stay. I thought so. Dae, shut up. No more arguing. We're having some fun now. Derek's voice was strangled and
You
hushed.
don't have to.
What about you? Why does it have to just be you? You could have suggested we take turns watching Nicholas. Derek shook his head, and you felt your stubbornness spark.
It doesn't matter.
It's fine. Someone's gotta be there for Nicholas, and it's easiest if I do it, that's all. Well, now it's gonna be easiest if we do it together.
Yeah, sure.
George, show me something interesting. George gulped but nodded. His gaze bounced between Elizabeth and your standoff with Derek, and he wisely decided to take his leave. George is like, okay, you know what? I'm out. He led Elizabeth away, passing by assorted stalls. He seemed to have an idea of where he was going, so he figured he and your sister would probably have a good time. Derek shifted his weight from one foot to foot, bouncing around like the floor was on fire. It got more panicked the further away your sister and his brother got without you. He's like, no, come back! Take this sassy bear with you. Don't leave them with me. Dae, you have to go. You need to go have fun. You tell me I need fun kinda takes the fun out of it. When the other two were completely out of sight, Derek stopped his frantic movement, having spent all his excess nervous energy. He met his gaze head on, staring at the friend who simply couldn't help himself from being helpful. His face changed into something tense and small. You wonder how many times he did this. Took on all the responsibility so that others didn't have to be bothered. It didn't seem like he was called out on it much. Slowly he smiled. His grin was tender enough to be genuine. Well then, if you're gonna be here anyways, we don't have to make ourselves miserable. It's you and me. Well, Nicholas time. Yeah!
Alright.
He lifted Nicholas higher and stood tall, ready to take on the world. Then his knees buckled, and he blushed. Can we sit down somewhere? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. After spending all that time searching high and low, both of you needed a break. You both dragged yourselves over to a nearby bench. It was thankfully empty and away from the crowd. Derek took a heavy seat and exhaled deeply. He kept Nicholas clutched close to his chest. It was a familiar motion, one that Derek must have done hundreds of times before. I get why Nicholas is so attached to you. Maybe you shouldn't take on everything yourself. You don't like getting help, do you? I admire how responsible you are. Your parents are lucky to have you. I mean, I can see why he's so attached. You spoiled him. I mean, you're probably there for him as much as his mom and dad. It'd be hard for Nicholas to not be as attached to you as he is.
Maybe?
Yeah, I guess so. He appeared surprised at your observation, not sure how to respond. He leaned his head back and whispered to the sky. I don't think that's such a bad thing. I mean, it's not. You weren't sure what to make of that. He wasn't lying, but looked too sad for it to be the full truth. He didn't say any more than that. After you both had settled, Derek carefully reached into his pocket. He struggled to dig around to find what he was searching for. Ah! He pulled out a special snack bag in triumph. It was still completely full, untouched from this morning. Derek tried to pick out some morsels from the bag, but it was even harder to keep Nicholas from flopping over. Let me help. Derek Oh? Are we going to feed Derek? Derek flushed at your offer and became self-conscious of the fact that you noticed his difficulty.
Thanks.
Despite his embarrassment, he passed the snacks to you. You took the bag and he steadied his hold of Nicholas. Oh, I just need the granola chunks. You can leave the other stuff in there. Is that your favorite? Yeah, but no. You squinted at him in confusion. He laughed cheekily, having expected your reaction. It's my favorite snack in the bag, but that's not the reason I want it. The other stuff isn't for me. There's a handful of the cereal Nicholas secretly likes. That way he can have something that's not just candies and cookies. I brought the walnuts for George in case we were out too long and he got hungry, and he dropped his gaze from you shyly. Oh? What's this?
Honestly.
The cereal is for you, you know, because maybe you'd get hungry too. he considered us. He's always so observant. That's 4 handfuls. Stop doing everything for everyone else. You shouldn't use your snack bag for other people. That's so nice of you. You always think ahead. And what if you need more for yourself? You being at his consideration, you frown at his admission. But what if you get hungry, Derek? I'll have to save some of mine for him. Did he not think of that? He'd be starving while holding on to extra snacks for everyone else. What had he actually eaten today? You narrowed your eyes and tried to think back if he'd had anything. There's nothing. He tried to reassure you and brush off your concern. Timid wasn't a big deal. Do you want any cereal? You can take it. No, you should eat it. It's your special snack bag.
Okay.
Alright, you can hand it over. Good. I'm gonna beat you up while you're holding a sleeping Nicholas. Eat your food, child. He juggled and you fished out some granola and cereal. Derek held out his hand. You carefully dropped the snacks into his palm. Oh, I thought we were gonna like directly feed it into his mouth, but you know, I guess that makes sense too. Thanks. He popped one of the tiny oak clusters into his mouth and started chewing. You just pulled your own snacks. You wanted to eat and share your own snacks with Derek. Ooh. You offered Derek some of your own snacks. You left your snacks in your pocket. We're sharing. You found your baggie and unzipped it. You started snacking along with Derek. Every so often, you pluck out some more granola from Derek's bag and pass it over between bites. Want some? You held out your baggie in a place where you could just pour it out for Derek if he said yes. His eyes lit up in amusement as he considered your snacks. But he winked at you, a clear sign of the clownery to come.
Sorry.
No, those are your snacks, so you gotta eat them. I mean... He got me. He got me there. He's throwing my words back at me. You laughed. Turnabout was fair play. You'd refused him, so he'd refuse you. Both of you leisurely enjoy the time. The bench was comfortable, the food delicious, and the scenery was busy enough. There was always something to watch. The munching and high-pitched snoring served as the only sounds between you for a while. You passed Derek the last cluster of granola. You'd had to really try to get it out of the bag around all the cereal and walnut chunks. He accepted it with great enthusiasm and then took his final bites. He swallowed, satisfied. He absent-mindedly patted Nicholas's head as he peered up and down the street. Something caught his eye and he lit up. You know, I was so focused before I kind of forgot where we were. This is still the boardwalk. He was as excited as he had been towards the beginning of the day.
Let's go.
Want to walk around? There's a lot of interesting stuff here, even if we're only looking. Yeah, that sounds nice. Derek gave you a thumbs up and then at Nicholas. Could you help me move him to my back? That'll be easier for the long haul. You stood up to help. It took both of you fumbling around, but with effort you were able to get the little boy comfortably on Derek's back. Then you left the bench behind to explore the bustling waterfront park. Without consciously deciding to, you gravitated to the edge of the path closest to the sea. You studied the beautiful ocean, your breath almost taken away by how the water sparkled under the last flickers of sunlight. The evening remained pleasantly warm despite the encroaching darkness. Your skin felt taut under your face paint. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The paint that had started to crack after its long exposure to the elements. Yeah, this is be the part where I started scratching at it and tried to pick it off. I hate this. Is it normal for Nicholas to fall asleep like this? Kind of. I mean, he's 6. It's like nap time. Sometimes something is so exciting that Nicholas bounces off the walls just imagining it. By the time he actually gets there, he's already burned himself out. I'm pretty sure Nico didn't sleep at all last night because he knew today was going to be boardwalk day. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that just sucks that he's missing this. Will he be upset if he slept through the day when he wakes up? I used to do that when I was little. You know how to understand. Like, I did not do that. I was always awake. I never slept. Much to the discomfort and unfortunateness to my parents and anybody else that was around me. Will he be upset when he wakes up? I promise he'll be alright. Nico isn't great at imagining what he might have done if things were different. He lives in the moment. So as long as he wakes up on his own, he won't be a grouchy monster. Parents should give you a raise. I hope George and Elizabeth are having a good time. Nicholas is at least having good dreams. Now, your parents should give you a raise. I mean, yeah, you're kind of babysitting when it was supposed to be a fun day. I don't think it works like that, but it would be cool if they did. Walking down the boardwalk was peaceful. The conversation was easy with the occasional giggle. Other groups of fit people passed by. Couples, young friend groups, and families with children all bustled about. Busted. You caught slivers of conversations ranging from the mundane to the philosophical. Derek glanced at the faces around him and grinned to himself. It kind of feels like we're parents and this is our kid. He twisted around to show you Nicholas with amusement. You're right, yeah. Oh yeah, our next trip should be to a wedding chat. Oh, that's so bold. Yeah, I'm glad he's not actually my kid. Yeah. You blushed, not sure how to respond. It'd be nice if that was true. I hear wedding bells ring. I don't know, that's kind of... We're moving too fast, although he started it. I bet that would be fun. Nicholas could be the ring bearer. Would he stay awake for it? Maybe. Maybe not. You both laughed at the absurdity. As he led you down the boardwalk, you noticed a new skip in his step. Hey, I have an idea. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. We've officially given up on getting our parents, and even Nico can do that. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Derek let out a whoop and turned around like it was a little happy dance. You laughed, charmed by his enthusiasm. You're gonna wake Nicholas if you keep that up. Even if I did, we'd drag him to the wheel anyways. I'd rock him back to sleep. You smirked. Derek had an answer for everything. You both eagerly made your way through the crowd to get in line for the one ride that was an option for you. Derek cautiously weaved past people, making sure no one accidentally bumped into Nicholas on the way. The line was short, and it takes... I'm gonna need to get up more drink here soon. I'm trying to wait till it ends. The moment ends, but... I mean, Panic Ninja did say that this was a long one, so maybe I should get one now, while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I probably should now. I'm gonna take this bowl downstairs too, because I was eating some leftover food before stream started. So I'm gonna do that, so I'll be right back. It shouldn't only take me a couple minutes. I might go pee too, so yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be like gone like 10 minutes. That's not exactly right back, is it? But anyway, so yeah, I will be back in a couple minutes. So you guys can go ahead and take the time to get yourself a drink, get a snack, maybe also use the bathroom and whatnot. I'm gonna go ahead and play an ad while we're gone too, since, you know, I won't be here anyway. So yeah, I will be right back. Y'all behave, because as you know, BB is always watching. Okay, I'm back. I got my drink. I went potty. We are good to go. I thought about getting a snack, but there's not really any snacks I want. I mean, I have some chips here, but nothing from the downstairs. Okay, let's see. We'll drop a quick raid suggestion. Simone Mellow doing birthday stream. Okay, if they're still on, well, by the time we're done, then yeah, we can do a raid for them. We're going to be going on for a couple more hours though, so we'll see. Let me go ahead and like get their stream up so then I can check later. Hopefully they approve the refund in return. Yes, I hope so. I can't breathe. I hope so for you too, Jack. I don't know. I recently like some. Oh my gosh. You know what? Maybe I need to stop for a second. Okay, let me go. This person's channel. It's Simone's birthday today. Is it? Is it pronounced Simone? I'm gonna assume so. For now. I mean, if we get to raid them before they end, then they'll probably tell us the name properly. But yes, I will have this up so then I can check later. But alright. And watching my emails like a hawk, as you should. I do not blame you. Okay. Now we are back to this. I take one more sip for more hydration. Come on, sweetie. Alright, the line was short, and it didn't take long for you to start boarding the ride. You piled into the cabin, and Derek placed Nicholas in the corner of the metal bench. He sat next to him. Nicholas snuffled when he was jostled, but didn't wake. Derek wrapped his arm around him to secure him from falling forward. Nicholas unconsciously leaned his head over to rest on him. You rested on the bench across from them eye to eye with Derek. It felt sturdy under you. Derek's grin widened, and he tapped his toes together as he waited for the ride to start. And it did! The carriage car rocked forward. Slowly you ascended into the sky. You could see the entire expanse of the boardwalk from the cabin. It was an amazing sight. From this height, the stalls and decorations looked like a magical land of toys. You glanced at Derek, curious if he was enjoying the view too. The sun had continued to sink as the Ferris wheel rose, and the light that reached inside the cabin through the little window was low. Sharp-edged shadows cut across Derek's body. He stopped shuffling his feet and switched to tapping a finger against the top of his knee in a jittery, uneven beat. With Nicholas still sound asleep, it felt like you were alone with Derek. Ooh, dramatic music. In a small space high in the air with no one else anywhere around, you made one more attempt to get Derek to be open with you. If you wouldn't do it now, then would he? Hey, I still want to talk about what's been happening. You began to list your points of concern, and the whole thing sounded even more unreasonable when said in a single sentence. You got the face paint Nicholas wanted. You picked out snacks for other people. You gave up on your own chance to have fun today so our parents could go on a bike ride. Why don't you do things for yourself? He shrunk under the accusation like the walls were bedding in on him.
Well,
It's not like I can't ever do things for me. I do sometimes. I went to the summer store instead of hanging out with my family. You weren't convinced, and spelled that out with the furrow of your brow and the tight line of your mouth. Oh, actually, another thing I noticed, this is like the first time that a moment was like a different moment was directly referenced in another one. Because I think with Cove's moments, we didn't really like talk about anything that like happened in a different moment. Like maybe there was like the lemonade thing, like the drink thing that he got. Like let me explain a little bit better. Like the only one that I can think of right now is that in step 2, we drank lemonade in the beginning intro scene with his mom and him, and then later on he got a sparkling lemonade from the farmer's market because he knew we liked it. But that was basically like the only thing I think that was referenced. But here it's like I mentioned it twice, like, hey, we went to the summer soiree, that's what we did. So I'm wondering if we didn't go with him, what would happen? Like would we still mention that? So I think it was pretty interesting. I like that. I like that they're like directly like mentioning it here because, you know, it was something that happened, you know. Or if we did it a bit more like out of order, like what if we didn't go to the soiree first? You know what I mean? So I think that's nice. I think it's like I had to interrupt just to like point that out. It's like, oh my gosh, we mentioned it. Derek acted the scolded child and hung his head in shame, but he felt compelled to fill the uncomfortable silence your reaction had left. It's easier to do things for other people than to try to fight for something just for me, and that makes everything easier for other people too. You almost spoke out in his defense to declare that he should stand up for what he needed, but you held back. Derek was finally expressing himself, and you didn't want to interrupt. Yeah, let him speak his piece. He rambled on, trying to sort out his thoughts and arrange the words in a way that made sense to both you and himself.
I don't know.
I like thinking about the people I love. I really seriously do like doing stuff that makes me them happy. I don't want to have to stop doing any of that. Derek tightened his hands into fists. His words were earnest, and he directed them straight towards you with unwavering eye contact. I mean it, even though it's annoying sometimes. Annoying for me and whoever tries to stick with me. However, as true as it was, his resoluteness fizzled out almost immediately. Derek timidly slunk down into his seat. He brushed his little brother's bangs away from his closed eyes. It was a nervous momentary distraction. Nicholas offered him some emotional support just by being there. When Derek spoke again, it was in a tiny voice. Maybe part of me is sort of hoping that instead of having to do more for myself and less for others, somebody would try to do things for me, too. Then it'd be even. Aww. He wants people to do things for him like he does for other people. Well, I'll do that. Well, listen, you gotta look out for our homies here. Derek shifted shyly. His head was still low, but his gaze shifted up to you. It's kind of like a dream or something that I've got. And if I'm not doing that for anyone else, how am I gonna find someone who'll do it for me? I can't ask for stuff that not even I'd want to give. Everyone shut up, but the rest of your body froze in place. Derek turned his face towards the window. It wasn't enough to cover the way his cheeks had reddened. My family cares about me, obviously, but a lot of the times that's the thing I need help with. With a laugh, Derek liberally tousled the hair of the beloved pain in his side who laid there, the youngest brother remaining blissfully unaware of the trouble he caused. The humor in his tone left Derek as quickly as it had appeared. He couldn't get away from how serious the topic was or how much it truly meant to him. It'd be cool to have somebody who was on my side and who liked me because of me, not because they're family and are supposed to love me. Well, I like you. We're friends. For a single instant, his eyes met yours, but then he instantly focused on the world outside and the scuffed, clouded window of the old Ferris wheel. You could see the lopsided grin reflected in the glass. Don't tell my bros I imagined some pretty dumb things. It's not dumb. That's normal. And nice. I promise this will stay between us. You do have that. I'm here for whenever you need it. I'm sure the dream will come true for you. Yeah, excuse me, I'm right here. What am I, chopped liver? Ah! Why you say it like that? It's so aggressive. Ah! Thanks. The foggy face you could make out in the window pane trembled. He wasn't ready to show it directly, but you were glad that you still got a glimpse of it. He grasped the top of one knee and took in a deep breath through his nose. When he exhaled, he carefully laid out a few more words for consideration. Hey, Dae, is there somebody that you think... Oh, whoa? What's this? Without thinking, you leaned forward towards him. You were hanging on his words like the cabin you were seated in was suspended from the wheel. But he never placed the last part.
Forget it.
No, tell me! Tell me! Don't leave on a cliffhanger, tell me! Never mind, forget it. You can ask me anything if you want to. No, you can't leave it there. You're killing me, you joked. Wait, I want to know what you're gonna say. It's alright, you can tell me later. You started from confusion. Tell me now! Let me save. Tell me right now. I want to know. Sorry, but don't worry about that. I am worried. Tell me. It was just this idea had been kicking around, but I should probably think about it a little more. A lot more. Besides, oh wait. I think I know what the idea is. We didn't get to see it in the last playthrough, on the last route. I'm probably sure we're going to see it this time around. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Derek shrugged an arm and cocked his head down to the extra bit of company who was still gently snoring. It's kind of awkward to talk about all this personal stuff with my baby brother right here, even if he is asleep. He chuckled good-naturedly, moving his hand to scratch behind his ear. Maybe I can try again later. I know something. The back of his foot knocked against the lower wall of the outcropping metal seat on repeat. It sounded the end of that conversation, but that didn't mean nothing else was on his mind. Derek was always considering something, and most of the time it was other people. Things someone else might have missed or forgotten weren't taken for granted by him. Thanks for helping with the snacks before. That piece of appreciation was given easily. The next, though, was far meeker.
Thanks for coming with me.
You're welcome. I was nothing. Thank you for letting me come with you. Anytime, Derek. Thanks for letting me come. This time Derek shared his bright and bashful face directly with you. You could always count on him. That was a certainty, and Derek knew that sentiment was mutual. You would look out for him whether he did it for himself or not, whether he asked you to or not, and whether he wanted you to or not. That was just as sure. Not much more was said before the ride came to its steady, inevitable end. You disembarked from the cabin with Nicholas securely in Derek's arms. He strolled from the exit to the nearest stall to ask Polly what time it was. 8 p.m. was quickly approaching. We better go to the meetup place. Can you help me get Nico on my back again? Me carry? Instinctively, Derek pulled back. He clung tighter to his youngest brother, keeping the weight of that burden squarely on himself. He waited, calm and stable. Ultimately, the tension in his face and the hesitancy in his heart faded, and he accepted your offer graciously. That'd actually be great. Thanks, Dae. I carry now. Derek shifted his grip on Nicholas before he propped the small boy over to your shoulders. You tucked your elbows around Nicholas's knees and hunched over so he wouldn't slip off. Nicholas draped heavily on your back like a fluffy car-patterned cape. He really wasn't that heavy, but you could easily imagine how carrying that extra load could get tiresome after a while. Derek definitely needed a break. Perfect. Together you wandered across the path. The people surrounding you were full of enthusiasm, bustling from ride to ride and store to store, but a quiet peace had settled between you and Derek. Your day at the boardwalk was already coming to an end. Oh my god, it's so dark now. It's getting dark-sided. The sky had gone completely dark by the time you reached the meeting spot, but the world around you was still awash with light. Street lamps bore down on you while spotlights shot upwards to illuminate the biggest rides. You and Derek huddled at the side of the path. You wanted to stay out of the way of other visitors who were trickling off to the parking lot and the ones who were rushing to the opposite way for a last-minute excursion on the boardwalk. You hoped the strangers enjoy themselves, but for you and Derek, plus the sleeping Nicholas, there was nowhere to go. At least not until you caught sight of your currently missing family members.
I figured.
Excuse me? We beat them. I'm not surprised. You used the break as an opportunity to readjust Nicholas. He started to slide a bit during the trip over. Since there were only 2 awake members of your group, you both wordlessly kept your eyes peeled. Every figure approaching in the distance was scrutinized and then disregarded as just another stranger. That process repeated for a few minutes, but eventually 2 shadowed forms coming down the path stepped under a light, and you immediately recognized them. George! Elizabeth! Derek jumped and waved his hands over his head. He was entirely free to draw attention to himself that way, thanks to you taking over piggybacking Nicholas. Even on the other end of the boardwalk, you could tell Elizabeth was smirking. When Derek's brother and your sister rejoined you— She got a golf ball on her forehead! It joined you in front of the first stall. You were proven right. She definitely had a leering smirk. It's very cute that you're taking a turn with a precious baby. Well, it's very cute you decided to get your face painted. Ha! Derek broke out a laugh. Elizabeth's smile wasn't the only notable thing on her face, and even Derek wasn't polite enough to let her get away with it. Maybe, but what's that on your forehead? The oldest kid hadn't returned exactly the same the way you'd left her. She now had a bright white golf ball blaze on her skin with non-toxic water-soluble paint. I like your new look. After just a small huff, Elizabeth plainly laid out her case. Jordan and I talked a little about sports we liked. When I told him I did golf, he suggested I get face paint of that. I did, and it was fun. Her chin was high, and she spoke with defiance. Elizabeth absolutely refused to be embarrassed by her change of mind. George stood at your sister's side and proudly took credit for the accomplishment. She didn't want to do it before because she was just being an Elizabeth brat. Oh my god, George! Get her! Elizabeth brat. Huh?
Nice try.
Better than being bored. George and Elizabeth chuckled at the quips. Apparently they had unique nicknames for one another now. It left Derek nearly speechless. Wow. Wow. Clearly you and Derek weren't the only ones who went through a bonding experience this evening. Glad you had fun. I feel like I'm being replaced. You joked. That's so cute, Elizabeth. That's what you're getting along. Are you replacing me? You are. Sorry. Elizabeth, how could you? Tell that to our moms. I think I could convince them to adopt George. Tell that to George's parents. Lighthearted laughter drifted from around the group. Whether you were divided up or all together, the Soras and your Ursa kids enjoyed each other's company. Your sister then accepted calmly and followed it with a I was gonna say sad. A sage nod. I'll take Nicholas now. Oh. Whether Derek was going to agree or disagree with the offer, you didn't know, but Elizabeth didn't give him the chance. She wasn't suggesting what he thought she was. We've gone like 10 or 15 minutes left. The 2 of you should use it. What? You want us to leave him with you? Uh-huh. Derek took a hesitant step back and turned his face away. His expression tensed the same way it had when he first realized Nico was going to be asleep for the rest of the trip. Nicholas is going to be mad if I'm not there. Well, let him be mad. The resistance was a weak mumble, and his middle brother spoke with much more boldness. Nicholas isn't gonna know, and what he doesn't know won't kill him. George! Derek was at a loss on where that had come from. You hadn't expected it either. George was never the rule bender. You must have missed even more than you thought during his time with Elizabeth. She's influencing him. Derek? Let's go for it. Come on, Bork. Boric. Leave a little. I don't know. You chill my heroes. We gotta go, Derek. Will there really be time for that before our parents get here? Come on, Derek. Let's go for it. See, even your darling Dae wants you to stop being such a goody two-shoes for a single second. Go have fun for Pete's sake. Oh, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for her teasing nature. Yeah, hurry. You have to do stuff at the boardwalk while we're at the boardwalk. He shyly scuffed his sneaker on the ground with a doe-eyed expression that was more expected from Nicholas. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to tell Derek what the plan was. He was used to coming up with all the ideas and taking charge. Derek glanced at you. It was impossible not to smile at him.
Right.
I'll do it. Me too. Finally. There was a quick passing of the buck as Elizabeth took Nicholas into her hands. She carefully positioned his head against her shoulder and cradled his legs under her forearms. Derek found the hold satisfactory and trusted his youngest brother to her the same way he'd let her borrow the responsibility of watching out for George. Alright, let's go. We gotta go. No more time was wasted. You shut off down the boardwalk one more time. The flow of traffic had shifted even more from when you'd started waiting. With everyone except for you moving towards the exit, you pushed against the tide into the heart of the park. Sprinting hand in hand, the two of you had reached for the other on instinct in the heat of the chase, neither wanting to be separated in the crowd and both yearning to be as close as possible. Your feet and heart were beating hard. Derek shouted over the sound in a breathless, thrilled voice. Lines are all going to be short this late, but I don't think we can do two. Which one do you want to do? Or we don't have to go on a ride at all. Ooh. Would you be for riding the Ferris wheel again? Let's hit the roller coaster. How about we get a treat? I want to do what you want to... Let's do what you want to do, Derek. I'm looking out for you now. Oh, could we do the roller coaster? Yeah, hell yeah, definitely. The joy in his cheer betrayed how disappointed he must have really been to miss out on the roller coaster before. He had put on a brave face before and in the end had the chance to get his due reward. You would make certain that he got on that ride. You and Derek sped straight to your goal. You couldn't help but tilt your head back every so often as the roller coaster loomed closer. As Derek had theorized, the line wasn't even half the length it was for most of the day. It only took a few minutes before you were on the platform and awaiting your ride. You jumped into the cart along with Derek and pulled the safety board down in front of you. He was bursting with anticipation, so the restraints were especially useful. A clicking sound like the winding of a clock chimed out, and the ride began its gradual climb upward. It reached the summit, and after an appropriately stomach-tightening pause, it rolled over the edge. Cool summer air rushed over your face and whipped your hair as you descended at breakneck speed. Derek threw his arms into the air as he squealed in delight. Woo! You were jostled in your seat, vibrating with the motion of the coaster. Derek and you took turns knocking into the other around every bend. When you came to a jarring stop back at the station, you lifted off the restraint together and made your exit down the other side of the ride. Derek ruffled his hands through his hair to straighten out his characteristic spikes. He was absolutely beaming on the way out. Derek stared at the sparkling stars beyond the glitz and clamor of the boardwalk. There was a peace between you that hadn't been there at any other moment during your trip.
Phew.
Hey. His eyes had stolen the shine from the cosmos when he placed his gaze back on you. It was way too awkward to talk about this before with my little brother right there, but I just want to say I really like hanging out with you, Dae. I love my brothers and parents a ton. My other friends are great too, but when I have to pick someone to team up with, I think about you. He thinks about us. He shrugged his shoulders with a shy grin. Derek was someone you could count on for honesty, but sometimes it still surprised you what he was capable of. I think of you too. I'd partner with you anytime. You smiled back at him, you flushed and looked away. Thank you. I can get why you didn't admit that earlier. You joked. I think of you too. Oh, cool. There was no haste or worry of separation, but Derek's hand still found its way around yours. You threaded your fingers together with his. The soft touch squeezed at your heart even more than your hand. Getting the chance to spend some time with truly just the two of you was more than you could have hoped for. You owed Elizabeth one. Yeah, I mean, she may be Elizabeth, but she do be looking out for us, huh? And our endeavors. Despite taking an entire extra jaunt around the boardwalk, you still arrived at the entrance before your parents. Oh my god, what are they doing? First, they leave us with the babysitting duty, and now they can't even bother to show up on time. However, there had been a shift in the group. Nicholas was awake. Uh-oh. As soon as Derek noticed a small third figure standing by Elizabeth and George, he started like he was hit by a bolt. You felt him squeeze his fingers around your hand in a stunned state. He made a break for his siblings, bringing you along with him. Oh, Nico. The motion was not exactly subtle, and it caught the attention of the boy in question. He let out a shout when he saw your rapid approach. Well, technically it wasn't your arrival that had an impact. Derek's back! Nicholas sprinted away from the meeting spot, not willing to wait a single second for the reunion. He crashed into Derek, wrapping his arms around his brother's thighs and sticking his head in the space between Derek's legs. Oof. It was powerful enough to knock Derek off balance. He had to release your hand so he could swing his arms out to the side to stop his wobbling. Once he was sure he wasn't going to topple over, Derek bent down and scooped up his hanger-on. Seeing Derek carrying Nicholas felt extremely familiar by this point, considering that had been the case for the entire afternoon, but Derek wasn't sick of it yet. He could handle it for a little longer. He has a lot of patience. Derek nudged his head towards the other two members of your party, encouraging you to come. Together, you and Derek walked the rest of the way to the boardwalk entrance, while Nicholas clung onto Derek the whole way. George waved you over.
Welcome back.
Hey! At the moment you were in whispering distance, you were greeted by a hushed message from your own big sibling. Good work. She knows. She put a finger to her cheek and smirked suggestively. It confused you for a second before you realized she had seen you holding hands, even from a distance. Oh, she's like, yeah, get in there. We made the moves. Am I rolling over? Oh, yes, I am. Oh my gosh, I have so many cards. I have so many cards around here. From my capture card and my Switch for the computer. It was on the floor. I was running over it. Let me put it back up here. Oh my gosh, my cord management is horrendous. Okay. Derek slowly kneeled to let Nicholas get down. Little boy stood on his own 2 feet, but his 2 hands didn't detach. They only grasped the hem of Derek's jersey instead. While brushing his brother's messy hair, Derek glanced up at Nico's temporary babysitters. He stared at them questioningly. What happened? Was the obvious unspoken question. He's only been up for a few minutes.
Yeah.
He was really grumpy at first because you weren't there, but we got him talking about the dream adventure he had when he was sleeping to keep him busy, and that worked. It was really funny. Nico had a good time too. George beamed with pride at the success, and you noticed how much closer he stood to Elizabeth. Your sister accepted his company just as welcomely. They were their own partners in crime for the day. I'm basically positive that after about 5 seconds, he stopped telling us his actual dreams and was making it all up, but it was cute. He was a fucking liar, but you know, it is what it is. Derek blinked at the two as if he had witnessed a miracle. It kind of was, in a small way. He was able to pass the mantle of responsibility, and everything turned out fine. However, Elizabeth and George wouldn't be replacing Derek anytime soon, or likely ever. Nicholas may have behaved for a bit, but now that his biggest brother was here, the young lad wanted to be taken care of. His gaze dropped to the ground as he pulled at the end of Derek's shirt. Derek, my tummy hurts. I want ice cream. No ice cream, Nico. That's not going to help your stomach.
What?
You can have some of my snacks. I saved you part of it. Derek's tone really sold the idea. It was full of appeal from the fact it was his snacks. He could hype up a product better at... This fucking mouse. Go away! He could hype up the product better than any of the employees running games at the boardwalk. Nicholas brightened immediately. He clasped his own collar and leaned his head all the way back to look up at his brother's face from where he stood against Derek's legs. He wasn't kept waiting long. Derek pulled the baggie out of his pocket and sifted through the mix of walnuts and cereal to pick out the treat especially chosen for Nico. Once he collected a small handful, he passed it over to Nicholas, carefully dropping the round cereal puffs one by one. In Nicholas's tiny palm, that mouth was almost overflowing. Nicholas gratefully received the offering. He shoved the whole thing into his face and ate directly out of his hand. It reminded you of feeding oats to a pony, except in this case Nicholas was both the feeder and the fed. Derek nodded in satisfaction and rolled the bag over in his palm. George, these are for you. He gathered the last wayward pieces of cereal and then offered the well-worn bag of nothing but walnuts to the middle child. It's been a really long day and there's still the ride back. You should eat something. George didn't argue with that. He gladly accepted his brother's thoughtful gesture. George plucked out just one from the pack, the heartiest looking nut in the bunch, and took a bite out of it. His gaze shifted towards Elizabeth, or Elizabeth, as George knew her, as he swallowed his snack. Then he asked a question. Do you want any?
Thanks.
You know what? I would. Thanks. Elizabeth was the third person who took a turn of opening up a hand to receive a snack. George shook a few of the nuts into her awaiting palm. Derek, you and Dae can have some too. Nicholas's fingers remained pushed against his mouth, but his distinct chomping stopped. He spoke muffled words filtered through a handful of half-crushed cereal.
Okay.
I can share too. I don't want what you got. He stuck his sticky palm up towards Derek's face instead of his own. It just had crumbs cascading down his shirt. Nicholas couldn't reach high enough to get all the way to his brother's mouth. Disgusting! Derek shook with giggles and poked Nicholas's wrist and nudged a pile of soggy cereal like, I would not want that. He took a second to breathe before he could explain himself. I've got some of the cereal right here. That'll be from you. Thanks, Nicholas. I'm gonna eat it. That logic seemed sound to Nicholas, or maybe just seeing his brother smile made Nicholas smile too. Either way, he accepted that not taking more of the cereal counted as him sharing it. But he wasn't done. Nicholas turned around on oh. No, arm still outstretched. He positioned his head towards you. Amazingly, he wanted to share with someone other than Derek. You kiddos are all way too nice. You cooed at his sweetness, you smiled with forced politeness, you had no idea how to react, you matched Derek and laughed, you cringed at how gross the snack was. Let's just match Derek. You knew he was trying to be nice, but it was just hilarious. Before Nicholas could start flinging bits of cereal at you in his eagerness to share, a warm voice boomed above the din of the busy boardwalk. Good evening, family and friends. Where's Mr. Suarez? Not only him, you spotted all four of the parents weaving their way through the crowd. We're here. Well, it's about time. The sight of his mommy and daddy made Nicholas forget all about feeding you his pre-chewed snack. He smashed the remaining cereal into his mouth so he could use both his hands to wave at his parents. Dad, Mom! Derek called back with equal excitement. Welcome it. Oh my god. The shift. The parents picked up the pace and came together around their children. Greetings were shared between adults and kids. Immediately, Mom noted the face paint that was now adorning your group.
Wonderful.
So creative. Yeah, you're so creative like that. Nicholas forced himself to swallow the mouthful. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He sucked in a huge breath, pointed to his cheek, and cheered. Rainbow!
That's good.
Why, you're right. It is a rainbow. It's beautiful, Nico. Nicholas giggled gleefully at the praise from the grown-ups. Mrs. Suarez then clasped her hands together and changed the topic. Well, everyone, I'm sorry you beat us here. Hopefully you weren't waiting too long.
This is gonna be great.
Nah, it was fine. We just had enough time to go on a roller coaster while you were gone, but you know, it's fine.
I appreciate it.
And how was the bike ride? You saw us?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm, we did. Elizabeth rolled her eyes towards Derek, but she didn't say anything else about it. It was lovely. Such a great way to explore the boardwalk. Returning them was a real hassle. That's why we got here late. Definitely worth it, though. It was. And did you children have a good day? Nicholas threw his hands into the air to answer with full force. Yeah! Derek softly patted his littlest brother's head. His voice was much quieter and distinctively relieved. Yeah. You, George, and Elizabeth nodded and offered your own points of agreement. It might not have gone as you had imagined, but none of you would consider it a waste of time. It was an experience worth having. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if I was there, I'd be bitching at the parents about leaving Nicholas with us and how we had to basically carry him the whole time because he was sleeping. And we couldn't give him to them because they were out bike riding, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all.
That's great.
That's great. I'm sure you made the most of what you had. We better get going. It is very late. Perhaps we should pick dinner up on the way home? Absolutely. It's been hours since we left and Nicholas can always sleep in the car since we won't be home before bedtime either way. He ain't sleeping. He slept the whole damn day. All the kids except for Nicholas had their face go completely flat, and Elizabeth snorted. Mrs. Suarez didn't miss that instant reaction. She raised a brow. Derek straightened the bands on his wrist and broke the news to his mom. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes. Sorry, Mom. I don't think that's gonna happen. Nicholas remained oblivious to the discussion going on about him. He was leaping and bounding from board to board, completely refreshed. His mother frowned. It was obvious to her what had occurred. Mr. Suarez was unflustered. He shared some dignified optimism. He'll be up to keep us company.
True.
We'll all be together. Those words reached the small ears of the youngest person there. Nicholas held onto Derek's abdomen, liking the sound of that promise. His older brother looked down at him warmly.
Good job, team.
Glad to have you back, Nico. And George. You're such a reliable bro. He wrapped one arm around Nicholas and reached over to pull his other brother into a hug. George welcomed and reciprocated the embrace. The Sora's trio snuggled together in a tight embrace, and their flaking face paint rubbed off on each other. Your gaze wandered from the public display of affection and went to your older sister. Elizabeth was definitely not a hugger, but you whispered your own siblingly appreciation for her. Oh, I was about to say, if we were gonna get a pick an option, just lean over and say, "Thanks, bitch." Thanks for the help before. She gave a smug flip of her hair. Forget it. I owed you one after your grand stunt for me on Daddy Day. Oh, they referenced that one too. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. It's like, oh my gosh, the game knows. We'd love to see it. Aw, Elizabeth.
Go.
We go. That was all that was needed to be said. Your completed party took their final steps on the boardwalk, heading straight towards the parking lot. Mrs. Suarez was leading the pack. Mom! Hey, Mom! Winkle shouted and waved to get his mother's attention from behind while still using one hand to grip Derek. Guess what? Elizabeth carried me. She did? That's so considerate. Lizbeth.
Oh.
Lizbeth. Your moms were walking arm in arm, sharing hushed commentary with each other a distance from the group and tittering over what they heard. I carried you too, when you were sleeping. She only did it for the last few minutes. I wasn't ever to do that. You're so sweet, Lizbeth. I am. I feel that who carried Nicholas the most today should get the biggest say in what we have for dinner.
My thoughts exactly.
I'd second that. Sounds fair to me. Then we all agree. I guess this means Derek will be our dinner decider for the night.
Maybe.
Probably. Derek scratched at the rainbow on his cheek and chuckled airily. He shrugged without comment and simply continued to walk. His little brother stayed at Derek's sides, and they bumped along together. He strolled with Elizabeth while the parents surrounded the set of siblings at the front and from behind. Derek's hands were full with Nicholas and George, but he snuck a fond glance over at you. None of his excitement had faded. The night was still young and bright, and you knew you could count on every person here. Despite being miles away from Sunset Bird, you felt right at home. Oh my gosh, that was so cute! I love that. But the title of the stream is ringing true. Will this be too wholesome for my heart to handle? I don't know, I feel like I'm reaching my limit, but no, I have to keep going though. It's just all so sweet. But Derek's gotta learn to look out for himself a bit more. He's running himself dry there, you know what I mean? Like, that's not healthy. But alright, we got 2 more moments. We got Responsible, has a soccer ball in it, and we have Lemonade. I like Lemonade. So which of these 2 would you guys want to see? We only got 2 left. Well, we're gonna get to both of them tonight, but you know, which 2 would you guys want to see? Which one you want to see first? I should say. And of course, if no one wants to pick, I always have the coin flip. We will flip the coin, if need be. Do I even have it up still? Okay, yeah, I do. I kind of got worried for a second. I thought maybe I'll just have the number picker up. But you know, we're good. We are still Gucci. I feel like the stream delay is kind of ass today, so I'll wait a couple minutes. Or maybe a minute. And then I'll do the coin flip. I'll take a drink while we're waiting. I need to get more drinks already. I'm chugging my drink. Ugh. You ever drink a drink, but you drink more air than the actual drink? That kind of happened to me. I thought I was about to choke. But no, we are good. Boom, boom. Okay, I'll do the coin flip. Let's see. Let's do heads for soccer ball and tails for lemonade. Head for soccer ball because, you know, sometimes soccer players do hit their head on the soccer ball. Okay, so head, soccer, tails, lemonade. Bop, 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 bop. It's heads. Heads is the most popular one today, I suppose. Alright, let's go do responsible. Oh my gosh, a pool! The pool of Derek's condo complex was perfect setting for a late morning outing. It was early enough that the day hadn't yet reached its hottest. The air still held the crispness of morning. Despite its pleasantness, only you and Derek were there. Of course, given the location of the ocean, maybe everyone else who felt like waterside fun was at the beach, you usually were. The warm roughness of tiles felt odd on your bare feet as you walked further into the pool area. There was no sand to squish between your toes or sharp shells to avoid. You surveyed the area while Derek finished putting his stuff away on a chair. The chlorine was sharp in your senses and the entire space was so orderly. I loved swimming in pools. I still do, but I don't do it as much anymore. But when I was a wee bear cub, I loved swimming in pools so much. The ocean scared me. Y'all see, for those that have attended my Subnautica streams, yeah, you probably guessed, I do have thalassophobia, but pools I thrived in. It's just something about that chlorine smell that gets you, you know? Maybe it's a high, but it was oh my gosh, I always had so much fun swimming in pools. I hope I get to swim in one before summer's truly over, but we shall see. Of course, it's the women. Lounge chairs sat in neat rows, umbrellas spaced out uniformly. The depth of the pool was marked out in clear text along the sides. Every single element was intentionally and expertly crafted to be convenient for its human visitors. It was extremely different from the wild mistress of the sea. The sea, a feral being that will pull you into its depths forever. You like the placid pools more, you like the sandy beach with rolling waves way more, you like both the pool and the beach about the same. You weren't a fan of either this pool or the beach. I like both. In this context of the story, in this story, I have to like both, although I'd probably say the pool more so. I don't know, I like the beach there too. The beach has such a good vibe as well. They're both good. Both had their good points, yes. You're out for today's adventure to be something different from your typical day-to-day options. This had been Derek's plan. He let you know about it ahead of time so you could be dressed for the occasion. Going swimming. I wore one piece, two piece, swim trunks, a wetsuit. I mean, I would wear a one piece and swim trunks, but I guess we'll just do the one piece. And, oh! Shorts. There we go. Perfect. Your swimming gear was familiar even if the pool wasn't. You felt prepared. Derek bounded up to you in his own swim trunks, flagrantly ignoring the no running signs in his enthusiasm. Derek knows no running! You're gonna trip and smash your knees on the concrete.
Okay.
Watch, I'm gonna do a cannonball. As soon as he knew he had your attention, he took off to the deep end of the pool. He built up speed and then leapt into the water. His curled up body created a huge splash on impact. You laughed, you applauded, you smiled, you gasped. You dashed away from the flying water, you cheered. We applauded. Go, Derek! You had to appreciate his talent and showmanship. Had he practiced on how to achieve the maximum splash? Such a show deserved a clap. He stayed under for a while longer. He touched the pool's bottom before he kicked himself back upward. When Derek's head popped out of the water, he swam to the edge of the pool and propped himself up with a grin. He watched you expectantly. You jumped into the pool, you walked over to the steps of the pool to get in, you sat on the edge and dipped your feet in, you popped yourself on the nearest lounge chair. Get in there! Jump! Do a backflip. Like Derek, you gave yourself a bit of a running start. You reached the end and took a deep breath and leapt as far as you could. Frigid water burst around you, feet first but soon covering you entirely. You sunk lower into the depths and began to kick. You reached the surface and sucked in the fresh air. You noticed two things. One, that the water wasn't actually freezing when you got used to it, and two, that Derek was clapping for you. Hell yeah. You got some serious airtime. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. As you enjoyed the moment, your thoughts fell back to how you'd gotten here. Last night, Derek had called with a different sort of request. You remember that his voice had been a mix of nerves and hope. He had a favor to ask, very unexpected for him. Derek's mom needed him to watch his little brothers in the afternoon. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but that was a part of his problem. Lately, he had feared that his sports skills weren't as sharp as he wanted them to be. He hadn't been able to practice soccer or football without the distraction of keeping an eye on his brothers. His idea to fix this had been to ask for your help watching the kids. If you agreed to go to the park with him and his brothers, then you could manage his brothers while he had a chance to focus on practice. That's how he explained it. You said yes, and your mom said more than happy to let you spend the day playing support for Derek. They said it would be a good opportunity to take on some more responsibility. To sweeten the deal, Derek suggested that you come by early so that you both could hit the pool. Okay, I was about to say, are we going to miss the park time? That'd be kind of sad, but now we're going to get to the park time. We're hitting the pool. Nicholas would be sleeping in, and George could spend some one-on-one time with Mrs. Suarez. So far, the plan had worked out. Mom dropped you off about 15 minutes ago, and both of Derek's brothers were fully occupied. Mrs. Suarez and George were back in the condo putting together an 800-piece puzzle on the kitchen counter while Nicholas snoozed on the couch. Oh my god, I love puzzles. I have a puzzle on my table that I need to get started on. I had bought two puzzles. One of them was like a cat with flowers, and then one of them was dog. I finished the cat with flowers like a couple months back, actually. And it was fun. I was kind of sad, actually, like finishing the puzzle after so long because me, my mom, and my brother both worked on it. And then after it was done, I was like, oh, now we have to take it down. I know some people kind of preserve their puzzles, like they'll put glue on the back and like hang it up. I don't do that. I have no interest in like displaying the puzzles. But it's still like kind of a little bittersweet to, you know, not have it there though. I don't know. Puzzle stream? No, I don't think so. I don't have a camera that I can use. But that would be nice. I have seen some puzzle streams by Niji Sanji members, but I like those streams though. Those are pretty good. I wish there were more online puzzle games, like jigsaw puzzle games. Cause actually in my library I have, so I section out my games library on Steam. I have like regulars and stream games, and then I also have one that's just puzzles, and it has 21 games in it. Some of them are pretty big hits, other ones are have much to be desired, but they're still pretty good. But I want more though. I want more puzzles. I love puzzles. But anyway, no puzzle. This is pool time. Oh, Nicholas snoozed on the couch. You had time to kick back before the moment came in to be in charge of small children. A slooshing sound pulled you back to the present. Derek had climbed out of the pool. I'm gonna jump again. Wanna join? Yeah, let's go. You copied Derek's exit from the pool. It took arm strength and caution not to scrape yourself on the texture of the concrete. Once on solid ground, you reversed away from the edge to give yourself enough space for a good jump. Poised to go, you and Derek made eye contact. He leaned forward, balancing on the balls of his feet.
No worries.
I've already done one. It's your turn. You did a belly flop. Oh, no. You backflipped into the pool. You offered your hand to Derek so you could jump at the same time. You simply jumped in. You cartwheeled into the pool. You walked off the edge into the water. You showed him your cannonball. Oh my gosh. Do we be wholesome and hold his hand, or do we do a backflip? Do a backflip! You planted your feet solidly at the edge of the pool, not facing the water. You bent your legs and be prepared. You swung your arms back until, like a pendulum, you swung them forward. The moment your hand passed your knees, you jumped backwards. You jerked your body in tight as you turned all the way around before you hit the water. That was awesome! You stretched out and reached up towards the surface, parting your arms to paddle over to the dry ground. Derek was laughing boisterously. It was his turn next. By the curve in his grin and the lift of his chin, he looked to be in a mood to impress. His eyebrows drew together in a deep furrow as he considered his launch. Derek took a few bounding steps to the edge, jumped up, and tucked his body in. Like his previous cannonball, the energy went into a spin, and he flipped, making a full rotation before he crashed through the surface. The water droplets from the splash dazzled you as they exploded out from his impact. He swam under the water and only came back to the surface after he reached the wall of the pool. He staked his hands up to the top of the tiles and pushed himself up so that his hips were even with the edge. He twisted and practically rolled out of the pool from there. You're up. Okay. I'm like, oh, we get to do more? How many more? Well, I mean, let's go at the same time. Oh. Derek accepted your hand eagerly, and you ran towards the pool together. Woo! You leapt and fled your legs for a split second. Derek lifted your arms into the air and kicked a foot out before you landed in the water. You kept switching back and forth, trading off between silly jumps and the more oppressive tricks. Okay, I'm glad I did that one because I didn't want to do another stupid one. And then it's like, oh, no, we missed it. We missed the opportunity to do it together. No, we did it. From watching Derek's well-practiced dives to performing your own jumps, there was never a boring second. After several leaps, Derek called a break time, and you took a breather at the back stairs of the pool. You waited for your strained heart rate to even out from all the exertion. After a pause of silence, Derek spoke up. He pulled his fist to his cheek in thought, squishing his face slightly.
So...
Hey, I probably should have asked before, but have you ever babysat somebody before? No. Is that bad? No, but how hard could watching a couple of kids be? Yeah, sometimes I babysit for some of my mom's friends. Does babysitting a dog count? He nodded yes. He shook your head. Oh, what about a dog? Does that count? Derek chuckled and slapped his knee. Nicholas is above any puppy, but that's still something. But I'll be right there if anything goes down. He shrugged. At least his brothers wouldn't start chewing on random things. Right. Nah, if they were anything like me, they'd be chewing on everything. You were eager to take on the job, you felt nervous about being in charge, you were curious to see how the experience would go, you were prepared for it to be a pain, but would do it anyway for Derek, you didn't know how to feel yet. I would more say I'm a little nervous. Your stomach flip-flopped as your expression became strained. After that interlude, you both continued to enjoy yourselves, and your freedom until a little beeping alarm went off. That's time! He made his way to the lounge chair with his stuff and dug out a small portable clock. It buzzed until he found the stop button. Derek checked the time and narrowed his eyes at the glowing red numbers. He shot you a thumbs up.
Let's go.
Let's go up. You helped him gather the towels and grab the rest of the stuff, and then tried to drip as little as possible while rushing through the halls of the complex. When you reached his apartment, he dumped everything in his arms on the ground and scrambled to find his key. Just give me a second. I don't want to knock or anything in case Nicholas is still asleep. He finally spied a soccer ball or keychain and snatched up his keys from where they were tangled in his towel. He inserted the key into the lock and the both of you shuffled inside the store's home. Three heads swiveled to face the two of you, gazes being drawn to the bundles of neon towels coming in. Mrs. Suarez and George were sitting on the bar stool with Nicholas perched on the counter itself with an excited grin. They were working on a puzzle. On your left, Derek leaned closer and spoke under his breath.
Figured.
He's awake. Derek's back! Derek's back! Oh, I can't do that voice. What I'm saying, back. Oh, maybe I can. My new demon voice. Oh my gosh, it's so stupid. I don't know why I was doing this, but I was on my way home from my bear activities one day. And I don't know it, but I just started doing the voice in the car. And I was still doing it even as I was getting out from the car, just going. And I looked over, and there was my neighbor from across the way, like shoveling something. And he just kind of looked up and looked at me, and I looked at him, and I just stopped. And I just immediately went back inside. So I think my neighbors think I'm possessed, but you know what? That's okay. It'd be like that sometime. I really hope they don't call a priest on me, but you know what it is, what it is. If they do, I'll let you guys know. Okay, quick as a blink, Nicholas scrambled on his hands and feet and zipped across the black marble of the counter. Tiny cardboard puzzle pieces scattered. Nicholas, the puzzle! Despite George's frustration, the little whirlwind didn't seem to hear. He was on a mission to reach his bigger brother, not even stopping when he was hit the end of the counter. Nicholas stumbled off the edge, and Derek instinctively moved forward with a gasp, dropping all his pool stuff except for the towel wrapped around him. Mrs. Swords caught Nicholas with her forearms hooking under his chest, snatching him from mid-air. Oof! She hugged her son, holding him securely against her body. A chorus of relieved sighs filled the room. Nicholas still paid no mind to his trail of disasters and began to squirm. He just wanted down already. Derek took another few steps forward, making his way over to the scene. Mrs. Suarez carefully held Nicholas out, her hands under his armpits, and safely set him down on his feet. Nicholas immediately wrapped his arms around Derek's legs. Derek chuckled while tugging up at his towel so Nicholas wouldn't pull it off. Come on, Nico, you're gonna get wet. Nicholas giggled mischievously and snuggled closer. Derek snuck a quick peek over his shoulder back at you and shrugged. Just as more, Nicholas now had a damp splotch on his shirt. Now, hi everybody! You told Nicholas he'd worry you. You asked George if his puzzle was alright. Nicholas, I'm here too, you know. Wait, Nicholas, what about me? Now, the puzzle. Is the puzzle okay? The counter was littered with pieces. You could see that there were large sections of the puzzle put together and several scattered parts that had been broken back up into many individual pieces. Some had to even been knocked to the floor, and you picked up a few to hand to George. How's the puzzle? George stared at the pieces pinched between your fingers distantly before accepting them. He sighed over the mess. Yeah, it's alright. George nodded at you, appreciating that you had asked. He still seemed unhappy, but no major harm done.
Wow.
The poor puzzle. How could you, Nicholas? Well, Mrs. Suarez's tone was born with a certain amount of humor to it. She rubbed her hands together and stood up. Derek and Dae are in charge now. Make sure you listen to them. George sourly picked up the puzzle pieces, but gave a grumbled noise to signify he had heard. I'm going to head off to my appointment. She went to gather some things, officially putting you and Derek in charge, but there wasn't 1 second to settle into your new position. We're going swimming? Nicholas looked up and stared with huge shining eyes. Derek reflexively stiffened. How could he escape with the puppy dog look? Derek's eyebrows creased, a small sign of nerves compared to the smooth, placating sound of his voice. No! Even better! He leaned down and lowered his voice like he was about to share a secret.
I've got a plan.
We're gonna go to the park. Nicholas instantly frowned. He wasn't convinced by Derek's act. He grabbed at Derek's towel. You were swimming. Yeah, but I'm not anymore. I'm going to the park, and you can come with me. No! No! The little Suarez whined and stomped his foot. His hands balled up around the neon fabric harshly enough that he almost took the towel from Derek. I want to go to the pool. I want to see Dae's swimsuit. What? Huh? Derek's jaw dropped. Neither of you were prepared for that one. Did you hear Nicholas right? You looked down at yourself, currently wrapped in a bright fuzzy towel. You switched your gaze to Derek's youngest brother, your brain trying to make sense of what was happening. Why do you want to look at my swimsuit? Why would you want that? Why does Nicholas want anything? Why does Nicholas want anything? George rolled his eyes and continued mumbling into the counter. It was obvious to him, and he couldn't believe the rest of you were taking so long to catch up. Because Derek Excuse me? Hello? It's too stunned to speak. Not feeling abused, you suddenly felt extremely bashful. You only felt more confused. You didn't know what to feel about that. They were too stunned to speak. Derek narrowed his eyes and whispered harshly.
Seriously?
Nicholas, George, you could have put me into an early grave. You shouldn't be saying that at 13. He took a deep breath as he stared at the ceiling. It took him a moment to face you. His voice was firm for someone at his level of embarrassment. I must have said something about hoping you'd remember to bring your swimsuit. I was excited for us to be able to swim, so I did want you to have one. Nicholas did not actually want to see you in a swimsuit. He doesn't even know why he'd want that. He's just saying stuff. Okay, alright. You ran the explanation over in your head a couple times. Derek seemed sincere, and it definitely made the whole thing less shocking. He snuck another look at Nicholas. He had crossed his arms high on his chest and squished his neck down far enough to rest his chin on his wrist. I want to go swimming. His pout intensified when he said it again. He was a very angry little baby. Derek tilted his back on his heels, once again driven to look at the ceiling by the strain of this kid. You glanced up there yourself without thinking about it. It was a calm white color with a few light fixtures. When you squinted, you noticed something small and green. It appeared to be one of those sticky hands for kids. Was this another present from the youngest Suarez? You tuned back into Derek. He appeared to have made a decision. Alright, I promise that you can go swimming too, but only after the park. We'll go to the pool as soon as we come back. With the promise officially made, Nicholas lit up. He snatched one of Derek's hands. Let's go! We gotta get to the park so I can swim! While Nicholas is celebrating, Derek closed his eyes, and some of the worried creases on his face smoothed out. Derek, there's lunch packed in the fridge. Dad will be back before dinner.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Mom.
Have a good one.
Mrs. Suarez waved and collected the last of her things. Her purse off of the side table, she ruffled George's hair on her way out. You and Derek were alone with the kids. We should really stop leaving puddles everywhere. He just at the drops of water pooling at his feet. Good idea. You and Derek took turns changing. You went first while you could faintly hear Derek impressing on his brothers to listen to you too. He must have convinced them to behave for now, as neither George nor Nicholas acted up when Derek took his turn drying off and clothing himself. Can you get our lunch from the fridge? I'm gonna pack my gear. No problem. You walked casually to the kitchen. George hadn't moved from his bar stool even once since you gotten back. Meanwhile, Nicholas followed Derek like a possessed shadow that was even more energetic than the original. He zipped around, occasionally trying to place things in Derek's backpack for him. So far, Derek had said no to the rubber duck, but he had agreed to bring an extra pair of socks that Nicholas had determined were absolutely necessary.
Okay.
Got everything. Derek returned with a backpack in one hand and Nicholas' small hand in the other. We're going, George. We're going, George. Ready, Dae? I'm pretty sure.
Sure.
He pushed away from the counter and finally hopped off of his chair with the enthusiasm of the plank of wood. We're going! Derek hid his smile and Nicholas' echo and ushered everyone outside. He locked the condo behind him and you began the trip to the nearby park. The park for the Storesborgs was the big park for your family. Their condo complex was only a short distance to the public outdoor recreational area your mom sometimes drove you to. It was still a beautiful day outside and had only gotten a few degrees warmer from your morning swim. The field was bustling with other groups of people enjoying themselves. Derek led the way to a wide open part of the grass that no one else was using. He stepped in the middle of the field and turned 180 degrees to face the little boys behind him. He shrugged his backpack off of his shoulders and dropped it to the ground. He kneeled down to root around inside it. George and Nicholas waited in place for their brother. Derek gathered a couple things in his arms before pushing off the ground with his knee to get it up again. He held a football in his left hand and a soccer ball in his right. Alright, Nicholas, George, I've got to practice, but you can too. Which one do you want?
Okay.
Football. Real ball. He raised an eyebrow at their shouts. Derek leaned over to you and whispered with a laugh. He means the soccer ball. It's real because it's actually ball-shaped. Is that a problem? They want both. Derek simply grinned. I thought so. He tossed George the football first. George caught it from out of the air with one hand and began to bounce it up and down in his fingers, feeling the weight of it. Derek popped the soccer ball gently over to Nicholas, who watched his brother intently. Nicholas had to catch it with both hands. He wrapped his arms around the ball and hugged it to his chest. And with his brothers taking care of Derek, crouched again to reveal a third ball. He brought a second soccer ball. Derek had been prepared. He then sprung back to his feet. Another problem diverted. George, Nicholas, you can use this half of the field. I'll use that half. They can be your ref, so you don't go too far for them. So don't get too far for them, alright? Okay. George tossed his football in the air, preoccupied, and spun in an arc downward. I'm gonna practice. Nicholas embraced his soccer ball tighter, pressing his cheek into it. You wondered just how he'd practice with it, but the equipment was about as big as his head. Listen, Nicholas can do it all. I'm sure he'll find a way. The child looked completely content with the world, but Derek's eyes narrowed. Once again, he shared some Nicholas info into your ear. Watch him. It's not over. He copies what I say, but it's not what he means. He's a liar. A dirty rat. He's gonna scuttle off the moment you look away from him. You snuck a peek at Nicholas. He appeared so innocent, clutching his ball and staring at a patch of clover in the grass, but you interacted with him enough to not question his potential for trouble. You'd made sure to keep an eye on the kid. I will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dae. You're a lifesaver. Derek held his soccer ball in both hands and cheered. Bye, bros. Bye. Bye, bro. I'm kind of surprised that Nicholas is so okay with Derek leaving. I mean, I guess he's not really gone. He's just on the other side of the field, but still, I thought he'd be wanting to cling to him this whole time. But oh well. Derek put on a smile as he picked up his bag, tucked the soccer ball under his arm, and jogged to his side of the field. He didn't have time to lose. You stood with the younger Suarez boys, effectively turned loose. Oh no, I don't like that look in the little one's eyes. George stared at you with uncertainty, while Nicholas' mischievous smirk could only make you guess what he was thinking. You weren't going to make Mr. and Mrs. Suarez regret letting you come, and you especially weren't going to disappoint Derek. You were going to watch those boys. Time to be in charge. I'm going to play over there. He pointed vaguely to the opposite side of the field from Derek and trotted off to entertain himself. You let him go without argument. George wasn't the problem child. For now. When you saw him settle in, throwing around his football and chasing it, you smiled. Where'd he go? Why is he gone? You shouldn't have looked away from him. Where'd he go? Where's Nicholas? You would only need to manage Nicholas. You aimed your grin towards him, but instead of being in a clover patch, he was missing. You snapped your head back and forth until you spotted him in a fumbling dash across the grass, struggling to keep his soccer ball from slipping out of his small arms. You'll flash back to the way Mrs. Suarez described Nicholas after you brought Derek home from the summer store away. It really was a lucky break that Derek and George were as dutiful as they were. It evened things out with the absolute diligence Nicholas required. Maybe chasing puppies around had prepared you for this after all. You ran over without a word. You ran over and picked him up. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I don't know. But, I mean, okay, well, actually, if I were to be watching a puppy, that's what I would do. I would run over and I would pick it up. I wouldn't say, come back here, young man. Pick him up. Even with your long legs, it was still tricky to catch the kid. He shrieked and laughed when you plucked him off the grass. The soccer ball tumbled from his arms. He reached forward with all his might, stretching his arms and kicking his legs for momentum. You couldn't contain him, so you carefully placed him back on his feet before he could fall. Then you kicked the ball back to him and suggested playing. Oh, hey Nicholas, you're hanging out with me just like Derek does. And you were just totally overwhelmed. Oh! Actually, these two are very good. Because, you know, he does copy. Oh my gosh, I'm saving so much. Save. Let's try this one. You're hanging out with me just like your big brother does. Nicholas paused, finally interested. He raised one of his bushy eyebrows. You said the magic words, like Derek. He spends a lot of time coming to see me, remember? Now it's your turn to be the person I have fun with. Pretty cool. Nicholas's cheeky grin fell, but his eyes began to sparkle. He pumped one of his fists in the air. Yeah, I'm hanging out with Dae. With him cheering, you sighed in relief. You made a mental note. If you need Nicholas's attention, just mention Derek. Let's go back to the clover patch. That's a nice place for hanging out. They led him closer to George. Even if the middle Saurus could manage himself, he shouldn't be entirely on his own. The only times your gaze strayed from the little Saurus was when you blinked or sent the occasional glance George's way. George continued to enjoy his time at the park without any need for assistance, so you spent most of your energy on the mischief maker. And after smoothing out the initial bump of the afternoon, things evened out. At least, things were fun until the trial known as lunch arrived. It started with the reappearance of Derek. His presence sent Nicholas into hyperdrive. He bounced on the tips of his toes and waved both his hands frantically. Derek's back! He tackled his older brother and lashed around Derek's left leg. George, like half of the entire park, noticed the shout. He jogged over to see if any important updates were happening without him. Derek winked. Hey, Rose. Hi, Dae. I hope you're doing alright. As he spoke, he let his bag drop to the ground. He crouched over it and scrounged up the packed lunches. It's all good. Oh yeah, it's just great. I don't know how you do this all the time. You nodded. I'm having fun. You shrugged. No, it's all good. We can't make him worry. He's busy practicing. It's all good. You gave a thumbs up and Derek grinned, very impressed. Yeah, it looks that way. Great job. Nicholas didn't attack me from behind even once. Derek set aside 3 paper bags in the grass, one in front of Nicholas, another next to George, and the third went to you. Derek kept the 4th lunch inside his backpack. He only pulled a water bottle out from it and closed the bag back up. Okay, Nicholas, you've got to eat now with Dae and George. Nicholas clenched Derek's jeans more desperately as he whined. You're not going to eat with me? You're not going to eat with me? Derek scratched the back of his head and gave a longing glance back to where he'd been practicing. Do you mind, Dae? I was hoping to have more time to practice. He bit his lip, hope to clear on his face. He had confidence that you could handle lunch alone. You should really eat lunch too. I'll handle it, okay? Sure, good luck with your practice. You gave him an okay sign? You sighed. Well, I mean, he should, but I mean, he wants practice, and he's relying on us. I'll handle it. Thanks. I owe you one. I need more pool time. I want to go back to the pool. I'm gonna drown myself now. Nicholas's whimpering never stopped being high-pitched background noise. Derek ruffled his hair. Hey, check this out. He picked up Nicholas's soccer ball and placed it on the top of his own head. Nicholas's jaw dropped theatrically as Derek fully stood up while keeping it balanced. Nicholas cheered and jumped up and down, still holding onto Derek's leg. Derek bent his knees and then popped up fast enough to launch the ball in the air. He caught it on his head again. Nicholas let go of his brother to clap. Derek grinned at Nicholas, but his gaze flicked to you for a second. The show over, Derek inclined his head and let the soccer ball drop into his hands. He held it out to Nicholas. Make sure to eat a good lunch, okay? Then you can get back to practicing. Okay. Nicholas spoke into the soccer ball as he cuddled it to his face. He'd been starstruck enough that he couldn't disagree with anything his biggest brother said. Derek waved at you and George before heading off to where he'd left his soccer ball, carrying only the water bottle with him. George promptly took a seat in the grass by the lunch bags. Nicholas put the soccer ball on his head and immediately rolled off. He just tried again. You reached over to the lunches. Each bag had a clearly written name in black marker ink. George collected his bag. You had yours, and you attempted to give the last one to its proper owner. But Nicholas showed zero interest in the bag. You imagine he would have been more interested in Derek's lunch bag, even though they probably had the same meals. George scoffed, knowing his brother was going to be difficult again. He took a sandwich from his bag. From looks alone, you guessed it was a sliced deli turkey, a pale colored cheese, and some veggies. Mmm, delicious. Turkey sandwich. That's what I would get. But Nicholas was clearly busy. You took his sandwich out for him. The sandwich was ham and some sort of orangey cheese. Cheddar, almost certainly. Now, turkey out of the way. No ham. You offered the food directly to Nicholas, and he still didn't bite. He wanted to play. How about I help you eat while you practice? Nicholas, if you want to play, then you have to eat. If you eat, I'll hold the ball in your head for you. Deal? Ooh. Dank, you sent an SOS glance to George. No, just hold the ball on his head. Hold it on his head. Nicholas chewed on the inside of his cheek while he carefully contemplated your suggestion. Then focus melted into a bright smile. There we go. He gave you a determined nod when he was ready to switch. Your fingers fanned out as you reached for the ball and pressed it down into his messy mop of hair. Nicholas cautiously released the ball, and you kept it firmly in place. He giggled ecstatically that he finally found a way to keep the ball without using his hands. It just took another person to do it. He retrieved his sandwich and immediately stuffed a big bite into his cheeks. Chuckling, you took a glance over at what George was doing. Luckily, he didn't need a hand like his brother. He was already enjoying his packed lunch, so you decided not to squander the opportunity. You retrieved your own sandwich with your free hand and dug in. It was definitely an interesting way to enjoy a meal break. Finishing the last corner of your square-shaped meal, you wondered if Mrs. Horace had talked to one of your moms beforehand about lunch. The sandwich was made how you would have had it at home. Ooh! I wonder, that'd be nice of her. Let's see, if it was a sandwich for me, it would probably be the same as George's sandwich. Because if I had to choose a sandwich, like a packed sandwich, I would pick turkey, lettuce, provolone cheese, and mayonnaise. That's what I would have on it. I wouldn't have tomato on it. I don't like tomato on cold sandwiches. I prefer them on warm sandwiches, if that makes any sense. I don't know, it's just something about the texture of it. It doesn't bug me as much if it's a warm sandwich. But a cold, regular smuggler sandwich, it's got no tomato. And that would probably be about it, I would say. Is there any other things in the lunch, though? Just a sandwich? No chips? No snacks? No fruit gummies? Cereal? Finishing the last corner of your square-shaped meal, you wondered if Mrs. Horace... Oh yeah, I already read that. She was either prepared or very lucky, but considering what her oldest son was like, you were guessing luck had nothing to do with it. Along with the sandwich... Okay, there we go. There were also bags of carrots, celery, and a few cookies. Between the three of you, it wasn't long before all the snacks were gone. I would not eat the carrots. I do not like carrots. I tolerate cooked carrots, but raw carrots, nah. Celery, though. I like celery. And of course, cookies always hit. With nothing left to nibble on, Nicholas yawned and curled up in the grass, cuddling the soccer ball against his chest. George stood up, watching his little brother fall asleep. Once he was certain that Nicholas was down for the count, he started cleaning up the trash. You admired the maturity he showed for his age. It wasn't just Derek who had that streak after all. You helped gather the trash while musing about the Suarez brothers. Derek was the oldest and who his parents relied on, while Nicholas was the baby of the family. And for a little kid, he was a force to be reckoned with. George was the one stuck in the middle. The middle child syndrome. Seriously, thank you for helping with this. Thanks for being such a good kid to babysit. Hey, I saw your football throws earlier. They were really good. I like getting the chance to spend time together. Ooh. Instead of being like, oh, thanks for doing this, we gotta show appreciation for him and not what he does for the family, you know? Like Derek does. Like, we can't just praise all he does for his family. Being a good kid, we gotta be like, take an interest in his interests, you know? I like your football throws. George spun around on his heel. He seemed stunned, like he wasn't sure if he imagined your compliment or not. In a couple of years, you could totally get on a junior football team. You nodded, and a blush grew on his face until it reached his ears. Alright. He hurriedly went back to what he was doing before. George was embarrassed, but you also noticed there was a bounce in his step that wasn't there before. Yeah. Poor kid. The park suddenly felt empty with Nicholas asleep. He took up a lot of space despite his tiny size. Chuckling to yourself, you found a comfortable spot in the grass and scanned the area for Derek. You eventually caught sight of him running in the distance. Even from here, you could tell that Derek was persistent about his practice. He went back and forth, repeating the same set of moves, reassessing and refining his form every time. Though it wasn't long before he paused to wipe his brow with his black wristband. Derek happened to glance your way at that moment and realized that he had an audience of one. He gave a huge wave with both his hands that required he cross both his arms over his head. Before you knew it, Derek's strides were bringing him back over to you and his brothers. Oh?
Ew.
That's it. I'm gonna be done with practice. I'm back. Oh, already? Welcome back. Thanks for watching George and Nicholas. I didn't mean for it to be so long. Hey, I finally got to be the I finally got to be the big sibling. I feel like an old, tired parent now. That's okay. I'm happy I could help you out. You owe me one. You know it promptly. Oh my gosh, shit. We're still parents. But I'm happy to help out. The sincerity in your voice had Derek bashfully keeping his eyes on his shoes instead. Your heart rate picked up as he chose to respond in kind. I'll probably end up saying it again, but thanks, Dae. You're a lifesaver. Next, he shifted his attention over to his brothers. George gave a little wave. He'd been waiting patiently for his big brother to wrap up his conversation with you. We're going back. George suddenly got up, not needing any more guidance, while Derek kneeled in the grass to nudge Nicholas out of dreamland. A single eye cracked open at first, and then they both popped wide open when he realized who was with him. Nicholas sprang off the ground, wrapping his arms around his big brother like a vice grip and nuzzled into his chest. Derek gave Nicholas's head a single pat.
Let's go.
Hey, let's go! Practice was good today. Let's go home.
Go home.
Nicholas' hushed voice echoing his brother's put a warm smile on your face. Surveying the area, you made sure that nothing would be accidentally left behind. Then you breathed a sigh of relief. You made it through your first time solo babysitting. I think we did pretty good. I think that went better than expected, to be honest with you. I was expecting a lot more to happen. Although, then again, the moment's not over yet. Maybe something could still happen. Although Derek was technically still nearby the whole time, so it wasn't completely solo, but you weren't bothered by that. Derek trusted you with his siblings, and they were both still in one piece. With your leadership, no one got lost, injured, swallowed something they shouldn't have, or even declared that they hated you for eternity. So in your book, you'd say it went very well. I'd say so too. The 15-minute walk back from the park passed by pleasantly. The late afternoon sun fell behind you, and your shadow soon stretched across the sidewalk. You wiggled your fingers and then exaggerated your hand's movement in order to watch the shadow exchange. Meanwhile, next to you, Derek was finally eating his lunch, though he had to eat a sandwich with the hand Nicholas wasn't clasping tightly onto. George entertained himself with the football he still carried. He periodically tossed it up into the air and caught it again. You could easily imagine how often the three of them had made this trip before, with only the three of them, but you didn't feel out of place strolling alongside the group. It felt natural. Beaming, you found your gaze something on Derek again. You knew without a doubt that the way you felt was because of him. He was so good at making you feel welcome. In time, you made it safely back, and Derek dropped his bag on the floor, with a quiet sigh of relief. And he hoped he had to take things easy for a second, immediately evaporated.
Going to the pool as soon as we come back.
Uh-oh. Your words are coming back to bite you. Nicholas's joy was palpable, parroting back Derek's promise from earlier in the day. As the words dawned on him, Derek closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Oh, there she goes again. There goes the dog. Is there anybody outside? Nope, I don't see anybody. Alright, one sec. I'm not gonna switch. I'm just gonna tell her to be shushy. Alright, one sec. She immediately stopped as I reached the top of the stairs. She was like, oh no, I've been heard. Oh shit, let me fix my curtains. Don't look into my office. Don't watch me play video games. That's only for my buds. Alright. Yep, we are. Get ready. And that was all the approval Nicholas and George needed. They both dashed off to the shared bedroom to get changed. Derek sluggishly opened his eyes, but his tiredness softened when he looked at you.
It's okay.
Practice is done. If you want to stay up here until your moms can come get you, that's cool. Derek gave a partial shrug, and then ran a hand through his hair shyly. We don't have to go swimming again. Why not? I want to go swimming. But I want to hang out with you. I've been having fun. I'm not mad about being here. What? You promised we'd get to go to the pool again. I don't gonna let you be outnumbered by George and Nicholas. I don't want to be in here by myself. You shook your head. Let's hang out. Tips of his ears burned red at your declaration, but he didn't turn away from you. He spoke cheerfully instead. Thanks. Me too, Dae. Yeah, here they are. They're ready. Oh, he's got dinosaurs on his trunks. Good for you, Nicholas. I approve. It wasn't much longer before the younger kids came running out to rejoin you and Derek. They both wore their neon-colored swimsuits and had towels wrapped around their shoulders.
Awesome.
Nice job. You even remembered your floaty vest, Nicholas. Derek kneeled down to make sure the safety device was properly secured. Nicholas stood tall with his chest out proudly. He didn't feel the scrutinization. I did the straps for him. Perfect. Thanks. George brightened just as his younger brother had. Sitting back up, Derek shifted his attention to you. Same quick change strategy from earlier? Yes. You dart off to get changed first. Derek nodded seriously when you returned to take over for him. He reemerged a couple minutes later and diligently went over to the counter to write something down. Curious, you inched closer. Just gotta leave a note so Dad knows where we are, so then we can go. Oh, sounds good. Everything was squared away, as Derek was always sure to do, and the four of you marched right back out of the apartment for another excursion. It's time to hit the pool! By the time the distinct smell of cooling tickled your nose, the sun had fallen low in the sky. You circled around some nearby lounge chairs and deemed them capable of keeping your things safe. Inspecting the gleaming water, you noticed that George and Nicholas hadn't moved towards the pool yet. Both of the little boys were watching Derek like hawks. You'd picked up enough this afternoon to know it was because George didn't want to do anything without permission, and Nicholas didn't want to do anything Derek wasn't doing.
I'm on it.
Here I go! And Derek himself knew it too. He didn't keep them waiting. Derek offered his brothers an encouraging wave and strode over to the pool. Oh, wait. I beat them in. Bye! And breezing past Derek, you caught bits of a gasp and roaring laughter. You couldn't tell what sounds belonged to who before you threw yourself off the edge and crashed into the water. Hit me first! Seconds later, you felt the impact of another person piercing the water beside you. Derek. He stayed under while you went up for air. The other soror's sons followed. George jumped in without any hesitation, but Nicholas sped right to the edge, only to come to an abrupt stop. His toes curled around the edge of the pool, and his lips were pressed into a tight frown. Nicholas tipped his head and stared down at the water, clutching his hands together. He was scared to jump. Nicholas would rather the pool come the rest of the way to him, but it wasn't going to be a good sport. Derek and George popped out of the water with matching wide grins and droplets clinging to the tips of their hair. Neither were surprised that they were missing their baby brother. Alright. Woohoo! That was awesome. Nicholas's cry for help came out in a tiny, impatient squeak. He began wiggling in place. Derek chuckled and swam over to a shallower spot. The 6-year-old followed closely, toddling along the edge. When his feet touched the pool's solid bottom, Derek stood up. He calmly held his arms out towards his brother.
It's gonna be great.
Come on in, Nico. The water's fine. Trusting him quickly, Nicholas let go of his fear. He took a step over the side and walked into his favorite person's hold. Derek embraced Nicholas as he dropped against his chest. Then Derek slowly lowered him closer to the water before he completely let his little brother go. Nicholas bobbed under with a small splash and broke out again in an instant like a buoy. He was bursting at the seams with excitement. And then whee! Nicholas made the most of his new floating freedom by dog paddling around the shallow end. Checking on George, he noticed that he was sticking to the center of the pool. He bounced himself from the floor to the surface for air, and then pushed him back down to do it all over again. He leapt all around in a circle. Derek rested an arm across the pool's edge and took a moment to watch his brothers do. He swam over to Derek and settled against the wall with him. You closed your eyes and sighed. The water's temperature was pleasantly warm against the cooling evening air. Derek kept his main focus on his family, though he spared a moment to tilt his head in your direction. A few beads of water trailed from his hairline down the side of his jaw. Babysitting went as well as you thought, huh? Yeah, I think it went pretty well.
Honestly,
My brothers are fun. Some of the time. He chuckled at his own joke and ran a damp hand down his face to try getting at least some of the water off. The final rays of sunlight cast a warm glow on his skin, and the pool sparkled as he finally turned his attention directly towards you. You felt toastier all of a sudden, like someone had pulled the sun back up to the center of the sky. Derek's mouth turned into his usual wonderful smile. I don't know what I'd do without them. I think they're great. You sound like a proud dad. Well, George is good, but Nicholas has trouble with a capital T. I think Nicholas is way cuter than all the other stories is. You nodded, you shrug. Nah, they're great. He smirked at that. Good, because I think so too. George and Nicholas remained engrossed with their own watery adventures, while you and Derek kept track of them. You were in mid-conversation when the sound of footsteps echoed off the walls surrounding the pool. Derek shot an arm out of the water and waved at the newcomer. Dad!
Good evening.
Where's your swim trunks? You can't go in the pool wearing that. What are you doing? Oh my god. Mr. Suarez. Tisk tisk. Dad! Dad? Such two different reactions. Dad! Dad! All the Suarez boys eagerly paddled over to the end of the pool where their father stood. They moved together in the water with their heads beside each other and their legs kicked out behind them like a pile of seal pups.
Thank you.
Mr. Suarez's voice was sweet as he observed his children's happy faces. Eventually, he spotted you as well, and he tucked his fingers into the edge of his vest with vigor. Oh, this is a pool party today. Parties should have the proper food. Let's order pizza for dinner tonight. Hell yeah, pizza! Yeah. Laughing with excitement, Nicholas started smacking the palms of his hands against the water's surface, making several bursting splashes. George flicked the droplets from the tips of his fingers at Nicholas in retaliation. Chuckling over the scene, Mr. Suarez brought a hand up and held onto his chin. He scratched at his beard with his thumb. Half cheese, half pepperoni for the first, correct? Yes! Pepperoni! Nicholas threw both his arms in the air as he cheered. Mr. Suarez nodded, pleased his little one still had predictable taste.
Wonderful.
That's like the two flavors that kids have for pizza. Cheese and pepperoni. Okay, and meat and veggie supreme for Irene and I on the second. Are we getting 3 pizzas? He settled his gaze on Derek and you for the final decision. Suggestions for what the final half should be? Oh, okay, we're not getting 3. We're getting 2. Damn it. Dae, you pick. He floated over closer to Derek as he thought about it. I want barbecue chicken. Ooh. Okay, well, I want Derek to pick. Because Derek probably doesn't get to pick. I want Derek to pick. What do you normally get? Usually the barbecue chicken, but you should get whatever you want. I like the other stuff too, so don't worry. In that case, we're gonna get barbecue chicken! Derek gave you a big thumbs up for that. So in full, half cheese and half pepperoni, half supreme, and half barbecue chicken.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, children. I'll put the order in now. I'll come back to let you know when it's ready, but until then, continue to play. Thanks, Dad. Bye. Thanks, Dad. Bye, Mrs. Torres. We're getting pizza. Fuck yeah. I mean, barbecue chicken was what I would have picked anyway, so that worked out. Wow. Mrs. Torres closed the pool gate behind him, leaving you kids to your fun. In Mrs. Torres' absence, Derek took charge again. Alright, you heard it. Dad's ordering pizza, so it'll be here in like 30 minutes. So think fast. What's the last thing you want to do before we have to leave the pool? Nicholas furrowed his brow, thinking as hard as he could. He scrunched his face together in frustration when nothing came to mind. Meanwhile, George put a hand to his chin and tilted his head to the side. He stared up and off into space as he considered the question. While they were distracted, you made the first strike at a splat. Ooh. While they were distracted, their guards that I made the first move. Wacha! Nicholas brothers may have been unsure or overwhelmed with how they wanted to spend the remaining pool time, but you weren't. You knew exactly what you wanted to do. You subtly angled your position in the water, carefully deciding your plan of attack. The corner of your mouth bent, and you flung a mighty splash towards Derek. He ended up with a face full of water, and he sputtered before shaking it off with laughter. As he regained his composure, Derek brushed a hand down his face again to wipe some droplets away. Dae, I'm sure you're aware of this means. This means war! Derek's stare narrowed with a fierce, amused look of determination. You matched it and gave an added slow nod. I believe I do indeed.
It's on.
This means war, exactly. He swiftly sent a shot of water in your direction. Nicholas cackled at your exchange, and then he started to excitedly beat the water's surface and send droplets crashing in all directions. You twisted away from their attacks, and the second the water settled, you struck. Pushing your hands forward, you sent another big wave crashing towards the brothers. Derek sent splashes with both hands on each of his sides, juggling you and Nicholas. Nicholas pulled water, cupping it in his hands, and he threw it into the air. Where's George? The droplets carelessly poured down on everyone. Nicholas was dangerous in this fight. He was willing to take a hit to get a hit. Out of the 4 of you, George enacted the best defense strategy. He took a deep breath and held it while he slid under the water. Only his hands remained at the surface. As he rapidly splashed in all directions. Oh my god. Oh my god, he knows. That is the best strategy. We can't even hit him. He's under the water already. George's strategy kept you all on your toes in order to avoid his scatter shot. Whenever he came up for air, Derek made sure to be ready to take the shot. It was a grand battle. The 4 of you thoroughly enjoyed your time at the pool. It flew by so fast that you were surprised when you saw Mr. Suarez cruising down to the water's edge once more. Dinner's here. Even better. Mom's home. Yay! The young Suarez threw his wet confetti into the air one more time. Even his dad wasn't safe from it. Mr. Suarez took it in stride and wiped his glasses against his vest. Derek was out of breath, but he beamed. Let's go get some food. Yeah. Mr. Suarez led the way to the apartment, and the 4 of you kids marched with an eager spring in your steps. Despite being wrapped in towels, you dripped water the whole way there. Savory smell of hot cheese and garlic crust. Oh, not the garlic crust. I don't like the garlic crust. I like the plain crust. I don't want no garlic. It makes my hands all sticky. But I'll accept it. It's free. I shouldn't complain. It's free pizza. It's free though, so I'll take it. When you arrived at the door, you could hear the musical words of Mrs. Torres too.
Welcome.
Welcome home. Hi. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. Feeling a bit awkward and out of place, you gave a tiny wave. Mrs. Torres didn't miss it, and her voice softened as she spoke to you first. Hello, Dae. I hope you had fun today. I did. We had lots of fun.
Great.
Mrs. Torres then went over to the kitchen where the food was set on the counter. She popped the boxes open and delightedly glanced over at her husband. This was such a good idea. Thank you. Mrs. Torres dipped his head in a tiny bow. He followed that by gesturing a hand towards the food. Come get dinner. Youngest to oldest order. Despite the order given, it was no surprise that George was the one who moved first. You figured Nicholas would wait for Derek, even if he didn't have to. Oh my gosh, well, George got the good end of the deal then. George took off a paper towel from the roll and used it to grab a slice of plain cheese pizza. He hot-footed it back over to the entryway, standing there so he wouldn't bring water any further into the apartment. You can go next day. It'll be easier that way. The food smelled even better up close. I want a barbecue chicken. I picked it after all. You hurried back to the entryway with your dinner. Derek went next, tiptoeing over with Nicholas at his heels. He got a slice of pepperoni and passed it to Nicholas. Derek then grabbed a slice of barbecue chicken for himself, but instead of going to the entryway, he went to an open space on the floor. He curiously watched as Derek laid his towel on the floor and then sat down on it, crossing his legs. Nicholas plopped down the towel right next to him and started on one of his pizza crust corners. I want to sit next to them. Come on, George. Oh, that's a good idea. You followed Derek's example and laid your own towel out on the floor. With cheeks stuffed with pizza, Derek gave you the cheeriest closed mouth smile he could. Finally, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez got their slices of pizza. They stood in the living room in between the spots their sons had taken.
So,
How did you spend your day while we were out? We did lots of things. In between taking big bites of pizza, the Suarez family started taking turns telling stories about their day. Nicholas recounted the events of the day with the most enthusiasm. Even though they were the same plot points from his brother's stories and the ones you witnessed firsthand, from his perspective, the events were almost mythically amazing. Storytelling was hungry work, so the slices didn't last long at all. The food was chipped away piece by piece until everyone was stuffed. Nicholas lay down on the floor, limbs stretched out and still wrapped in his towel. He was completely tuckered from the day. Mrs. Suarez plucked him off the floor and held him under one arm. Bath time. Come on, Junior.
Yes, Dad.
Yeah, you gotta get that chlorine out of your hair. Especially if you got longer hair. Oh my gosh, it gets so tangled. Nicholas accepted his fate, and his arms hung limply down. George crumpled up his paper towel into a ball and tossed it into the trash. He followed his dad.
thank you.
Thank you, Gregorio. Mrs. Suarez watched them go with a gentle affection in her gaze. She patted her husband's shoulder as he passed by and then strolled over to you and Derek. And thank you for a good day's work. I appreciate you both taking care of Nicholas and George today. Her cheeriness reminds you so much of Derek's. She pointed with her thumb over her shoulder. Dad and I will take them from here. Thanks, Mom. You see the wave of relief wash over him as as the actual water you had just swam in. I'll keep an ear out for the phone. Pamela said she'd call when they're on their way here to get Dae. Okay. After that, Mrs. Suarez excused herself to go help George and Nicholas ready for bedtime. When she disappeared down the hall, Derek leaned back on the palms of his hands. He lazily rolled his head in your direction.
Hey.
We can get dressed again. And would you want to hang out in my room until your moms get here? Yeah, let's do that. You can get changed first. He stretched his legs out on the floor while you stood up. You could feel a slight ache in your muscles from today's activities. It wasn't bad. You'd given your all during your babysitting adventure. Gathering your things up in your arms, you left to get changed. It wasn't long before you and Derek went over to his room for some simply free time. Oh my gosh, that's so sporty. I mean, I guess I should have figured with Derek, but I was like, oh my god. Why you got so many footballs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. Do you really need all of them? Oh my gosh, soccer balls too. And one lone volleyball. How dare. And also a megaphone? What you yelling in that? It's still a very nice room overall. Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice the footballs on the on the pillowcase as well. Damn. Derek opened his bedroom door and gestured for you to lead the way. You went in while he followed close behind, shutting the door once more. Your eyes widened as you scanned the small space. Usually you were outside when you hung out with Derek, so this was the first time that you'd been inside his room. Within reach of his neatly made bed was a bookshelf filled with novels, various scattered soccer balls and footballs stuck around the books and furniture. Things were arranged and organized with the same care Derek put into most things he did. If there was more time, you were sure there were tons more trinkets and treasures to spot here, like a game of I Spy. It wasn't big, but Derek made the most of his small piece of the world. Your room is cool. There are a lot of footballs and soccer balls in here. Are you sure you have enough soccer balls and footballs? You felt nervous being there. This is amazing. You can quietly continue to look around. You sure you got enough balls in here? You pivoted on your heels to face him. Derek laughed, and you put your hands on your hips and raised a skeptical eyebrow. You saw how things went down at the park today. I like to be prepared.
Anyway.
And I heard you should have at least 2 backups of stuff that's most important in your life. When you put it like that, then no, I don't think you have nearly enough. We gotta fill the room with them. You both bent at the waist, giggling at that image. Composing himself, Derek gripped at his eyes with the palm of his hand. Honestly, it's just an easy gift my relatives go for when they don't know what else I might want. At least I'll never run out of the stuff to practice with.
Sorry.
But anyway, sorry I don't have any chairs in here. You can sit on my bed if you want. Thanks, I appreciate that. You know, I'm laying down. Good night. You sighed loudly, letting yourself melt into the cozy blankets. Derek crossed his arms and laughed loudly. Sure, get comfortable. I will. Thank you very much. You playfully propped yourself up on your elbow and rested your chin on the palm of your hand. Derek crossed over to the foot of his bed and sat there on the end of it. His jaw stretched open in a huge yawn that he quickly covered with his hand.
Good job, team.
We're finally done. There was no missing the proud satisfaction burning in his green eyes, but you could also consequentially see the places where he was wilting. Sometimes you kind of worried about how he threw himself wholeheartedly into things all the time. It was nice spending the day babysitting. How often do you babysit? I'm glad that's over. I hope I was at least helpful today. Derek, don't ask me to watch those kids again. Don't ask me to watch those damn kids. I can't handle it. How often do you babysit? Oh, I don't like that response. He shifted his gaze away from you. Derek pinched at the blanket under his fingers while he thought about your question. Pretty often, I guess. Not all the time. Oh. Derek stretched his arms high in the air and yawned again. His eyelids drooped as he turned towards you. Gradually, the carefree warmth faded from his demeanor. His face fell into a quiet frown when his hands had returned to his lap. You don't have to do it again, Dae. Whether it's a good time or a bad time, it's just a lot of time, and you have your own things to deal with. Well, that's not what I was getting at. I was just curious. I just want to know how often you would love to do it by yourself. Your brows bent at that. Tilting your head, you couldn't help but think about how much of Derek's days went to his brothers. It definitely didn't seem to match how things were with you and your sister. But then, as if someone butted your thoughts about him, the bedroom door creaked open just enough to let a giggling Nicholas slip in. He threw his hands in the air. I'm dressed! With a loud thud, the door swung fully open, and George marched in with an extremely annoyed scowl. He put his hands on his hips. Nicholas is trying to be all sneaky, and George just, like, bangs the door open. You sprung up and kicked your legs over the side of the mattress. Lazing on the bed wasn't on the schedule anymore. Nicholas, we're playing in the living room, not Derek's room. George reached for his younger brother, but Nicholas scurried up onto the bed. He warily peeked at George from behind Derek's shoulders. Derek notably didn't say a single word, nor did he appear surprised about the intrusion at all. The only movement he made was a light pat on the mess of hair on Nicholas's head like usual. But what wasn't usual was the distant look on his face. He'd accepted the reality at hand, but did not welcome it. Mr. and Mrs. Suarez crowded into the room next.
Excuse us.
Sorry, Derek. He slipped away in a flash.
Yeah, no more.
Come on, Nicholas. Let Derek and Dae have some peace. The younger Suarez stubbornly clung onto Derek's arm. His cheeks puffed out angrily. Nicholas, go hang out with Mom and Dad. Don't you want to see them too? They missed you today. Don't you want to see Mom and Dad too? Come on, Derek. Nicholas loosened his grip as he shifted to get a better look at his big brother. Derek sighed spiritlessly. I do, but I have a friend over right now. I'll spend time with Mom and Dad and you later. Nicholas bent forward and grasped Derek's pant leg. He brought out the big guns and stared up at him with the most pitiful eyes and a matching pout. You know, Derek does what he's supposed to. You can be like that now, Nicholas. Don't be sad. It's been a happy day. Well, I'm not surprised this happened. You sank down, feeling awkward about the situation. You rubbed your eyes in frustration. Okay, I don't want to be like an asshole about it, so let's try to choose a good response. I don't want to be like, Derek does what he does, unlike you, Nicholas. No, don't be sad. It's been a happy day. Nicholas immediately whipped his head in your direction. He clearly had forgotten that you were even still there, right? Feeling more awkward by the second, you paused while the youngest Soros did nothing but stare. Eventually, you shrugged. I had fun. I thought we all did. We're all still here together, so there's no need to be sad when we're nearby in other rooms. Tears started welling up, and he turned back to his big brother. Nicholas's jaw clenched as he tightened his grip on his brother's leg.
End of discussion.
Nicholas, we're reading a story. Right now. Nicholas English shook his head as she advanced across the room. She unapologetically peeled her smallest child off of Derek. The young boy let out a high-pitched whine for the entire extraction. Well, I tried. I tried to help, but it did not work. George frowned sympathetically over the confrontation while Derek winced at the noise. When the deed was done, the middle son followed his mom out of the room. You could still hear Nicholas's piercing cries as he was carried away. I'm very sorry about the interruption. Continue as you were. None of us were ever here. I was never here. Just a faint reflection. He gave the both of you an encouraging smile before you carefully shutting the door again. It was finally silent. Derek kept an eye out until he honestly believed that there wouldn't immediately be another sibling disaster. When he deemed it safe, he let out a quick sigh in an attempt to choke back a harsher groan. Derek flopped back against the mattress with another huff and stretched his arms out at sides. His arms twitched and his fingers curled into fists. There's never any privacy here. How am I still having to deal with things even after spending almost the whole day with them? Ooh. He's getting a little snappy. I mean, he is tired, so that makes sense. You held your tongue, waiting patiently for him to get it all out. Derek muttered grievances under his breath with a harsh glare aimed at the ceiling for a good minute and screwed his mouth shut. I'm sorry, Derek. I think you've done a really good job with everything. It's definitely rough. I thought Elizabeth could be difficult to deal with. I used to really don't think that the boss like Elizabeth. I mean, you did a good job. He didn't respond, but you witnessed the bulk of his anger gradually fade from his brow before he attempted to look in your direction, and when he did, you saw sparks of his usual vibrancy. It gradually returned as he held your gaze. You were thankful that your presence seemed to help bring him back to feeling like himself again. I mean it. I know you do. Thanks, Dae. Evening his breath, Derek folded his arms across his chest and squeezed his eyelids shut. You could tell by the tension in his face that he was still bothered. He was thinking hard, searching for something.
Man.
I can make this work. His low mumble was followed by a pause that had you intrigued. Then he jumped forward so that he was sitting upright again. The grin you were so used to seeing was back in full force. Dae, want to go back to the pool? Nobody's going to be there this late, and my bros are not going to be able to leave the house. You don't have to get in or even change clothes. I think it'd just be kind of a nice place to talk, and that sort of thing. I mean, alright. Avoiding your gaze, Derek nervously rubbed the back of his head. You could tell that he was trying his hardest to be nonchalant, but he wasn't exactly succeeding. Good thinking. Alright. Derek leapt up to his feet and turned, holding a hand out for you to take. Give me your hand. Derek squeezed you back and held you up to your feet. Let's go. The door slowly creaked open as Derek peeked out. Double checking that the coast was actually clear, he gave you a thumbs up. I don't see Nicholas. I think we're good. You returned his thumbs up, silently hoping that this wasn't the calm before the storm. Derek led you into the living room where you found his dad and George sitting together on the couch. Hello. Mom has Nicholas in his room, enraptured in another exciting session of story time. Good. Dae and I were going to go down to the pool area to hang out. Is that okay?
Of course.
Alright, we got the approval. He chuckled, knowing exactly what Derek was trying to accomplish. George was perfectly happy where he was with his dad, so he waved goodbye to you both. Don't keep Dae out too late. I won't. Thanks, Dad. Derek whispered with complete confidence. You gave your appreciation in an equally hushed tone. Thank you, Mr. Suarez. The last thing either of you wanted was to alert the youngest Suarez that anything fun was happening without his knowledge, so you both silently slipped out of the apartment. Once you were free from the condo's walls, Derek's excitement was palpable. You picked up the pace and raced to the pool gate. For the third time in a single day, you and Derek set foot on the condo's complex private pool deck, but you soon realized you hadn't seen everything it had to offer yet. Under the cover of night, the pool was completely aglow with light set into the bottom. The bright blue struck you as inviting breaths of steam drifted off the top of the water, whispering how warm it was. Oh my gosh. Now this would be like the perfect time that I would want to go swimming. When it's like dark and like it's glowing underneath. I love that. But we didn't get changed, so we can't go swimming now at the best time. Hate this place. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Okay, I'm ready now. The closed-in space was clear of any other people, and it had been like that for a while, continuing the stillness of the pool. Not a single ripple disrupted its aquamarine surface. Here you'd have peace and privacy. Derek was drawn to the water like a moth to a flame. He wordlessly rolled up his jeans and tugged off his sneakers and socks, then dunked his feet right into the pool up to the middle of his calf. He stretched and wiggled his bare toes in the comfortable embrace of the heated pool on a summer night. You joined Derek at the edge. You took a hand to the water. You sat by the side of the pool. I dipped my feet in. You removed your own shoes and let your feet soak in the pool. It was as pleasant as its sparkling appearance promised. The water had none of the slight chill that the air did. It was the perfect amount of heat. Derek wrapped both his hands around the smooth tile edge and tilted back. One of his legs kicked up as his back drifted down like his upper and lower body were each one side of a seesaw. He grinned playfully at you.
But
So, what were we talking about? Oh, I don't remember. Well, you were saying. You couldn't manage to put any words together on the spot. Well... Oh my god. Stop putting me back here. I had to change a page again. You were saying that you liked having my help, but it was my job to watch your brothers and I didn't have to do it again.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. He solemnly brought his torso back up until he was hunched over the water. No, we had to bring it up. We had to talk about it. We had to process the emotions. He stared down at it. All his lightheartedness had disappeared in an instant. He wrote a kind of a bummer before it got interrupted. That sucks. There wasn't any heart in it, but Derek managed to chuckle. Sorry for making my problems your problems. He dug his fingers into the side of his hair, scratching at it in frustration.
Doesn't matter.
I don't even know what my problem is. They came in for the room for 5 seconds. I'm so dramatic. That's the least dramatic thing you've done all day. Well, actually, no. It was this. You were never dramatic. That's what I'm trying to say. Derek, that's not dramatic, and it wasn't the only thing that happened today. Nick was dramatic. You're mild. You dealt with a lot of problems, annoyed me, and I don't even live here. You're not dramatic. Yeah. Derek crossed his arms tight and pushed them against the top of his legs. The blue water rippled around him as his legs moved against the pool wall. He pressed his heels into it. The pressure that had only been on the inside was coming out. It's just, the thing is, Nicholas and George need me all the time. And my parents need me because they need me. I don't want to let them down. I really don't. But it's hard. Every day it's like I'm going to mess up and disappoint somebody. He bit his tongue and released his limbs from the locked positions they'd been stuck in. He couldn't scrub the fur away from his brows.
Forget it.
Everyone has stuff to worry about. It's not just me. Mom has to take care of them way more than I do, and Dad works the job pretty much the entire day. I admire you. You don't have to brush yourself off. Yeah, your struggles are valid. Just because somebody may have it, you know, quote, worse, quote, you mean, you still have the right to complain and feel frustrated. Your family's looking to have you, so what if they do things to you? You still deserve to be happy. Yeah, it's not fair for you to think like that. Don't brush yourself off.
I don't know.
He went silent, unmoved. Nicholas was the one who caused trouble, but somehow Derek made himself the bad guy. It was upsetting, but Derek wasn't anywhere close to really being grown up. Of course he couldn't be perfect, even though he acted like he thought he should be. Derek, remember when your dad first came to the pool and you, George, Nicholas were all so excited? You were just like your brothers. Even if you're in charge sometimes, you're still your parents' kid. You don't have to act like an adult. Especially not with me. I don't act like an adult at all. Following slowly and carefully, Derek dared to glance at you again. Thanks, Dae, for saying all that. His shoulders squished inward to frame his lowered head. He looked so much like a hopeful puppy that he could give even Nicholas a run for his money in the adorable face department.
Was it annoying?
It really doesn't bother you that I complain, and sometimes hanging out with me means helping out with the 2 other kids? For all the confidence Derek displayed, when push came to shove, he was pretty insecure about himself and what you thought of him. Not at all, complain away. As long as you don't mind dealing with Elizabeth when you visit me. That's right. Derek, I love hanging out with you, no matter what. I'll bet he'd be saying as many times as you need. I don't know why I started talking like that. But no, complain away. I mean, I do have Elizabeth. Derek showed his full face to you. It was all lit up by the light shining through the water. The smile on his face was just as glittering.
Well,
I don't ever want to be a pain, but it's really cool to have a friend who doesn't mind listening to me and being there. I mean, what are friends for, after all? He didn't say that lightly. He only wanted to let himself be there for you and everyone else. Being somebody Derek could count on was special. His cheeks flushed at just admitting it, but with the way your heart fluttered, you were sure your face was a match. Then his eyebrows furrowed mischievously. Oh no, don't do it! Please spare me! And just like that, he catapulted right off the tile edge into the pool. What the fuck? You gasped as if you were the one who actually sounded like a punch underwater. Derek, what are you doing? Y'all wait now! You can't go home like that! Derek burst to the surface with a loud gasping laugh. The water is great! Well, how wonderful! You're way too impulsive sometimes. Are you okay? You broke into laughter. You shook your head at Derek's spontaneous swim. Are you gonna get in trouble? It's great! Wow, that's... You win! Yep.
this is gonna be great.
Everything's gonna be good, Dae. I'm not an adult. I mean, that was true. You push yourself right off the edge of the pool after. You carefully lower yourself at the edge. You splash Derek from the ground. You watch him enjoy the water, staying dry. No. We ride together, we die together. I'm going in too. In an instant, you were hit with an explosion of bubbles as you sunk down into the water. You waited until you felt the pull for it, then kicked off it and popped your head out of the water. Woo! Derek pumped both his fists in the air. His black wristbands dropped further down his arms, heavy from being soaked. Oh my gosh, our moms are going to kill us when they come pick us up. The two of you paddled through the water together. The added weight of your clothes have both winded pretty quick. It only amused Derek more. Laughter and sloshing water brought the once stagnant pool to life. You and Derek still had the place to yourself and made the absolute most of it. But eventually Derek crawled up to the stairs out of the pool. His baggy clothes poured out many waterfalls with every step he took on land. Derek looked especially tiny with his drenched jersey draped over his frame. He waited there at the top of the steps for you to catch up, being the dripping gentleman he was. You held the railing with each step of the stairs. You felt the weight of your soaked clothes pressing down on you more. Ugh, my voice cracked. You got a thumbs up from Derek when you made it out. And he carefully tipped his head to the side and tapped his hands against his ears to get the water out.
Well,
Alright, time to face the music. Having to go home dampened Derek's mood far more than the water on his body. He could do anything here, in the wide open pool with you and as his only companion. Going back to his family came with countless expectations and responsibilities, but it still had to be done. Yeah. You gave a small nod, readying yourself for whatever might happen when you arrived at the Sora's condo. Without another word, you collected your shoes and you left a little oasis behind. Give me your hand! His slippery fingers gripped you as tightly as they could. When you made it to the front door, Derek used a key from his pocket to open it. He hadn't forgotten to bring it, despite leaving under rushed and uneasy circumstances. Derek stood there in front of the unlocked door, just staring at it. Practical preparation was his forte. Making himself ready for bumps in the relationships was not. I've got your back, Derek. We can do it. Yeah. He took in a huge breath through his nose and turned the knob. Good evening. The answer is yes. It will be too wholesome for you to handle. I mean, it has proven that so far. I mean, my heart, it's at its limit. Also, welcome, Kai. I hope you're having a good... How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good time. But yes, that is true. It is very wholesome. It's too much for me. The living room was quiet when you went inside. George and Mrs. Torres had moved over to the kitchen and were busy putting together a puzzle. Mrs. Torres' shoulder blocked your view, so you couldn't see what the picture was supposed to be. Mrs. Torres and Nicholas were nowhere in sight. You guessed they were still in the younger boy's bedroom. I mean, if we don't make any sudden moves, maybe they won't notice. It was strange not to have someone cheer and shout when Derek walked through the door. There was a feeling of absence. We're back. No, Derek, you weren't supposed to say anything. Now he's gonna know. He announced himself with an absolute lack of enthusiasm. He might as well have been calling off bingo numbers to an empty room. Mrs. Torres lifted his head and turned to face the both of you. At the same time, he eagerly pushed his chair away from the counter.
I see.
Thank you for coming home. The greeting he gave was so normal that it was weird, considering how you and Derek each brought a bucket full of water absorbed into your clothes. George offered a typical family greeting of his own, and had taken his eyes off the puzzle. He was either focused or avoiding the awkwardness.
Welcome back.
Derek silently poked a bare big toe into the prickly entryway doormat. The mess Derek's foot was making was too much for the little mat to contain. Water leaked out from the edges. Derek's attempt to face his family was going equally smoothly. The bright pleasantries on Mr. Torres' face softened into warmth. He followed through on the motion he started and got out of his chair. He crossed the living room to stand with the two of you at the front door. My hard-working son is always in demand, Our family needs to learn how to share, especially Nicholas. The last part was said with a little chuckle. Derek didn't smile from the compliment, but he did start to blush.
Excuse me.
Oh no, here she comes now. A new voice came from the hall. Mrs. Suarez stood there with her hands on her hips. Peeking out from behind the skirt of her dress was a distinct nest of brown hair. Now that you're here, someone has something he wants to say to his big brother. Her words got George to actually turn away from the puzzle and watch the scene, but Nicholas remained hidden. Her encouragement wasn't enough. As always, he was waiting for Derek. You didn't need to tell Derek that, though. He knew it far better than you. He shifted his weight on his feet and gave Nicholas an invitation.
Okay.
What did you want to say? He looks at him and he goes, "You're wet." Why are you all wet? Nicholas darted out from behind his mom with enough speed to flutter her dress. His tiny feet thundered over the floor until he came to an abrupt stop right in front of his favorite person. He had to lean his head all the way back to look into Derek's eyes. Derek looked down to meet the gaze. Nicholas resisted the urge to hug him and instead clutched the collar of his own shirt.
Sorry.
That's your room. From how much Nicholas struggled to explain his apology, it was obvious he wasn't at a point where he understood why being together at all times wasn't a completely fantastic idea. All that had gone through was that he'd upset his brother and that had in turn upset him. Nicholas bit his lip and moved his hands to pull at the bottom of his shirt instead of the top. The best he could come up with next was simply repeating himself. Derek's lips quirked just a bit as he patiently listened to his little brother. You should say sorry to them too. Dae helped you a lot today too. Nicholas instantly twisted his head towards you and echoed the word. He was very serious. Sorry, Dae. No worries. Nicholas hopped up on the pads of his feet. As a nervous but hopeful entry came over him, your reaction was the first positive sign he'd gotten. The smallest Sora's glanced between you and Derek unsurely. He let his shirt go and balled his hands into fists. I'm sorry, Derek. I'm sorry, Dae. Nicholas put everything he had into willing whatever problem he'd caused to be fixed, and into people not feeling bad anymore. The emotional display of regret moved someone in the room to speak.
I'm sorry.
Aw, George, no. Derek snorted a laugh at the unexpectedness of the interjection. What did you even do? I don't know. The middle child looked down at the puzzle in front of him again, but he was staring through the pieces as if they weren't there. Your murmur just barely allowed him to hear from where you were standing. You and Dae had to watch me today, too. Derek's hesitancy completely crumbled, and his usual familial dynamic came back in full force.
Aww.
George, you don't have to apologize for that. I like to have some time by myself or with my friends, but I never want to stop having my little bros. Nicholas's massively wide eyes sparkled. For the first time since they were reunited, he carefully reached out to Derek and gripped his soaking wet jeans. Derek reached down to gently pat his baby brother's head as he did, probably every day. Neither boy cared that this time the hand was damp. And so they both smiled at the other with unwavering affection. No matter what fissions happened, it was inevitable that it would end that way because they both loved their family equally and deeply. Another person took a turn to cut in as Mr. Suarez spoke up with vigor.
Let's race.
Derek, Dae, let's race. Race where? What? Derek chuckled at your confusion and switched his head pad to a full-on hair ruffle. Nicholas giggled excitedly along with his brother. Dad's asking us to play a video game. An old kart racer he likes. Is it Mario Kart? Yes, and I will win it. Derek said, cheerfully tacked that on. It couldn't be forgotten clearly. George, could we play her 4? Mrs. Suarez was the only one who truly kept her distance during the reconciliation between Derek and Nicholas, but now she joined the rest of the family. When she was close enough to you and Derek to whisper, she pressed a hand to the corner of her mouth and winked conspiratorially. I'll give Nico an unplugged controller. The classic unplugged controller for the youngest. Derek grinned at that point and shifted into giving the longest strands of Nicholas's hair a friendly tug, but he didn't accept the invite immediately. He included you in the discussion. What do you think, Dae? It's up to you. He nodded at you and turned to answer his father. Alright, let's race. Let's ride. Dun, dun, dun. Derek's mom encouraged you and Derek with her words, and Nicholas with her hands, taking him by the shoulders. This time she wouldn't be letting him get away from her. Go get changed. We'll plug it in so it's ready by the time you're back. Dae, you're welcome to use my or Mr. Suarez's pajamas if Derek doesn't have anything you can borrow. It'll be big, but it's better than nothing. Pajamas! To be fair, Nico was like 5 years old in step 2. He can't possibly be any good at video games. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, when you give it to the youngest. I mean, that's pretty much what I never had. I don't have any younger siblings, but I do have like young, like nieces and nephews. So when I would play like the older ones, like, and we would do video games, we'd give them the unplugged one because they also weren't good at video games, and they were even like younger than that at the time. So it makes sense. It's a good tactic. Derek's mood continued to be buoyed by the support of his parents, and he left to go get changed while walking as lightly as he could in his wet clothes. You followed the water footprints he left behind to dry off too. You did a quick change while you waited with a towel wrapped around you to minimize your clothes dripping. Jammies! He came out of his room wearing his normal sleeping sweats. Not that he wasn't spilling water over everyone, he offered to get you something to wear. Derek rattled off what kinds of pajamas his family had on hand. He apologized twice for the fact that he was so much shorter than you and had nothing you could fit in. You reassured him that it wasn't his fault. You were the one who chose to get wet when you didn't have an extra pair of your own clothes. Ultimately, I borrowed a buttoned-down PJ shirt and pants from Mr. Suarez. No gown. It was extremely baggy, considering the design of it was more proper looking than most other types of PJs. The melted way it looked on you was extra funny. What mattered most was that you were finally warm and dry. Your skin was still had lingering goosebumps from your dip in the pool. Derek gave you a friendly thumbs up. He was nothing but polite about your outfit situation. I'm so bothered that we haven't showered once since being in the pool 3 times. Like, I'm just imagining the tangles in the hair. It's like, I can't stand that, but you know what? It's fine. We ignore it. He bundled up the pile of wet clothes and carried them off to the laundry. He spoke over his shoulder as he walked as fast as he could with dripping clothes in his arms. I'll get your stuff back to you next time I visit, okay? Okay. As promised, the Suarez's dark purple GameCube was fully connected with 4 controllers plugged in by the time you and Derek strolled into their living room wearing your new digs. A familiar shout filled the whole room. All was right in the world. Derek's back! Yep, Nico, I'm here. Mrs. Suarez was on the carpet with Nicholas in her lap. She'd already passed him a controller and he was having a blast pressing the clicky buttons despite the fact they did nothing except make a little noise. George and Mrs. Suarez took seats on the couch. George tucked himself close against his father so the two were only taking up one side. The other half of the couch was reserved for you and Derek. Oh my gosh, our parents are taking such a long time coming to pick us up. It's been like, it feels like it's like midnight over here now. Derek dove into the spot next to George. He got settled in nicely against the plush back of the couch and floored his legs up across the cushion. You got in the final place and relaxed against the armrest. Ooh! George passed one controller to Derek, which Derek gave to you. Then he handed over a second, which Derek kept. Mr. Suarez filled you in on a decision he and his second son had made.
What do you think?
Junior and I are on a team. You and Dae can play together. What do you think? Derek tilted his head your way. He lifted his shoulders and added on to his dad's briefing. It's a double racer. One drives, the other controls items. It sounds cool. Great. Definitely not a Nintendo GameCube controller. Yes, definitely not. It's me and you then. The deal was sealed. Packs had been made. George perked up and shook Mr. Suarez's arm. Hey Dad, we're Team Suarez. Yes, we are. What's our team name? Derek's fingers were on the buttons, and he was leaning over his crossed legs in anticipation for the game to begin. He replied, unbothered. Cool for you guys. If we don't get a team name, come on. Specifically not Mario Kart Double Dash. Definitely not Mario Kart Double Dash. It couldn't be. No, it's not. With his gaze still glued to the TV, a cheeky grin pulled at his lips. Derek spoke one more thing under his breath that was meant just for him, but you were sitting close enough to still catch it. I don't mind being Team Ursa. Derek! Stop it. My heart can't take it. He giggled sweetly, being squished into a couch so close to him felt even warmer. All 4 players making up the 2 teams chose their characters, carts, positions, and the track set. To start, Derek and Mr. Soares were driving. You and George had item launching duty. 3, 2, 1! The carts launched across the starting lines with both drivers getting an extra boost. Team Ursa and Team Soares were off down the colorful jungle road. There would be 3 laps before the race was over. Lap 1 was a frantic race for the top spot. The carts were neck and neck to each other over every hill and around each curve, either getting ahead or falling behind. Attacks were constantly exchanged and buttons were pressed at rapid speeds. That included Nicholas as he watched the race and tried to use his controller the way everyone else was. You wonder which part of the game he thought he was impacting. By lap 2, Team Ursa had taken a strong lead. Almost nothing from the Soares camp could reach your cart. Once he passed the line to start lap 3, Derek was cocky enough to bring out the smack talk. I thought you were gonna win, Dad. Mrs. Soares' expression was perfectly content. More than that, it was serene. And it was with that calm face, Derek's father carefully reached across George and then in the blink of an eye, locked his large hand around the comparatively tiny controller Derek. Oh my god, he's cheating! Where's the ref? He's cheater! Hey! The cart you and Derek shared went out of control, careening off the dirt path into a pit. You had to wait for the game to fish you out and place you back on the road. Team Soares rolled out right on past. See, I'm winning now. Derek was boldly unapologetic. He grinned like a child who just found out you could get a hole-in-one at putt-putt golf if you just dropped the ball in the hole. You're cheating now! Derek sputtered with laughter, made of equal parts of amusement and disbelief. He yanked his arms towards his chest to fight for freedom, but Mr. Soares' grip was unmovable. You're running interference, huh? From a distance, Mrs. Soares mused over the situation that had begun to unfold. Her husband stole a look at where she'd been sitting. She was gone, leaving only Nicholas on the floor. Oh, where'd she go? She's sneaking around. Oh, he's so confused. He's like, where is she? She's hunting him. Mrs. Soares lifted one thick eyebrow and pressed the other lower. He could only puzzle over what it might mean, until it all became clear by the world going dark for only him. Derek's mom had crawled over behind the couch, popped up from behind, and slipped her fingers under Mrs. Soares' glasses. He was caught completely off guard. His father started from the shock of a surprise attack that wasn't committed by himself. Yeah, Mom. Derek hadn't gotten his controller back. Mr. Soares was stubborn in his hole, but his dad was just incapacitated as a driver. Yeah, Mom. An echo of Derek's cheer came from behind. All the excitement in the air had stirred a fire in Nicholas. He wasn't just playing with an off controller anymore. He crawled on all fours at a rapid pace until he reached the couch and launched himself right at his dad's stomach. Oh my gosh, a double attack! Should have just swapped his dad's controller with Nico. Honestly, that would have been a good move too. The whole time Nico was playing and he thought he was doing it. He crawled on. Oh, okay, yeah. It was powerful enough to make Mrs. Soares sprung forward, and Mrs. Soares' hands were yanked off of him. Oof. But Derek's controller was finally freed. Mrs. Soares had to let go of both controls to catch his squirming child. Nicholas would not be contained. He climbed up over his dad's shoulders and wrapped his arms around Mrs. Soares' face. In sweet justice, the Team Soares car flew off a bridge into the abyss below. Yes! Yeah, Nicholas! George placed his own controller in his lap with a shake of his head and a smirk. Team Soares wasn't winning this race. Derek rolled his shoulders and poked a tongue out of the corner of his mouth in concentration. He was back in business. The Team Ursa car course corrected and raced towards the finish line of the final lap. The youngest Soares hugged all 4 of his limbs around his dad, even tighter from the thrill of seeing Derek speed his car around the track. Yeah! I'm just kind of imagining, like, Nicholas is, like, latched around his dad's head. Like, he can't see. He's just, like, mildly suffocating him. Items weren't needed now, but you were just as invested in watching your car make the last stretch. And Derek brought it home, crossing the finish line. We won! Derek threw his fist into the air, pumped them back down to his chest, and turned to you with the palm held out for you to smack. Oh, well, I would hug him, but I'm kind of like, I don't want to leave him hanging, too. No, we hug. We did it. This is a victory we earned. You ignored the hand and flung your arms around his neck. He squeezed you back, pressing his face into your shoulder. You were victorious. We won! Nicholas sent his arms up towards the sky, a perfect imitation of his eldest brother. Mr. Soares used the opportunity to collect his son from off his shoulders and place Nicholas into his lap. He pet his son's hair and he laughed, breathless but full of joy.
Okay.
I lost. Next race. Next race. Again. Imagine not hugging the bean. I know, imagine. It's like, I don't want to leave him hanging, but it's like, it's illegal not to hug him. I don't want to go to jail. This time, Dave repeated the phrase, still raring to go. But that was naturally followed by the original copycat. Nicholas clapped gleefully and snuggled up against his seat on his father's chest. Next race. George picked up his abandoned controller once more. His voice was quieter but no less sincere. Next race. In all the commotion, you'd completely forgotten you could have switched to the driver role to take over for Derek at any time. George could have too for his dad, but you're glad it went the way it did. I wouldn't have it any other way. Team Ursa got its win with the assistance of Team Pile Drivers, Nicholas and Mrs. Suarez. Man, they got the cooler team name. Now the game was just getting started. Next race. Couldn't help joining the pattern. He got big smiles from the family.
Well,
Now this is a real party. There's still pizza in the fridge. Who wants leftovers? Me! There are many things that are illegal not to do in our life. Yes, there are indeed. So the suggestion of food riled Nicholas up even more. He clambered over his dad's shoulders for the second time, tugging on his beard and accidentally knocking his glasses off. Mr. Shores wheezed out a chuckle. Nicholas stared out from over the couch into the kitchen. He wanted that pizza, but couldn't be the first to ask. I do pizza, please. I will have leftovers. You said just for Nicholas's sake. He looked to the other stores with, I want pizza. I do.
same.
Me too. Give me the fucking pizza. George and Mrs. Shores chimed in their own
Sure.
request. Can I have some, Mom? I would like some pizza. My beloved wife who never turns against me. My beloved wife who never turns against me, who never betrays me in front of my own children and their friend. She snickered with a glint in her eyes. Of course. Start the game. I'll heat it up. All four of the swordsmen spoke in unison. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, too.
Welcome.
Players all resumed their positions and took up their tools. Slightly sweaty GameCube controllers. Oh, I know that feel. The sweaty controllers. When the second race started, the grin on Derek's face was one of the most radiant you'd seen the whole day. His dad, mom, and brothers too really knew how to make Derek happy. That brought a smile to your face too. From getting a window into Derek's life and for what you knew from your own, spending every day with the same people could take a lot of patience, but there were a lot of perks too. Your time at the Suarez household ended with family, food, and fun. There wasn't much more you could have asked for. Okay, I didn't think we were ever going to get home. I think we were going to be stuck there forever. I mean, I wouldn't have minded that, but still. I imagine him saying that about the pizza and not about his wife. Imagine. But yes. Okay, we got one left. Just got lemonade, and then we were done with the second step. And then maybe we'll speed through some of step 3. I don't know. Maybe I should speed through it off stream, maybe. I don't know. We shall see. Or maybe I could do a poll about it. I don't know. You know, maybe I'll make a poll on the Discord if we should speed run through step 3 off stream or on stream. Lemonade from the Derek's DLC featuring Cove Open. Is Cove in this one? Let me see. It was afternoon on a sleepy summer day. Nothing urgent needed to be done. No real plans had been made. You and your company were simply hanging out around the local beach, free as the breeze. It was one of those good days. Oh yeah, there he is. Where the world was your own and you had 2 of your close friends there to enjoy it with. Derek was on your left and Cove was at your right. 3 pairs of footprints trailed along in the soft white sand behind you. Derek had only been dropped off minutes ago. He brought with him those clothes you had to leave at his house after your night's— oh my gosh. The reference. You had taken a minute to put them away, but instead of everyone going inside your house or heading to Cove's, you simply started to walk. It was definitely hot out. Southern California tended to get that way, but it wasn't so bad that you had to hide away from the beating rays of the sun. Cove's hands were in his pockets. He spoke out while facing away from you. Instead, he lazily watched the unchanging horizon. What do you guys want to do? You and Derek took on matching squints. Normally there'd be endless answers to that question, but the lackadaisical mood made it feel like trying to solve math problems in a dream. You had nothing. Your thoughts were moving as slowly as the tide that inched towards the shore bit by bit. Finally, the resident problem solver offered a possibility with a yawn and a tall stretch of his arms over his head.
Well,
Want to walk to the grocery store? What? A grocery store? Cove twisted his face to the opposite side and stared at Derek. A stuttering laugh expressed his disbelief. How do we go to the grocery store? Grocery shopping? With a shrug, Derek scratched his cheek and explained. Well, it's probably different here, but where I live, the closest place to get stuff isn't a convenience store or a mall or anything. It's a grocery store. So sometimes me and my bros will take a trip down there and see what we can find. That sounds neat. Wouldn't you find groceries? Wow, finding groceries at a grocery store? I've never heard such a thing. I'll try if you want to. You stared at him with the same questioning look as Cove. You nod along with the explanation. You got some interesting hobbies, Derek. You cheesed. My hobby is going to the grocery store. What did you find groceries? Derek just laughed. The puzzled reactions from his 2 friends didn't deter him at all.
this is gonna be great.
It's really not like normal errands. You can get anything you want. There are a lot of things at the store you never even think about when you're there with your parents and a list of stuff for the house. Cove's formerly heavy drooping lids lifted high, showing his bright blue eyes. He glanced between you and Derek for final confirmation that you were seriously doing this today. Derek had complete confidence in his stance. It could be interesting. The corners of your neighbor's mouth perked up as well.
Sure.
Okay, let's go grocery shopping. Cool. It was another successful bit of improvising on Derek's part. He put his hands on his hips eagerly.
Let's go.
I'm pretty sure I know where your store is, but the two of you should probably lead the way. Leave it to us. Cove puffed his chest out with pride. He was a true local to the town after being there for so many years. And you all continued, now with an actual destination in mind. I'm going to go grocery shopping, buy some more cereal. You retraced the remnants of your steps in the sand, heading back to the neighborhood, and then up the hill and out of the residential area. When you turned onto Main Street, the grocery store was already visible in the distance. It also wasn't going anywhere, so you enjoyed the stroll together. You arrived when you arrived. Derek continued to sell the concept of his plan by recounting stories of him and his brother's past adventures in Groceryland.
What?
So we'd gotten super lucky because the discount rack had a whole cherry pie for way off. Ooh. Me and George and Nico pulled our pocket change to get it, and then we had an entire pie just like that. We sat outside on a bench near the store and ate it from the pan. I'm oohing at the deal, not at the cherry pie. I'm not the biggest pie fan. I know. It's a bit of a crime, I know, not to like pie, but it's just not my thing. But the sale though, pocket change for a whole pie, I think that's pretty good. A nice deal. I mean, I love a sale. It was cut into 6 slices. I only let the kids have 1 piece each. It was already a lot of sugar. I don't want to make them food sick.
Self-voicing enabled. Self-voicing disabled.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pick that. It's okay, I don't really like pie, or cake, or donuts, or cherry. Are you not much of a sweets person? Like a cakey person? No, I love cake. I really like cake. I tolerate donuts. I mean, I don't know if I should say tolerate, because I kind of have a donut for a snack almost every day, so I probably shouldn't say that. But it's just because it's convenient and it's there where I work. But I like cherry flavored candies. I wouldn't say I really like cherry flavored cakes and stuff like that. But that's just me though. But I'm also got like I like the savory stuff as well. But pie's a big no for me. I don't think I've ever liked pie, and I don't think I ever will. I tried to come up with how we were going to explain half a pie to Mom, but Nico had his own idea. He took a slice he wasn't allowed to eat and instead threw it at George. A waste! Cove's mouth gaped open at the audacity. Oh yeah, Cove's gonna hate that. Cove who eats everything on his plate. The non-food waster. Not exactly. Angel food cake with vanilla is fine from time to time, but that's about it. Ah, I see. Yeah, it'd be like that. We all got different tastes. Derek laughed out loud at the memory and the response it got in the present. You've been watching way too many cartoons with food fights and pies to the face, I guess. You'd believe that. If there was one thing Nicholas loved, it was Derek, and if there was another, it was cars. And if there was a third, it was copying things he'd seen others do.
Obviously.
George didn't let that slide. He took the 5th piece of the pie and squished it right into Nicholas's head. His hair was covered in dark cherry goo. Oh my god, it's gonna be so sticky. No, it was a mess, but if you can't beat them, join them. I done the last of the pile myself. Derek, why? It stopped them from fighting over it, and they would have ended up feeling bad if they got messy, and I didn't. Nicholas didn't think that very far ahead. Oh, what did you do next?
Honestly.
Excuse me, I'm fighting a burp right now. Okay, I did it. I won the battle. However, the man who in the wedding you'll see will taste every single flavor of cake, even if you are too picky to try and name it yourself. As you turn to Xavier in the cake shop like, you didn't bring enough. Where's the rest of it? I want more. Nico was just like in horror. I was like, you wasted 3 slices of pie when you could have eaten it for later. We found a water fountain around the back of the grocery store and tried to scrape off as much pie as possible. Then we went home. Mom still figured out what happened, and we all had to take real baths. That was a good time. A fond smile settled on Derek's face. He glanced up to the sky while getting lost in an entirely private moment of reminiscing. Cove was still reflecting on the story with amusement. Derek's reminiscing, thinking about the story in one way, and Cove's thinking about it in another way. Cove sitting there is like, is this page 1? This is page 1 of 100, right? You have more? It was always a treat when Derek had the space to share a tale, though it was hard for a real-life experience to compare to the legend of Baby Castle. That's adorable. I hope we'll find a whole pie. Huh, grocery stores are more exciting than I thought. You googled on Derek storytelling. You shook your head how ridiculous that was. I guess they're exciting. Maybe. Cove ruffled a hand through his hair, possibly considering how it might have felt to have an entire pie crushed into his locks. He smiled. He smirked. The pie throwing fight is way more memorable than I would have guessed. The most unexpected thing that happened to me when out shopping was that time I got a free balloon and accidentally popped it pretty much immediately. Ah, yeah, I remember that. Because you leaned on it too much.
Dude.
Oh, shoot. It was Derek's turn to chuckle in nervous disbelief. His grin shook just imagining it.
Okay.
It's okay, Cove says, holding back tears in his eyes. Rest in pieces, dolphin balloon. That was so terrible. That was so sad, but also really funny. That's so sorry. I'm sorry that's how our first shopping trip ended, Cove. Now, rest in pieces. Yeah, rest in peace. The conversation stayed on the topic of store-related outings. Naturally, the time you all went to the mall with Lee, and technically Kira too, was discussed. Where Ko's mom went during that trip was still highly speculated, but there were theories. The chat didn't last much longer, though. Soon you crossed the street and arrived at Sunset Bird's local mom-and-pop grocery store. Summer! All summer! Blame the amazing Alexander for giving 8-year-olds easily destroyable gifts. I mean... But all places, like, of tourist distractions... let me try this. All places that bustle with tourist attractions and stuff like that, they always give balloons out to kids, though. You think they'd learn, but they don't. I guess if they got their money, they're just fine with that. Giving the balloons as they take the $5 from their parents and like, that balloon's not gonna last 5 minutes, but I got my money. Amazing Alexander. He's truly the con artist here. Sale on cup noodles? What flavors you got? I don't like spicy. What else we got? Other stuff as well. Delicious. You and your two co-shoppers headed right through the automatic doors. A shiver went down your spine when you stepped out of the afternoon heat and into the powerful air-conditioned store. Shiny, orderly aisles stretched out in front of you. Each one was tightly packed with a plethora of brightly packaged merchandise. To some people, the rows and rows of items might have been a slog to go through, but seeing through Derek's eyes, it was a scavenger hunt with endless opportunities. Though it was Cove who spoke first. Do we need a cart?
Nope.
Probably not. Derek casually waved that off. I still fixated ahead on the altar of consumerism ahead. We don't need a cart, but I don't want to ride in it. Where's my ride? Okay, so 1, I've never seen a grocery store this stocked. 2, I have seen a store that looks like this before, and the AC was turned way up. It was actually pretty nice. Oh my gosh, I would love that. A nice chilled store. But yeah, this is very unrealistic. It's like, it looks like nobody has ever shopped here ever. No spot is empty. Like this sale right here, all these cup noodles should be gone. It's me, I bought the cup noodles. Oh yeah, I remember that. We're here for quality, not quantity. Besides, do we even have enough money to buy a ton of things? Oh, wait. Kosli burrowed his hands into his pockets once again. He tucked them in deep, but didn't find what he'd gone in search of. I don't have my wallet. It's at home. Me neither. I thought we'd just be in the neighborhood all day. Yeah. I figured. It's cool. Derek's lack of a reaction couldn't smooth over Cove's obvious response to the situation. His wavy eyebrows pulled down together. We could have stopped by to get it before we left. No, this was my idea, so it's my treat. A tweet for me? Random grocery store on the side of the highway in the middle of nowhere. I mean, that's where the best grocery stores are, just in the middle of nowhere. I've got like $8 and some change. That's enough for all of us to spend around a few dollars, so we'll put it together for one thing. That's gonna be plenty. What's the one thing we're gonna get with $8? That we're all going to participate in? Is another pie? Thanks, Derek. Not even $10 between us. Wow, it's like we're kids again. I promise I'll pay you back. Yeah, that'd be more than enough for this. We'll pay you back. $3? Not even that much. It's really no big deal. It is! I still want to. I will too. Fine, you guys win. Wait, $3 each? Wait, $3 for me and Cove? So you get the lesser? Derek, you gotta take it for yourself, you know? Cove's hands finally deserted his pockets, and one came out to rub his forearm instead.
All right.
Okay, thanks. Let's get something good. Derek took a step forward as he cheered. Alright, here we go. What are we gonna get? We just buy a raw steak. Let's buy a raw steak. So let's see if we can cook it on a car hood. Like, y'all seen those videos of like people like cooking eggs on the sidewalk because it's so hot? What if we did that with a steak? I'm curious. Science experiment. You went down the nearest aisle, swiveling your head to check both sides of the path as you swung your currently empty of goods arms through the air. The first stop of the market expedition was a discount rack in the back. He didn't have the same look as Derek and his little brothers. It was the only place in the store that was barren. Oh wow, the one place. One shelf had several dented cartons of chicken stock. Oh. Let's chug the chicken stock. Stuffed in the bottom of the rack was a bag of plain rolls. The sight was pretty pathetic. Too bad. He sure looked it was nothing, but his words told a different story. It would have been easy if there was a pie here, or a cake, or one of those pans with a bunch of cinnamon rolls. Cove, you gotta chill out, man. Wistfully, Cove continued to mumble a list of miscellaneous pastries that we might have potentially been able to get if the fates had aligned. Shall we just go to the bakery section? Is that what you want, Cove? Do you want to get a sweet treat? Good, this keeps things interesting. We can still get the stock. Such a good deal. Sorry, Cove. I was hoping for a cake this time, too. Shook her head with a smile. No, it keeps things interesting. We're on our toes. Definitely. There's still plenty of possibilities. And if push comes to shove, we could afford a smaller treat, like getting 3 boxes with 1 slice of cake each. We couldn't eat more than that anyway. Maybe you would just eat one. See? I'm telling you. I told y'all, if Cove had that pie, he'd eat the whole damn thing. I said, his stomach is a bottomless pit. He'll eat everything if he could, if he was allowed to. Cove could have eaten half the pie himself. Not the half the pie, the whole pie. Yeah, speak for yourself, Derek. 1 slice couldn't cut it. He don't need that much dessert, Cove. I mean, he don't, but he could have. Wow, alright. It's a good thing we didn't find one then. Hey. You push past the already pilfered treasure chest and continue to chat. You pass cereals, pastas, and sauces, an aisle full of chips bags, and soda packs, and more. The dry goods and canned foods now behind you, you arrive at the produce section. The arrangement of goods was much more open than the narrow rows of shelves. The 3 of you could spread out more in between pallets and baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables. Derek grabbed an avocado to check its ripeness. Cove stared at the watermelons, appreciating the fruit, but his blank face made it obvious he had no idea how to tell if they were good quality or not. Then, so I learned for watermelons that if the watermelon is rounder and it has a yellow spot, that's a good one because it's sweeter that way. So I think that's how I tell if a watermelon is decent or not. I'm sure there's probably, I see people at the grocery store like smack the melon. It's like, what are you listening for? Like, what type of sound are you listening for? Is it supposed to like sound hollow or sound thick? I never understand, but I get tempted to go up to him and it's like, tell me your secret. What are you hearing that I can't hear? Just slapping the watermelon's ass. He's like, yes, this is a good one. I want to know. Then a recognizable crackling sound spluttered to life. Both of the boys with you lifted their heads. Without conversing, the 2 rushed over to the back wall where the leafy greens were piled up. Asking the watermelon if it feels ready. Smacks the watermelon. It goes, oh, it's ready. If it goes, it's not ready. A light spray of mist burst from the sprinklers, raining down gently on the produce. Cove and Derek stuck their hands into the damp air while snickering. Derek rubbed his hands together to pretend he was washing them. Cove lifted his hands up to be as close to the source of the water as possible. You also had your hand in the veggie mist. You thought the 2 of them were so silly. That was weird. You stuck your face in the misting. Wow. 2 very different. Wow, that's so weird. Put your face in it. You made your own dash across the floor to enjoy the tiny dusting of water drops on your cheeks. The impromptu public shower ended shortly, and it was back to the center of the space for you. Knowing grins were shared around as you regrouped, there was a comfort in realizing someone else had the same silly habit as you. With the distraction over and the main goal unresolved, Cove helplessly glanced around the store. He was totally stumped. There's a lot of things I like, but I don't have to get any of it now. How do we pick? There was a whine in his tone, and he crossed his arms out in frustration. Derek kept it light, same as he would when dealing with his much younger siblings. Dude, you need more imagination. Turn lemons into lemonade. Oh my god, he said it! He said the title of the moment! Actually, wait, yeah, that's what we should do. We can get some lemons and make our own lemonade. The concept struck Cove just as much as Derek. Oh, that would be cool. Now that's an idea. Thanks. Derek marched with purpose to a box that was heavy with mesh bags of the desired yellow citrus. Lemonade. Okay. He tapped a finger to his chin, then bounced from one foot to the other. Derek was suddenly a lemon connoisseur who scrutinized the offerings with utmost focus. He selected 2 bags, one in each hand. The bottom of each pack was set against his upturned palms. Derek jiggled the lemons and tried to get a sense of their weight. If you're at my local grocery store, basically you'd pick the one that wasn't already rotted. I don't know why, but the grocery store I have in my area, it's not very good at switching out their produce. I wouldn't get it from there. One of the lemons would just be absolutely blackened. I'm glad this place seems to be a bit better. The most unrealistic grocery store ever. He selected 2 bags from each hand, the bottom of his room, gets up to your palms. Derek jiggled the lemons and tried to get a sense of their weight. Finally, the bag on the right was deemed superior, and Derek carefully laid the unwanted bundle back into the stack. Then he lifted the winner high, showing it off to Cove and you. I've got my thing. It's only $3. Your turn. Oh, we still gotta pick something. Let's buy stuff for the lemonade then. This time, Cove didn't look aimlessly at what was in front of him. He shut his eyes and put all his mind's power into conjuring up an ace. Oh my god. He's putting all of his focus. What do I want? I want a whole cherry pie to myself. Studi stole a quick glance at Derek's lemons through squinted eyes, and then he took his turn. Come on, let's do it. He made another trip across the length of the store, this time at a much brisker pace. Cove had a target in sight, even if he couldn't see it yet. Oh, what is it, Cove? What are you getting? He blew past all the food aisles, the pet shelves, the cleaning supplies. He only stopped when you made it to the one random aisle in the store, with cheap plastic kids' toys. This is it. What is it? His words were eager and certain. There was a childish excitement to Cove that was fitting for the location. He reached a hand into the wall with yo-yos and bubble blowers. His fingers landed on a baggie of water balloons. Drinking lemonade is going to make me want to have fun outside too. We can use this for that. Wow. Perfect plan, Cove. Good work. I knew you could do it. It's great you found something. I'm amazed you didn't get food. I mean, truly. That is amazing. I knew you got it. Thanks. For all his previous indecision, the sweetness of victory was all the more worth it for Cove. His selection was even cheaper than Derek's, $2, and a bit of change. All that was left for Derek's money was $3 and your choice of prize. Derek patiently cradled his bag of lemons while Cove watched you expectantly, excited to see what the final piece of the puzzle would be. You reflected on the theme that was forming, your own preferences, and the shareability of different goods. In the end, you opened your mouth and said, how about chips to snack on? Let's get some candy to eat with lemonade. I want those little umbrellas. Ooh! Ooh! Umbrella? This would be a little fancy, a little bougie. Can we get the discount rolls for real? I want to get gum. I'm just gonna get gum. Let's get little umbrellas. Excellent day. You got to lead the way out of the toy aisle and back to the thick of the grocery store traffic. You wound around the aisles until you found the right spot. You took another minute to pick out the best little umbrellas, and then you were done. Umbrella. With items in each hand, you, Derek, and Co. went through the checkout line. Derek dug out his pocket change and paid for your odd arrangement of items. None of you bothered to get a bag. Derek was already in one, and you and Co. could easily carry your things on your own. After a successful grocery trip, you returned to the great outdoors to walk back to the neighborhood. This kind of outing reminded you that it wasn't about what you were doing, but kind of was who you were doing it with. Our 2 best friends. Outside, you gathered in front of the crosswalk and waited for a chance to get back on the main sidewalk. While standing around, it was you unanimously decided that you'd bring your goods to Cove's house and make the lemonade there. Your home had the risk of Elizabeth saying she wanted a pre-dinner snack. She wouldn't appreciate having a lemonade-making operation in the way. There was no worry of that in the Holden condo. Cove's mom and dad were out, and even if they weren't, they were his parents, not his bossy big siblings. They wouldn't even dream of throwing the 3 of you out of the kitchen to use it instead. Derek was thinking along similar lines, based on what he'd said next. Honestly, man, I can't wrap my head around what it's like to not have any siblings hanging around the house at all. I don't mean that you're weird for it, it's just, it's gotta be so different.
Really?
Is it? I have my dad here. My mom is staying right now, too.
I guess.
Yeah, but that's not the same. Parents take care of the kids, and the kids have a bunch of stuff they need. Every day has to be about me and my brothers. If we go out to eat, will everyone like the stuff there? Or will George be too picky? Are we all old enough to do whatever the thing is? Or is Nicholas too little? My birthday's the only time I can do everything that I want for the whole time. And I still choose to keep my brothers in mind, even though my parents don't make me.
It's okay.
I don't mind, but it's crazy imagining a world where I don't have to do that. Huh, I hadn't thought about that. Cove's eyes darted back and forth, and he bit the inside of his cheek.
Self-voicing enabled.
Stop it!
Self-voicing disabled.
I don't like that. I guess having siblings or not changes how someone thinks. I figured people who would be who they are no matter what, but maybe I would have needed to be at least a little different if I had to share my parents in life all the time. I'm glad both of you are who you are. I can relate to that, Derek. I wonder who I'd be without Elizabeth. I don't even want to imagine a world without Elizabeth. I'm glad you guys are you. Thanks, Dae. Me too.
But
But we hate you. The road was clear, so Derek got the conversation, his legs moving again. Started preparations by listing off what you need to gather when you made it back. Sugar, ideally some ice, and really cold water. A pitcher or something like that. Do you have one of those lemon squeezers? We can do it by hand if we gotta. With every object Derek recited, Cove nodded along plainly, but he was watching something off in the distance. His faraway thoughts made Derek's words reach him less and less until Derek noticed the lack of reaction. He called to Cove more loudly to catch his attention. Are you okay, dude? Cove blinked as his brain snapped back into place in the center of his head. That's nothing. What were we talking about? Derek spun his lemon bag into a mini tornado by twisting it around tight from the bottom and then releasing it. He snickered. I was just making plans for the lemonade. Okay. The rest of the trip passed by comfortably. Derek carried the conversation and Cove really paid attention from then on. What was he thinking about? Well, penny for your thoughts, Cove? What is your knowledge? Listen, I know this is Derek's moment, but you're here too, so tell me all about it. Once you'd arrived in your neighborhood, you reached Cove's front door. The resident of the building opened it up without needing a key. It was already unlocked. Derek gasped upon seeing such a lack of security. Cove, however, was so relaxed and content that he yawned while going inside. That unknowingly cut off Derek's chance to question Cove about his choice not to lock the door. He simply followed his friend inside, and you did as well. Ugh. Sorry, my headset was getting a little uncomfortable on my head. Had to give it a quick breather. Cove leisurely crossed his living room to drop his bag of water balloons on the coffee table for later. You left your little umbrellas there alongside it.
I'm on it.
Alright. Derek went straight into the kitchen. He had his lemon bag over his shoulder like a gym pack and flipped it over to sit beside the sink. He slipped his thumbs through the holes of the mesh and tore it. Where's your colander? Cove paused, looking incredulously at the wall. Then he turned and projected his confusion across the counter towards the source of it. What's a colander? What? My what? Undeterred, Derek was quick to offer a rephrase. A strainer. In the lower cabinet. The one on the left. Derek pressed his hands into the marble and leaned forward with a grin. Thanks, Cove. I've never heard a stranger be called a colander in my life. I can't believe you didn't know what a colander was. You learn something new every day, huh, Cove? Oh yeah, I totally knew what Derek was talking about. You watched the two boys in amusement. Learn something new every day. Yeah. And the spiky-haired chef ducked down and disappeared from your sight. You could call someone who made a lemonade a chef, that is. When he popped back into view, framed by the back wall and the support beams at the front of the kitchen, Derek was holding a silver strainer. He plopped it into the sink and it sharply clinked against the metal basin. Derek tore the bag he'd set nearby and dumped every single lemon into the waiting container. He turned the faucet so he could clean the cherry fruits. The cheery fruits? The cherries? Cherry lemonade? I mean, that's not bad. The sound of running water added an extra layer of relaxation to the atmosphere. Cove stopped dawdling, joined the already hard at work Derek in the kitchen. He grabbed a cutting board and a large knife from an upper drawer. It was his house, and he'd wordlessly claimed responsibility for the riskiest part of making the lemonade. Cove also directed you towards the sugar and a few other things. As it turned out, Mr. Horton didn't have an actual lemon squeezer, so you were going to be doing that by hand. He did have a perfectly crystal clear glass pitcher that'd be perfect for the lemonade. The body of it was a completely round ball shape. It had a narrow edge that pulled in at the top with a side, one side pinched into a spout. As far as you could tell, it'd never been used.
Hey.
Have you made lemonade before? Dae? Cove? Derek casually questioned both of you while he lifted the so-called colander up and down to shake off some of the water clinging to the freshly washed lemons. Let's see, have I made lemonade before? Yeah, I've done it a few times, I would say. I wouldn't say it's like a common occurrence, but once in a blue moon, yes, lemonade does get made. Oh. What about you, Cove? I made some really simple lemonade before, just for me. I'd squeeze one lemon into a glass of water and dump in a spoonful of sugar. It wasn't that great, but it was easy. Cool. Derek hummed while placing lemons on a clean kitchen towel. He took a fruit from the colander with his left hand, passed it over to his right, and placed that down while grabbing a new one.
It's all good.
I made it before too. Fresh lemonade is so good. I'm excited for this. So am I. I'm not. Nah. Your tools are all prepared now, so the team shifted into actual creation of the traditional summer drink. Cove would cut the lemons into chunks. Derek gave Cove a tip to roll the lemons against the board before slicing them to get the juices going. You and Derek worked hard together to squish the fruits. You squeezed the lemon parts over the pitcher itself with a smaller strainer placed over the mouth of it to catch the seeds. Piece by piece, you crushed the thick peel into itself to pop the little sacs of juice in the fruit. The tips of your fingers began to wrinkle after a while. But slowly, a murky liquid pooled at the bottom of the glass container. When enough fruits were chopped, Cove joined in the juicing effort. three of you huddled around the counter together. You leaned over the one picture and strained to get everything you could out of the little yellow menaces, while not accidentally squirting acid into anyone's eyes. Oh god, that'd probably hurt. I mean, Ko would be fine though, he's wearing glasses. He's got his protection. You think these glasses are for vision? No. It's for protecting me from you guys and those lemon beans. The precarious of the situation aside, Ko continued the conversation with a question of his own. Derek, you made lemonade, but did you ever do the whole lemonade stand thing where you try to sell it to random people who pass by? Oh yeah, it was a mess, and I think we only sold like 2 cups. Oh, there goes the dog again. Nicholas kept drinking our supply, and George's effort to stop him spilled even more of it.
Man.
Plus, the 2 kids fighting over the lemonade jar probably scared people away from the stall. But it's not like I was expecting that to be some kind of entrepreneurial success. It was for Nico and George to have fun, and they did. Mostly. As usual, tales of Derek's endeavors as a big brother got Ko to chuckle. You were also smiling, even though your fingers had started to cramp after so much lemon compacting. Me and Elizabeth did that too. I never could do that. It's not fair. I did never try. I could never talk to strangers like that. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Yeah, that's fair. It was pretty awkward whenever anyone did come by. Man, all this business talk makes me think about how I only met either of you because my dad partnered with Cove's dad's business. If that hadn't happened, you probably wouldn't have ever learned I existed. You still know each other, obviously. What if we do it in Doe? No, that's so stupid. I don't know this kid. This is the first time I ever met him. Well, hello. The dog has arrived. Did you have fun barking at whatever was outside? Did you protect the house? Aw, she wants love. She wants to be petted. She's like, stop playing game. Play with me. I am playing with you. Yeah, I'll scratch your neck while I read this. Derek squeezed his 12th lemon chunk with a fittingly sour expression on his face. He'd accidentally made himself feel like a third wheel. In the cluster of human juicers, Derek was in the middle, yet he began to fade despite being right next to you. You and Cove looked at one another from over Derek's lowered head. Cove pushed himself to smile through his concern while also giving Derek's arm a little nudge with his elbow. I'm just imagining, we both look at each other, we're both just standing up straight, because Derek's so short. We don't even need to look peer over him, we just make eye contact. Cove pushed himself to smile through his concern while also giving Derek's arm a little nudge with his elbow. I worry about that kind of thing sometimes too. If my dad hadn't picked this street to move to, I wouldn't have met Dae. The bravery he must have begun to disintegrate after putting that truth to the front of his mind. Cove swallowed bitterly. I don't like it when I start thinking about that.
It's okay.
But my dad still would have had his business, so I still would have met you. Sheepishly, Derek pressed his shoulders up around his face. He managed a small smile. So in this reality, you guys wouldn't have met me and I'd be alone? I don't like to think about that. Yeah, pet the puppy. Little puppy petting break. Puppy, 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 puppy. Yeah, and she's so happy. Did you miss me? You were hanging downstairs all day. Either sleeping. Let's see, do I have this anymore? I do. Yeah, I'll turn this on. That's my dog. I have up on the screen now. It still says happy birthday. Her birthday was June 1st. So it's not her birthday anymore, but that's the only image I have right now. Since she's here. Yeah. Puppy. Man, that's a nice puppy break. Welcome back, Jack. Were you celebrating your sister's birthday? Is she having a good birthday? Puppy, puppy, puppy. The puppy is here, so we're taking a little puppy break. Oh, I'm sad. The person that Bach wanted me to raid isn't streaming anymore. Oh well. Ah! We still got like probably like another hour or two of this, realistically. Let's see if they... Huh? I was like, Jack, are you having a stroke? What was that? Gift knuckle tip E. Got back to me. Yes, you see that. Okay. Puppy had decided she didn't want to be pet no more. Sheepishly, Derek pressed his shoulders up and around his face. He managed a small smile. Yeah, it's rough for all of us. Where your parents live and what your parents do has to matter so much to everything. If Equal Art is still alive, you should rate her. She's very sweet. Okay. Let me see. Oh, I'm not following her. Let's see. Whoa. Alright, okay, yeah, they are still alive. But then, but like again, like we still got another couple of hours of this, so we shall see. Derek bit his lip, unwilling to let himself continue to speak negatively. But, like a turtle coming out of his shell, Derek flipped himself off the counter and rejoined you and Kof at his regular eye level. We did meet each other, and we're friends. That's what counts. Yeah. She also just debuted a new model, I believe. Oh yeah, I did see it. I do have it up here. It looks very nice. I really like it. It's very cute and very soft, very cozy. Okay. Exactly. What ifs don't make a difference because we're all really here. We could have met each other another way somehow. That's 3 of us who worry over those things. I'm glad we got to meet. Soon we'll be old enough to decide everything for our lives. Now, we're all here. That's what matters. Yeah. Ko quietly watched over his friend, soothed by his uplifted mood. Then his lips parted as a pleasant thought came to mind. Hey, this is where I was standing when I first met you.
Right?
Oh yeah. Oh, how did you guys meet? How did we meet, Derek? He just kind of like manifested here for us. We never got to know the story. Derek bounced up on his toes and tossed the lemon piece he'd been working on over into the trash can. It landed inside perfectly. But I was on the other side of the counter back then, and now I'm here in the kitchen with you. I caught your ear and you lifted one of your brows. You remember the night Cove told you he'd met a new kid named Derek, but he didn't say much about it. All you really knew was that their parents had started working together, and then Derek began to come around the neighborhood for visits. Derek recognized an intrigued audience when he saw one and did what he knew how to do, tell the rest of the story. Mr. Horton invited my dad over for a meal at his house after their partnership was official. He talked about Cope before, when him and my dad were getting to know each other. You can't get away from hearing about Mr. Horton's top-notch son if you spend any time with him. Off to the side, Cope mumbled with embarrassment over what he clearly thought was an unnecessary addition. Derek laughed, with minor interruption off, and went on.
So...
My dad suggested that I come too, since we were on the same age. Mr. Horton was apparently really into the idea. I had no idea what to expect from something like that, but I wanted to go to a sort of business dinner with my dad. It felt pretty cool to be invited, and then I went. Whatever I was imagining before I got there, Mr. Horton definitely wasn't it. Mr. Horton, he ain't it. I had thought my dad was casual for a professional business person, but Cove's dad takes the cake. A warmth came to Cove's expression. Not the red-hot heat of fluster from before, but a gentleness that was based on his honest love for his parent. A lot of people don't expect Dad to be how he is. What did you think about me when you first met me, you know? Derek mindlessly scratched his damp hand against the back of his head. A stray lemon seed clung to one of his spikes of his hair. You didn't want to cut the two off, so a little bit went unmentioned.
No way!
Honestly, when I spotted you in the back of the kitchen, I thought Mr. Holden had another older kid he was hiding, because there was no way that guy was 13. You were so tall and fit, and you just stared at people. You seemed like a tough, upper-grade teen who'd never talked to somebody like me. You snickered under your breath. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was describing Elizabeth. Having that description be assigned to Cove, Holden of all people, was hilarious. Cove was equally startled by Derek's choice of words. His eyes opened wide in amazement.
Oh.
You thought I was tough? Yeah, I did, but thought is definitely the right word for that. That instantly put Cove into a pouting mood. He pressed both his palms against the marble counter, but nothing bothering to squeeze another lemon. Cove didn't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Derek leaned his shoulder against Cove's side affectionately. He reached past him to the lemon slice Cove wasn't using and started to juice it himself.
Sorry.
There's nothing wrong with being a softie. I like that about you. Yeah, Cove. That's what we all love about you. Bringing Derek's statement to life, Cove visibly relaxed his stance. The tone of his voice was equally delicate. I guess it's not bad. Cove was honestly kidding himself if he thought he was anything other than a sensitive sweetheart, but just like Derek, that was something he treasured about him. It's great, Cove. Cove took a new piece of fruit and rejoined the lemon-making efforts. Derek pinched an eye shut from the tension of crushing a chunk in his fist. He hesitantly continued the topic. So what about me? When you first met me, what kind of impression did you get? Get out of my house! Get out of my house! Get out of my house! What are you doing in my house? Much less forced, Cove used both hands to work on his single lemon. He answered the question while staring off into space. That was likely the same expression Derek had seen the moment they'd met. The face he'd read as intimidating rather than easily distracted. I thought, you probably like sports. All three of you shook from laughter, bumping against each other with their closeness, like a bunch of grapes on a vine wrestling in the wind.
I get it.
Okay. Dae, your turn. What did you think about me when we met? Oh. Your mind drifted back to a few months ago, before summer vacation had begun. Tell me the story. You stepped out of your house late in the evening, and Ko was sitting on the curb with someone else, someone you'd never seen in your life, not even in passing at school. A green-eyed boy with a football jersey who was joking around lightheartedly with your longtime neighbor. You guessed immediately that he was the Derek kid from the Holden's new business relationship. That, or Cove had learned a magic spell to summon a new friend out of nowhere. You stood there staring for only a second, but the newcomer noticed your presence quickly. He jumped right to his feet, jogged across the street, and stuck out his hand for you to shake. Oh my god, so direct! With the wide grin that you were so familiar with now, he introduced himself to you for the first time as Derek. Damn, I know! No fear, and bold. He sees a stranger and he goes, oh my gosh, an opportunity. Just introduces himself just like that. I thought you were so nice. I thought you were younger than Cove. I thought you were the politest teenager I've ever met. I too thought this guy liked sports. I thought you were cute. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think about you. Just some random child. I meant to slight like Cove making friends. Damn. Cove making other friends. Yeah, of course he can't make other friends normally. It has to be summoned. It's a miracle he even got us as a friend. With his attitude back then as a kid. What did I think? What do we think? I mean, I guess we could apply this to how my first impression of Derek when he was introduced in the game. I thought he was nice. And I thought he was probably polite as well. I mean, it's kind of funny to think. I thought to myself, this guy likes sports. Is that all you people see me as? I liking sports? But I thought you were pretty nice. Thanks. Are you going to tell me what you thought of me when we met? Derek's gaze shifted from the picture in front of him to settle on you instead. There was a focus in his eyes. It made you hold your breath from anticipation. I thought you were really chill. Oh, okay. Wow, so anticlimactic. You'd hoped you'd be able to inhale again after you spoke, but that only made it worse. You struggled to get any oxygen in. Well, I'm glad you didn't think I sucked. Definitely not. Oh, by the way, you have a lemon seed in your hair. Derek ricked his hands through his light brown strands blindly. Unfortunately, he focused on the top and sides, so he never hit the right spot. One of your hands covered the laughter coming out of your mouth, and you used the other to point out the target on the back of his head. Finally, just grab it for him, forehead. Finally, he was able to brush the seed onto the floor. He bent down to pick it up and dropped it into the side of the counter. Thanks, Dae. You're welcome. We could add a little of the lemon zest, too. I'll do that. Derek fumbled to move the topic to something else. His darkening cheeks were probably the reason why. Do you have a grater or a peeler? Yeah. Cove gestured to the same drawer the knife had come from. Derek dug through it until he successfully retrieved a multi-textured grater. He took his stuff to the opposite side of the kitchen to not get in the way and worked with his way back to you and Cove. Cove did his head thoughtfully. He was inspired by Derek's work ethic. If it's going to be a fancy lemonade with Zetho, we should do that thing where you put the whole slices into. I can cut a few of the leftover lemons.
Cool.
Dae, can you pour the water and sugar in the pitcher so I can start to dissolve? Oh my gosh, I can't speak anymore. I'm losing my voice. I'm like Ariel. Yep. You started by filling up the sparkly jug with chilled, filtered water from the fridge, and you remember to put ice in the drink too. The diluted lemon juice sloshed around and threatened to spill over it as you piled in the ice. There's some space for Cove's lemon slices. Finally, you took hold of the hefty bag of white sugar and pulled it close to the counter's edge. Stray grains of sugar that coated the bag came to stick against your still damp fingers instead. You feel like you were building a sandcastle at the beach. Let's go to the beach. Let's go get away. Oh my gosh, just poured it in. More sugar. No, I'll be responsible. I won't pour it all in. Maybe 2 cups. 2 cups of sugar. I want it sweet. Or maybe 1 cup of sugar would be better. 2. You searched around the kitchen until you found a colorful ceramic mixing spoon. You dunked it into the pitcher and carefully stirred. A quiet smile grew on your face as you watched the bits of sugar swirl around in the pale yellow drink. At this point, the separate ingredients had truly come together to become lemonade. Round and round you turned the spoon. It was almost hypnotic the way the juice whirled inside the pitcher. Your trance was broken by a sharp hiss at your side. You dropped the spoon, losing it in the depths of the lemonade, and stopped your head towards Cove. You cut yourself! Did you get lemon juice in your finger? He was holding his left hand up to his face. A thick bubble of dark red had slipped down from one of his fingers and left a streak over his palm. Oh. Ouch. Oh my god! You're dying! You okay? That's not great. Where do you keep the bandages? He screamed at the sight of the wound. Derek Cove is hurt! Quick! Call 911! Hello, ambulance? You need to attach his finger. Okay, where's your band-aids? Cove plainly shrugged. It's nothing. That bitch, you're bleeding, and you're dealing with lemons. Not even thinking about it, Cove reached his hand down to what? No! No, don't you dare! Not blood! Listen, I can excuse chip crumbs, food crumbs, all that stuff, but not blood. Cove rolled a 1 on his knife check. And now he's rolling a 1 in intuition. To wipe it on his pants. Damn. Luckily for his trousers, Derek flipped around at the commotion. His tense, worried face took in the scene, and a disbelieving shout started Cove into freezing. Don't do that! Exactly, don't do that! Cove stared incredulously from the corner of his eyes, with an arm awkwardly sticking out from his side. The sudden pause and a strange position reminded you of the red light, green light game you played at your elementary school, except there was no green and only red in Cove's aversion. I'm fine. You are bleeding. No way! Seriously, Cove, we have to take care of that. Derek stretched his arms high to grasp the taller team by the shoulders. He stepped backwards, getting Cove to move with him. We're going to clean that off for real. Cove muttered an averted fine as he stumbled along with Derek, who was reversing out of the kitchen. Dae, do you mind cleaning up the cutting board? Oh, I was gonna say, no. No, I won't. No, I'll take care of it. You gathered a knife onto the cutting board and brought it over to this trash. The lemon slices couldn't be used in a drink after that. You used the knife to scrape them off and into the bag. Then you got to rinsing the board and the knife in the sink with soap and hot water. You switched between staring down at the suds and checking over the counter for the boys. You were careful not to accidentally get cut of your own, but it was hard not to wonder what was going on down the hall. By the time you'd finished washing up, Cove and Derek re-emerged in the living room. An unassuming brown bandage was wrapped around the cut on Cove's finger. Now, was that so hard? It's okay. It wasn't deep. We washed it off, got it clean, and put a bandage on it. Good as new. Derek marched with confidence right back into the kitchen. Cove hesitated in the living room. He waved apologetically.
Hey.
Hey. Hey, you really okay? I definitely am. I just nicked myself with a lemon when a lemon slipped. The juice stinging me was way worse than the cut itself. See, that's why you need the fucking band-aid, dingus. That's a relief. Thanks for helping, Derek. Thank you, too. It's cleaner in here. He held his hand up for you to high-five. It had been washed clean of the lemon juice that coated it before. Bam! You swung your palm forward and clapped Derek back. He pumped his arms enthusiastically as a follow-up. Cole walked over to join the two of you, smiling ruefully. Thanks for caring. Always, man. Now what?
Well,
He took a second to look between you and Cove as he puzzled out a next step, and then he beamed. Let's try our lemonade. It doesn't need the slices with the zest. Derek gave an exaggerated wave across the front of his chest, blowing the whole thing off. Cove eagerly supported the sentiment. He was more than ready to put the prior incident behind him.
right.
Yeah, lemonade doesn't need to be fancy. It's lemonade. Listen, my umbrellas are all we need to make it fancy. The spoon! Derek nodded twice as he strained to lift the nearly full pitcher. He had to balance on his tiptoes to pour the juice into the set of 3 glasses that had been put out earlier. If Derek noticed there was a spoon clattering around in there, he pretended that he didn't. I want. Thank you. At the same time, Cove and Derek tipped their cups and took full gulps of the drink. Cheers! It's sweet. So was his expression while he said it.
Awesome.
Yep, it's very sweet, but that's good. That's how I wanted it to be. You gladly joined them in taking a sip, enjoying every drop of your hard work. It was absolutely refreshing. Cove chugged the rest of his drink, then placed the empty cup down firmly. His enthusiasm was continuing to rise. As for the water balloons. Slowly, cautiously, Derek questioned Cove's plan. He didn't want to ruin things, but expressing concern was more important.
Are you sure?
Will you really be alright in a water balloon fight? With your finger and stuff? Cove remained relaxed in the face of Derek's worry. He wasn't going to bring the mood down after the commotion he caused earlier. He responded to the inquiry by slickly pulling out the big gun. Your neighbor smirked as he held up his left arm over his chest, showing the full length of a jagged pale scar that marked him. I've had worse. Derek's eyes widened and his mouth was stuck hanging open. You've seen Derek in a swimsuit. He didn't have a single scratch on his skin, or if he did, it was tiny enough to be covered by nothing more than neon shorts. He could only imagine what Cove had gone through to get an injury with such a lasting impact. So if Cove said he could manage a cut, he could manage that cut.
Whoa.
You know, you're pretty tough after all. The compliment had Cove preening. He caressed his trusty scar and giggled childishly. Yeah, you make a good point. Alright, Let's do it. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you busted open the baggy water balloons, pushed the tools of your lemonade production aside, and got to work on another summer group project. Excuse me. I apologize. You stretch the open end of the water balloon over the faucet. The plastic fits snugly around the silver spout. You still kept your hands on it to make certain that the balloon didn't pop up. Yes, can I help you? I had a puppy in my nose. In my nose? My puppy's nose touched my arm? My leg? Oh my gosh. My dog's muzzle touched my leg. There we go. What are you doing? Is your blanket... Here, let me fix your blankie. She was kind of pawing at her blankie. It's kind of bunched up. Give me that. Take this. I put it over her. You're trapped now. What are you doing? What will you do now? You can't even see. Take your toy. Uh-oh. She can't get out. Okay, here, let me help you. There you go. Take your toy. Now get out of the way so I can put the blanket down. There you go. There. There's your bed. Aw, she's happy. You still kept your hands on it to make certain the balloon didn't pop off and shoot a stream into your face like a busted water fountain. Derek flipped the handle up for you, and the first saggy balloon rapidly expanded. Out of the bag, the balloon was a dark emerald color, but in only a few seconds, the bloated sack of water had stretched so thin the green had become almost translucent. It was as pale as Cove's hair. Before it was pushed beyond its limit, Derek turned the faucet off again. You carefully pinched the strange top of your perfectly plump toy and then harvested it off the silver vine. Cove reached out for it, but as he intended to time the balloons while you and Derek received filling, Derek moved between the balloon and Cove's hand and called a timeout. He'd been a little overeager to get involved and realized that in that moment that their team arrangement wasn't the most efficient. He requested to switch positions with Cove. Cove rolled his eyes but couldn't argue. His bandage could easily be yanked right off by the taut loops of plastic that formed around the fingers while tying them. Your optimized party got back into action, with you hooking balloons into place, Cove handling water distribution, and Derek sealing the deal with a knot. Soon you had a couple dozen shiny water balloons overflowing in the sink basin. Cove pushed off from the counter silently. He disappeared from the kitchen and left you and Derek wondering. He went down the hall into his bedroom. He was only gone for a minute before stepping back into the hall with a pure white, hole-speckled laundry basket. The point of that was obvious, but his choice of bin did get a bit of ribbing from Derek. Did you dump your clothes on the floor for that? Yeah, they're already dirty. Oh. She's like, oh my god, you actually did it? Derek blinked. He hadn't expected that to be true or for Cove to be so straightforward about it. He snickered at the exchange, so casually leaning against the sink. When Cove dropped the very newly empty laundry basket on the tile, you cradled a few water balloons in your arms and placed them inside. Cove and Derek joined in with the transfer. Eventually, every water balloon had safely made it into the basket. Nice work. Derek and Cove each took one side and lifted, while you helped steer by grabbing the back end. Moving as one, the three of you shuffled out of the kitchen and through the living room to make your treasure chest of jiggly jewels into the neighborhood. The door was opened. The drop from the curb to the street was overcome, and you successfully placed the laundry basket in the center of the empty road. Well, we're here. We are here. Derek slowly curled and uncurled his fist. Cove didn't take his eyes off you or Derek. No one made a move for the pile. I'll do it. I'll grab one. Go! Derek wasn't going to be caught off guard. He stuck both his hands deep into the mass and came out with 2 balloons. Cove attempted to keep up and almost tripped over himself to get a water balloon of his own. In quick succession, Derek launched one shot at you and the other at Cove. Ah! You felt the impact of a solid object slam against your chest before it burst into a million pieces, and a shock of cold water seeped into the front of your shirt. Cove was left sputtering with the dark stain at the lower edge of his top. He shook the hit off and chucked a balloon directly at Derek in return. It exploded against his right shoulder. No one was dry anymore, and no one was safe. The war was on. Oh. This is your moment, Derek. Take it. Now landed true and added a second dripping blotch to Derek's favorite jersey. Oh, he looks so sad. We're even, Derek. Yeah, not for long. The three of you elbowed against the others to dig out into the pile and restock your supplies. Politely taking turns was out of the question. No, I'm like body checking them out of the way. Give me the balloons. The water balloon fight was in full force. Derek sprinted up and down the street, making himself into a moving target. He'd only made a mad dash for the center area when he ran out of balloons. Cove had no fear of being an easy mark and stayed right by the laundry basket, lobbing strike after strike at you and Derek. You hid in your home's doorway and took shots from cover. You chased after Derek. You competed with Cove for control over the pile. My pile. It was a mess with both of you sending off a barrage of balloons in close contact. At one point, Cove was shaking so hard from a chuckle fit that his attempt at a throw went so poorly the balloon didn't even pop. It just bumped against your arm before plopping on the ground. He almost fell over trying to get it back to toss again through his wheezing, and you still ended up a little wetter because of how watery your eyes had gotten from the overwhelming giggles. Laughter and water splashes filled the normally quiet sunsuburb neighborhood. You were convinced the mean grandparents would jump out and shout about the noise. Luckily, no one interrupted your revelry, and even if someone had, they would have been putting their dryness at risk by confronting your group. Listen, those mean grandparents step out their house, wham! Balloon right to the face. Drown. Rapidly, the amount of balloons dwindled until each person only had one left in hand, and the laundry basket had nothing except a little puddle at the bottom from scrapes of rubber scattered in it. Arms were held high in the air, taking aim, and eyes shifted from one option to the other. Derek wound his hand further back. Cove and you couldn't take your eyes off him. Your teeth gritted as you tried desperately to calculate where the balloon would fly. Would it be Cove? Or you? Or himself? However, Derek chose neither. He launched it straight up into the air, and it reached an impressive height. You could barely see the speck of yellow against the vast blue sky, until it inevitably sailed down and smacked against the tarmac. Derek broke into more snickers the exact moment the balloon broke into 1,000 drops of water. He wasn't the only one amused by the stunt. Cove's smile bent, and he opened his fingers to let his balloon drop harmlessly to the ground. This time, losing the balloon wasn't an accident. He didn't pick it back up. Instead, he brutally brought his foot down against his own weapon and decimated it under his heel. Oh my god. Y'all better watch out. Don't make Cove angry. He's gonna curb stomp you. A jovial truce had been formed between the two. But what about me? What about me? You threw yours in there too. You stepped on the blue too. You broke it against your own head. You threw it at Derek. You threw it at Cove. Nah. At myself. If no one was throwing balloons at each other anymore, that didn't mean you had to waste a shot. You positioned the balloon at the center of your forehead and pressed unforgivingly until it popped. Derek and Cove exclaimed in amazement. It was like you'd done that party trick where you crushed a soda can against your head. Or as if you were Derek crushing a piece of pie into his own face to entertain his brothers. That was how the grandest battle your neighborhood had likely ever seen came to an end. You were all dripping wet and out of breath, and you couldn't be happier. Derek rubbed his hands together in satisfaction before crouching to the ground to start collecting tiny bits of water balloon debris. Oh my god, boy, you're gonna be out here for hours getting all that up. Cove strolled around together, the confetti-like trash on his own accord as well. There didn't have to be a discussion. Derek and Cove had the quality in common, a distaste for litter. You appreciated that both of them and joined in to help pick up the pieces off the ground. You quietly wandered around, filling your fist with the rubbery remains as the sun crept behind the condo roofs. Your shadows grew longer in the waning light. You felt the damp cling of your clothes more acutely as the excitement died down. Your team managed to finish cleaning before the night had completely fallen. All the trash was dumped into a tall green trash can at the side of Cove's house. With all that remained of the carnage being a few drying watermarks spotting the street, your group had returned to the state it originally started, directionless relaxation. I am still going. I've been in look mode, grocery shopping and stuff. Oh my god, you just missed. We were grocery shopping too, and we got lemons for the lemonade. But welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I said I was gonna finish step 2 today, and I definitely am. I mean, we're nowhere near as far into the stream as our one session was. With our 11-hour live stream. But no, I don't think it's going to be 11 hours this time. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to be a bit more realistic. There was at one point in that 11-hour stream where I was like, I think we only got like 20 minutes left, and it was another hour and a half. So this time I was like, we probably got 2 hours left of this stream. Maybe, but we'll see, we'll see. You've got this. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm still going strong. I'm still feeling pretty good. I can play this game for hours. Oh, and thank you for the sippy sippy. I actually need to get more to drink because I don't have any more, so I will go do that. And I will take you guys along with me. I can't see what the chat is saying, but I'm gonna walk down and get it anyway. Are you gonna lay in here, doggy? No, she's coming with me. Let's say I don't think she'd stay in here by herself. My dog kind of tolerates the office. She'll only go in there because I'm in there. Or for toys in there, but she'll just go run in and grab it out. And then close the curtains. I don't need anybody looking into my house. this late at night. It's not late, it's like 8 o'clock. Is it 8 o'clock? Actually, I don't know. It might be 9 o'clock. Let me see. Oh, the microwave's in here. And it hates my headset, so I might cut in and out. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. Dang. Well, I mean, I kind of suspected this. Alright, get my drink. There we go. No, don't look up at the top of the fridge. That's where her treats are. I ain't giving you a treat. You listen, you're cute and all, but you don't need it. Alright, I'm coming back. I'm taking my sip. Thank you once again for the sip. It's 9, bestie. Okay, thank you. I couldn't read. I didn't have the chat with me. Oh, you came with me, Sam. Thank you. She's with me. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was 8, because I saw it was going for 5 hours, so I figured it should have been 9. 4 plus 5 equals 9. But I'm a little dumbie. Okay. Cove had been perfectly willing to return to his house while still wet and scrounge up fresh glasses of lemonade. Plus he had your little umbrellas tucked under his arm. It was a struggle to balance it all. But Cove took one for the team as someone who actually lived there. You and Derek didn't have to go in and make a mess of the Holden home, though you imagined Cove's dad wouldn't have cared. He passed the drink to you and went to Derek, then used his free hand to flip the laundry basket over. It was less flimsy than it looked because Cove sat on it, and it didn't buckle at all. Oh. How did the lemonade turn out? It was sweet. I added 2 cups of sugar because I like sweet lemonade. I was kind of tempted to just dump a shit ton in, but I was like, no, I'll be good. I only put 2 cups. He passed the drink to you and went to Derek, then used his free hand to flip the laundry basket over. Okay, yeah, I already read that part. I really expected that to bust right under him. Derek politely passed on the seat Cove provided. He remained standing while shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Alright, I'll sit on the basket. Sweet is best. That's right, sweet is best. That's what I was thinking too. There was plenty of room on the other side, so you took it easy. The basket still didn't break. Cove quietly took a sip of his lemonade. Derek circled the top of his glass with the tip of one finger, watching Cove.
Are you alright?
How's your hand? Derek, listen. I know we kind of had a panic about Cove not taking care of his injury, but it's fine now. He's acting like his finger got amputated. Cove savored another taste of the drink, let out a refreshed sigh, and then answered.
It's okay.
It's still fine. Cool. The ritual checking on him was complete, and Derek could only chuckle bashfully over his habit. Cove smiled over the rim of his cup. There was comfort in knowing Derek would always care. For enjoying the rest of the lemonade, Cove remembered to anoint his cup with one of the mini tropical umbrellas. That's right! Derek and you both got your own from the box. We're gonna be bougie. It's summer. You got to have a pretty fancy lemonade after all. The air was warm enough to be comfortable even with your wet clothes. Lemonade, full umbrellas, and good company. That was what days like these were for. It couldn't get much better. Cove agreed contentedly, without you even having to say so. Summer really is the best season.
Same.
I think so too. It's okay, I guess. Meh. Summer, it's the worst, actually. But nah, I was just thinking that. Great minds think alike. Are you playing with your toy, doggy? You want me to take? Give me that. Give me it, it's mine. My toy. Ah. She's so strong. A gentle expression rested on Derek's face as he spoke softly. It'd be nice if things could be like this all the time, huh? And then Derek lifted his glass and spoke in mock outreach to the world at large. Why can't it always be summer break? Despite being an obvious joke, Derek's words struck a chord with Cove. His total chill hardened into seriousness. He downed his second glass of lemonade and hopped onto his feet. You were gently jostled by his action. I'm gonna go check something. You should come. Both of you. Oh? What are we looking at? He considered that a sufficient offer because Cove simply walked back to the front of his house and left the empty glass at the side of the door. Derek's gaze followed his friend, and he lifted one brow. What are we gonna see? You'll see when we get there. You're probably gonna try to talk me out of it, so you don't need to know now. What? He almost dropped his cup. Derek twisted his head to track Cove's moves with a saucer of wide eyes. Dae's gonna get it. Oh yeah, I'd take that bet.
Come on.
What is it? What was it? What? Still completely confident, Cove strolled up the road. Derek gulped, but not the lemonade. He pointed a panicked glance at you. We should go. You push yourself off your seat and stood by Derek. Alright. Derek hooked his open hand through the side panel of the laundry basket. He jogged on his tiptoes over to Cove's condo. The bin bumped along against the street behind him. He flung it in front of him and left it there in the entry. He placed his half-empty lemonade by Cove's. You were right behind him. You dropped the little umbrellas into the laundry basket and completed the set of glasses by placing yours next to theirs. Let's go. Another light jog, you caught up to Cove. He was going at a leisurely pace, and smirked when he saw the two of you in the corner of his vision. Hey. Hi. Wait, he's gonna take us to see a dead body? We're gonna go see a dead body, oh my gosh. Together, you, Cove, and Derek left your neighborhood and returned to the main sidewalk that you took to reach the grocery store hours earlier. An exchange of glances between you and Derek was the only interaction you had during the walk. Cove kept his sun-kissed face forward and his mouth shut. Shopping wasn't on your neighbor's mind because that building was passed without acknowledgement. He was taking you further down the path. Only about a minute later, your progress was halted by a row of strikingly orange traffic cones and strings of Ijubri do not cross banners. Should we go around? No, we're here. Huh? Derek stalled. Cove got onto his knees in front of the blocked-off area. His eyes were glinting with intention. I saw this when we were leaving, but people were working on it. The concrete is still wet, and there's no one around. Are we gonna write in the concrete? Yet again, Cove had knocked a gasp out of Derek. You're not gonna mess it up, right? Oh, you sweet summer child. You're so innocent, so pure. We're gonna fuck up this concrete. Cove didn't have to say anything to answer. He shared a coy smile that was enough.
Oh, man.
Oh, Cove, that is really bad. The grin on Derek's face trembled, both from laughter, threatening to spill out, and the fear of getting in trouble. We're gonna get arrested. No, it's perfect. Why am I not surprised? Cove, you can't. Yep, it makes sense why you didn't say this before. You shook your head and sighed. You stared around nervously in case anyone caught you. No, this is perfect. Thanks, Dae. That's what I thought. Cove fearlessly stuck his finger into the muddy, gray concrete. He slowly etched out a series of numbers. When he was done, the corner of the block had 2011 scribbled into it for all to see. He surveyed his work with pride while wiping his dirty finger on the side of his pant leg. Ooh. You wrote your initials, you wrote all three of your initials, you added summer above Cove's 2011, you drew a heart, you drew a smiley face. Where's the draw a dick option? Draw a dick butt. No, I'll put down summer. That would make more sense to you than just having it be the year.
It's nice.
That's nice. Derek stared hard at the soft, forbidden canvas and slowly crouched down. Oh, he's gonna do it. Derek, you monster. He paused, bit his lip, and then ultimately pressed one finger into the tacky surface to leave a small print. He'd left a sign of his presence there on that day, right along with Cove and you. Relief came to Derek's features once he'd finished. Hopefully it dries before anybody finds out. Yeah. The single word was only a whisper, but it was warm and pure. Thanks for taking us, Cove. You're welcome. Cove dusted his pants off as he stood up after a job well done. Derek shot up as well, newly invigorated. He looked to the sky and squinted at the sun. The day was coming to an end, but no one could say your group had wasted it. That was true for the entire summer. No matter what happened when school started again, and when an unknown future arrived, you'd still have all the memories you made together when you had the chance and the things you left behind. And that's it. Those were all of Derek's moments. We did Derek's moments. We speedrun Cove's moments. And then summer ended. It's time for the epilogue. Are you sure you want to move to the next step? Yeah. I won't. I'll try not to skip through this one. I'll just read through the whole thing. It'll be a nice way to end it. There's no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. It's a bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. T-shirt and basketball shorts. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal? What does your normal life really mean? You consider how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacation as kids. You dimly recognized that 1 year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You got distracted, one arm still out of his sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. I'm so happy we got to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which is good. Ko would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he was come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Ko when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk, where a box containing your accessories rested. You'd gone out and bought an anklet. You'd gone and bought several anklets. I guess to remind you of the anklet conversation. You still didn't have any yourself. I don't know, do you think we would still buy an anklet, even though we're just friends with Ko right now? I mean, I don't know. I probably just couldn't to tease him at least. Oh, the anklets! I bought several! They're always born in the box. Should you wear any for Ko's visit today? All of them. The wicked smile crept over your face as you adored an anklet after anklet. There was no way that Ko would miss it. People from the East Coast would be able to hear you jangling. More anklets than the Egyptians had. Tease the fuck out of him. We are teasing him. This is what you like? You think they're sexy? The next thought that crossed your mind was... Can we just see Ko? So when downstairs we don't want to ride. Well enough. We'll go down. You bowed down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Ko, there was no delay in pulling it open. Welcome. Ko was there, just as you expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Hi, Dae. Hi, Ko. Come on in. Once he stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. And he didn't notice it while we're walking up the stairs. Not the jangling. Fun fact, my daily redeem is an anklet kiss, which is inspired by this exactly. Oh, okay. So what do you do for the redeem? Do you just kiss your anklet? That's nice. Everyone thinks I should have it available for more than one point though. Since I actually have to kiss my ankle. Also, just midstream, someone redeems it, you just bring your ankle up and just give it a quick smooch. A kiss for the ankle. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Ko to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Ko were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. Yes, everyone keeps me flexible. I mean, you know, that's probably a good workout. Just stretch your legs out while you're in midstream. You watched as Ko sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some- Don't worry about it. I am worried. I am worried. We've got some time. She still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Time's gone by so fast. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog wiping off water, following a dip in the sea. Okay. Ko looked back to you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened, his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Oh, what's up, Ko? What's on your mind? It couldn't be my new accessories jangling haphazardly on my ankle, is it? Several somethings, to be accurate. It was a wonder that he hadn't heard or spotted them sooner. He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. And so, you weren't sure how much clearer you could be while still being able to lift your feet. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel I'm quite amused. Well, it's hard not to laugh at Cove's scrambled response. You stifled your laughter with a hand clasped firmly around your mouth, even so you could feel the way the smile had lifted your face. On his next glance back to your face, Cove's sorry expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. I caught you slipping, Cove. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flesh that had spread all the way to his ears. His embarrassment finally wore off enough for him to pipe up again. I know you're doing that on purpose, Dae. Are you trying to make fun of me? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. You know what I said before on the road trip. And what was that? What did you say before, Cove? Cove groaned, tilting his head up to the ceiling. He had not bought your act. Why do I ever tell you things? Well, how does it look? Tell me. You lifted your leg up and pointed it towards this chair so he could get the best view. Cove just huffed in response. He jerked his face inside. You waited patiently, not taking your eyes off him or lowering your foot until he gave in. Do you think it's ugly? You think it doesn't look good on me? Well? With a roll of the eye, he conceded.
Nice.
I think it looks good. Cove prodded an accusing finger in your direction. But you already knew that because I told you. Why do I ever tell you things? I don't know, because you decided to. It's because you secretly want me to use it as ammo for you in the future. His collar drew a grin from you. He smiled back. The final shadows of his frantic initial reaction swept aside. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times before when he sat in that same position. This was a really nice summer. Totally, it was alright. We're gonna spend so much time together. I've had better. I'm looking forward to the next. Cove still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. That was nice to hear. You learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Sunbeam has been busy. Keeps darting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school getting colder out. I might store my board away. I don't know how I'm gonna do without surfing. I like surfing, but I wish it liked me. I'm over surfing now. Surfing's cool when we can. Sorry, Cove. I'm so over surfing. It's not trending anymore. I wish it liked me. I can't stick to the board. He gave a light smile, coupled with a shrug as a response. Won't be long until we get our grades for that summer work we did. Oh yeah, I think mine's gonna go well. Oh, we'll just have to see what mine are like. Do you think we'll see Miranda around school this year? Probably. She would be one of our classes again. I hope that we do see her. Dae, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. If he stays just inside the house longer, his mommy won't leave, maybe. But it's not true. She leaves without him. His whole body tensed, leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door is open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really going to leave. Give him a pat on the back. Your motion was soft, and you weren't sure if he even noticed at first. It'll be okay. Oh, he gonna cry. You gonna be a cry baby. You gonna cry here right in the middle of the street because your mommy leaving. She starts bullying him. You go cry. You little mama's boy. You mama boy, you go cry. Your mama leaving. No, stop. Just harassing him. Cove's bottom lip quivered and he turned away. He gave his back a couple more reassuring pats. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Dae. So glad I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. Bye. Okay, bye. Get out. I'm really happy I got to meet you, too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kiera turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
So glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kiera loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What do you think's what's wrong? It's all you. And your antics. Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. Yeah. You did. Clifford's surprise. Holden. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize it. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than usual good-natured feelings. I'm so sorry. I thought I had gotten better at this. You have? Co's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Co's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
Cliff's mouth. It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening. I promise I'll work on it. We all can work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. Excuse me. Sorry. A happy smile quickly spread across Co's face, and he answered delicately. Okay. You felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived. Rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door, Kiera stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kiera as you all filed out of the house, father and son with Kiera's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Dae. Hi Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
Wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. But you're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but the reassuring words had soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kiera took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kiera still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. You also better call the moment you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kiera put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands and said, Mom,
Go.
I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as he began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kiera rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand into the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. You go quiet, because your mommy's gone. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. Got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. Summer breeze brought a sweet-sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime you had given Cove. He had hung it at the front of his house, and it had become a very familiar sound in this neighborhood. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you look at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Curious accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Go walk back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Well, Mom clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Mom shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. That's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little at her. Mom laughed a little. Jesus Christ. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wonder if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Mom tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in
Sounds
agreement.
good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased
Thanks very
smile.
much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Denjiro, we told Derek, it wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Mom raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist, Derek will be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cliff shook his head, a fun smile on his face. Then all of us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Mom tilted her head, a sudden question for Elizabeth. She just thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Co didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. Do we look like children to you? With the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you and teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just generally want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Co spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Like you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it! You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Co were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to the street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped, but the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Hey, you got any more balloons that you could give to my friend here? I swear, he's different from back in the day when he would pop them. Give him another chance. Give him another dolphin balloon, please. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit on my hat? Please, Flopsy's well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Will we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What will we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out that it's a possibility, you know?
What?
There's gotta be something. You know, cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea, want to be a part of it. You thought he could try his idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon the idea. Stat. You gave a look to the other two. What do you guys think? Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball in my head. Last time I tried it, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around. The stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping street. Would you want to chase the lost ball here? What if it hits somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream color, but the other was a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. I've never seen that one before. I'd watch that. Crabs? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cole picked out a blob as ice, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. It's Australia! The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. Gasp! What could it be? You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw the familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. It's another time opportunity for ass whooping. Jeremy slowly dripped his eyes down the street and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd seen Jeremy, at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. It's time to square up. Or glare at him. You narrowed your eyes and projected your dislike. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed at himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about it. You know what I mean? She'd never noticed, like, the green-haired bowl cut kid amongst the sea of people? I feel like I would notice that. But oh well, Elizabeth is Elizabeth after all. I already have. He laughed and co-smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten that day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. I won't mention it. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from.
Yeah.
He guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy trying to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what it might have been. What could have been? Good riddance. Maybe it'll be nice in the future. I'm happy it's over. Good riddance. I'm bitter. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point she didn't want to understand. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. I pity the kid. You and the group went on for the stall, and from Jeremy. Okay, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. Now that we got past the Jeremy part. So I'll just be like a couple minutes. Y'all behave yourselves, and I'll be back. And I think I'm gonna play an ad while I'm away too. So, be right. Okay, I'm back. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the ball of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I am starving. See. If we have to, I can't wait. If you've had enough walking around. Homeward bound, here we go. Homebound, here we go. Not Homeward Bound. Homeward Bound, isn't that a movie about pets that are trying to, like, get back home? I know, that's so descriptive. Is that what it's called? Hold on. Homeward Bound? The movie I'm thinking of? I used to watch this when I was a lot younger. Let's see. Homeward Bound. That is what it's called. Okay, yeah. It's about, like, these two dogs and a cat. I think, like, try to travel across the country to get back to their home because they thought their what do you call it? Their owners abandoned them. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I used to love those movies. Because it was like a golden retriever, a long-haired Siamese-looking cat, and what is the other dog? It's not a pit bull. What is it? What kind of dog? Yeah, what kind of dog is Chance? That's his name. American Bulldog. Okay, yeah. Whenever I hear bulldog, I think of like the short ones, like the stubby legs. But no, I get this. I get you now. Okay. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. He looked at him appraisingly. We had him. But I don't know. I love the prospect of being carried. Carry me. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Carry me back home. Huh? Cove's smile said he was amused, while the tilt of his eyebrows was full of disbelief. I want a peek. Listen, I don't want to walk. My legs are tired. I don't want to walk back. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It'll be fun. For me, at least. For me, definitely it'll be fun. Alright. Yes! Cove slipped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. His lips quirked into a large smile. Yeah, thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home contentedly. Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed on in. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Horton raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Dae? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you gotten so strong.
Good kid.
Or level 2. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes. Oh, I thought my dog wagged her tail, and I thought she was right next to me, but she's still laying on the ground. Okay. But instead of walking to your couch, he bent down and let you yourself plop back onto the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. The bank heist went off without a hitch. You got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Horton sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked out at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. Can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma tried at Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Horton, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holmes seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Mon gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and suffering. Mon giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his work gracefully. A true gentleman through and through. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to age appearance, made him the model of a meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands out on his pant legs. Your mom laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Meaners schmeaners. I don't think I'm not seeing your elbows where they shouldn't be, Dae. Oh, she got me. Oh, she got me. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about the plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth patiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth would be rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It said that Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Dae. I ruffle your hair. Goodbye. You ruffled Cove's hair while smiling, tossing it with affection. Cove laughed and then put his hand in your hair. He ruffled it back, and you could feel it start to stick in weird ways. Nice. He looked at his hair and its chaos. I think it looks good. Yours too.
Dude.
Hey, we're starting a new trend here. Seriously, dude, we all have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He punched Cove's arm softly. Cove still rubbed the spot afterwards. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. He decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. They just abandoned him. Poor Derek. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well.
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll. Too quiet for Derek being in the company. You turned around when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away, and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. If you want to talk about something, I'm here. I'm a little sad. It's just with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. We'll have homework, and clubs, and practices, and everything else.
Sucks.
It always sucks to go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for the weekends. It'll be okay. Dara looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Dae, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. If you don't mind— here it comes. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who is a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then he hesitated before finishing his question.
So.
What I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that? He ducked his head further. He thought about it. Mr. Holden! The plot twist. I like you. Derek's eyes widened. For a moment, you wonder if his heart had stopped because he stood there, completely frozen. Then quietly, almost breathlessly, he asked a question.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe you don't really get what I'm asking about, but, he's like, oh, you don't understand. You see, but no, I like you. Romantically. Oh, God, no. Mr. Holden. Daddy Cliff Route went? Imagine. GB Patch Games is like, okay, after we're done with this little moment, we're done with the game forever. Then they come out on April Fool's Day with Mr. Holden route. No, Cliff, never. Listen, if they put out a route for Cliff, I would play it. And we have to know. Listen, Cliff deserves love too. Although I would hope we would play as a older character, but you know. Let me catch him with his shirt off in the middle of the night again. Dropping Cove off. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that does happen. Hold on, wait a minute. But just imagine all these routes. Yeah, who do you like? Mr. Holden. But no, this ain't about him. He mumbled to himself for a while. So Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project his confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Alright.
You know, thinking ahead, everything is important. Automod, no. Automod, what? Only if... Oh, wait, I didn't mean to deny it. But I meant to click allow, but oh well. But yeah, if we're not... That's what I meant. If we're not a child, if we're an adult, then I would play it. I don't want to play it as a child, though. I'm sorry! I hit the wrong button. It's been 6 hours. Leave me alone. I will repeat it. Okay, repeat it. Repeat it. Go ahead. I'm ready. I'm watching. It times you out because you did a blocked mod. A blocked word. Oh? You're not repeating it? Fuck. It doesn't work now? Oh, is it not working? Just say only if we're not a child. Why did it? Oh, I guess I kind of get why I blocked it. Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel moderation settings. Oh no! Only if we aren't a child. There we go. All better. I'm joking. Yeah, but yes, I agree with that. As an adult, I would play it if we were playing as a different character. Okay, you gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. I needed when my emphasis words. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Together. Like they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened. He started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, that we never have to worry about our the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future. Forever from now. A decade? I mean, I already said I liked you, so I mean, you should know. We've graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown-ups. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Oh gosh, Derek, come on. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now, all at once. So yeah, what do you think? That's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. Why can't we be each other's first choice? Oh! I mean, that sounds good, but I'd rather you just be my first choice. Derek, I do know what you're talking about. I like you. Do you like me? I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. Should we be... Oh my gosh, okay. I don't know. First choice or I know what you're talking about. Which of these two? I think these ones are pretty good. First choice. Okay, first choice. Ah. He had to pause, desperate to find a way to explain himself. It's... Derek, I want to bite your shoulders in 10 years. It's... Well, that's a big decision. You don't have to think about that kind of thing right now. It's better to worry about all that later when we're grown up. I mean, but I know now, though. That's why it's a good idea to have a plan, you know. And well, honestly, I think you and me would work out the best for that. Okay, so then first choice. So... That's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. It's a deal. I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. Alright, it's a deal.
Really?
Awesome! Derek brightened significantly and started to bounce excitedly on the balls of his feet. We're just over here, like, standing, looking into the camera like, this kid is so fucking stupid. I'm trying to tell you what I like you, but he's like, oh, it's a backup plan. It's just a backup plan. Because, you know, it's a big decision. You know? So, okay. So why can't we just decide that first choice, then? He's like, oh, no, but it's a big decision. So, you know, a backup. It's just a backup plan. I don't need a backup. This isn't a what's the opposite of a backup plan? Like, just a plan? This kid. Derek brightened significantly and started bouncing excitedly on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Let's do it. Oh! A CG. He held his hand, offering a shake. Officially, he repeated the terms of the deal. If in 10 years, I, Derek Suarez, am still single, and if in 10 years, you, Dae Ursa, are still single, we both agree that the two of us will get together. Ah! Do we smooch? I mean, the smooch would probably get through to him. we kiss him on the mouth and he goes, oh my gosh, me and Dae are such good friends. We must be really good friends. It's like, go for the lips. Mwah! You pass right by his outstretched arms and place a slight kiss against his smiling mouth. When you parted, Derek gasped and slapped the hand against his chest. His heart. Oh my gosh, his heart's not going to be able to handle it. Oh, that works too.
It's a deal.
Alright, thanks. I feel better about the future already. He laughed and scratched the back of his head. You could tell he was giddy about this, and he felt happy too. I am too. Glad to hear it, fiancé. Sort of. Panic, we on the same wavelength. It's like, oh my god, we're synced. Life's gonna be smooth sailing now. I respect your commitment to preparation. Thanks. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Yeah, boy! Derek's steps forward seemed lighter than before. Derek found all kinds of things to talk about as you walked side by side back to your street, and you plopped down the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you all about the new action movie coming out in a few months. And then you watched his brow pitch as he described the new ball tricks he had been working on perfecting. It was easy to laugh along to his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brothers. Still, there was a part of you that hadn't moved from the conversation in the park. Your face went hot replaying Derek's proposal for the future in your mind. You said yes. Synchronized sassiness. Did that mean you were kind of engaged? Engaged with commits, maybe? Focusing on the pebble you're rolling on your foot, you felt a strange thrill twisting in your chest. Oh my gosh, we're like about to get married. We're like in the midst of getting married in like 10 years. And they're like, oh, how long have you guys been engaged for? 10 years. How old are you? 23. So you got engaged when you're, yeah, pretty much 13. Also, when people make those kinds of deals, don't they wait till like they're 40 or 30? 10 years, he says, as we're like in middle school. We're gonna get married. Well, I mean, you know what? It's just a backup plan, though. It's just a backup plan, you know? It's nothing official. Until our last choice is there. You peeked at him, and Derek was still busily telling you about the time Nicholas dropped his treat baggie in the car and most of the cookies fell under the seat in the loose hair and dirt. Wrinkling your nose, you laughed. No matter what happened in 10 years, you hoped you and Derek still got to hang out, even if you were just sitting on the curb together. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all when a couple of short honks rang out in the neighborhood. Snickering, Derek scratched the back of his neck. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming around the corner. Mrs. Suarez cheerily waved her arm out from the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, and Mom too. Guess we know what that means. Everybody's here. Derek rose to his feet and brushed some dirt off his pants. You followed his lead as the car rolled to a stop in front of your house. The van's side door slowly and laboriously opened. Okay, I just didn't keep reading. On the inside was George with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged with the heavy door open with the rest of the way so Derek had a way in.
Hi.
Hi. Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here! Looking past George, you found Nicholas bouncing against his straps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Hey, boys. Nice seeing you. Holding on to the sides of the open door, Derek leaned into the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids' giggles over everything else. Faintly, you could hear that a conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. And before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly, and then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I've gotta go. Well, you know that, but bye. It was really cool hanging out with you today, and this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away with this time. His voice grew quieter, and he scuffed his foot on the pavement.
You had a good summer break, huh?
But it had to end sometime. Yeah, and it was the best summer too. I wouldn't have wanted to spend it without you. I'm glad we met before it started. Luckily we got to do that deal to share our uncertain futures. Surprised, Derek's eyes grew wide that you'd so easily brought that up. He scratched the back of his head, and his expression warmed affectionately. Yeah, we do. It's all set. That's right, partner. And then a hug goodbye. There's no smooch. I guess we don't want to smooch in front of his parents. A hug. Wrapping your arms securely around Derek, you hooked your chin on his shoulder. You squeezed your eyes shut as though that would make your embrace even more powerful. He hugged you back just as tight, but before he let go completely, he whispered one last promise.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I'll be back again sometime. But the time had finally come, and Derek hopped up into the cabin of the van. George and Nicholas waved to you from their seats. You'd all shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You laughed at their muffled voices, and Mrs. Suarez leaned out her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us. Mr. Suarez and I just wanted to say goodbye, Dae. Yes, goodbye. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to give his farewells. Bye, thanks for this fun summer. I'm sorry we're gonna see you again. Bye, see you later. Don't worry, you haven't seen the last of me. So ominous. This isn't the last time we've seen each other. Putting your hands on your hips, you confidently held your head high. Mrs. Suarez giggled and partially covered her growing grin with her hand. Yes, I'm sure you're right. She knows. She's like, he did it. Yeah, you haven't seen the last of me. Little boy held his high like you before letting out a few mischievous giggles. But that brief moment was more than enough to have you beaming with pride over his seal of approval. Take care, Dae. And Derek closed the door for George this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved further down the street before flipping around to drive up the hill and out of the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Suarez family drive away. You were relieved you got a chance to see the whole family again. But they were gone, and you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. Now that it was quiet, you yawned and decided it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone happened to be free. Okay. Since that Derek's scene is over, let's just go ahead and skip through all this. We call Lee.
Boo.
Zoom. Okay. Oh, we should talk to her about the moments we did with Derek. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Are these the only four we get to talk about? Do we not get to talk about the soiree? I guess not. Alright. Alright, let's tell. Derek asked me to help him babysit his two little brothers, George and Nicholas. We went to the park and to the pool and then hung out at Derek's house. That's so much. You were watching them the whole time? Not the whole time, but most of it. And then... Oh, at the end we ate pizza and played video games with his family. Me and Derek jumped into the pool with our clothes on. The boys wouldn't let us go without them. Nicholas was so much trouble. Nico and George are so cute. I saw Derek's bedroom. Derek has to deal with so much. I'm glad I could help a little. I wonder what it feels like to be the older one of the group now. We jumped into the pool with our clothes on. What? Both of you? Why? Why not? It's summer. We were enjoying our summer and the fun of not being grown-ups. Wow. And she's like, damn, this bitch crazy. Okay. And then... when we spent the time with Derek and Cove. Me and Cove and Derek got to spend all one day all together and totally on our own. Usually there's other people around or one of us has to go before the other. This is where we go grocery shopping with left some concrete, made lemonade. It was great. We had a big water balloon fight war in the neighborhood. I heard the word colander for the first time. Wow, out of all of that, colander. Okay, we had a water balloon fight. Exciting. Yeah, it was chaos out there. And then, I'm not done yet. Father's Day adventure. Derek invited me over suddenly, and it turned out the next day was Father's Day. Oh, really? And then what? For starters, Derek didn't tell me that's what was going on. I spent the whole night over at Derek's apartment. We came to the living room. Me and Derek had to rush back to my house to see that Elizabeth was okay. Baby Castle was almost invaded by... Oh, wait. Derek cares a lot about me. I kind of thought so. That's super cool. I'm surprised she's not jumping on that. As much as she was, like, hopping on us about our relationship with Cove. And the boardwalk. My family and Derek's really took a big trip to the boardwalk with an amusement park this summer. My mom flew with Derek and his mom and dad and his 2 little brothers. I know the place you mean. How'd it go? Heck. Well, it was super fun, even though there was a problem. Nicholas fell asleep and had people carry him around like the whole day. I rode the Ferris wheel with Derek and Nicholas. Oh, it was fun. What kind of a problem? Our parents let us go up by ourselves, and then Nico fell asleep, and then we couldn't find our parents, and then we had to take care of him until he woke up, which was all day. That sounds like a lot of problems. Yeah, but it was still a good time. I like going places with Derek, no matter what happens. Do we not get to tell her about how... I guess we don't. Ah, wait, well... Did we even tell her about the kiss with Cove at the end of step 2 during his route, or did we just talk about the almost kiss and the road trip in the RV? I can't remember. Oh, what did you do, Lee? Skip. I don't care. Wait, was it? Oh, where did... Oh, okay, yeah, she was just pulling our leg. Good, I'm glad you picked the right answer. That had Lee laughing hard for a few moments. Okay, skip. We go see Cove.
Nothing.
I know how you feel. Lay down in the grass.
I mean...
You do all the time too. Do I? Yeah. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Okay, skip.
Tomorrow.
And sure. Okay, go back. New chapter of your life was about to begin, and no one could say what it was going to be like. He was wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Hi, Dae. He stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back into school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? You fucking crazy, dog. But always. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. You let him still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run toward the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone of your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. The lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. And there we go. That was step 2 with Derek. That was great. I loved all of those moments. I'm trying to think. What do I think was my favorite? I did like this story. I liked the moments that included his family, but I think I liked the ones that was spent more on like one-on-one with us a bit more. Like when we had the Father's Day sleepover. Great progress. Thank you. Thank you. 6 hours of it. So I think I liked The Father's Day one. I also liked the one where we made lemonade as well. That one was good. But I loved them all. They're all really great. We'd love to see it. Okay, now time to change my hair. So, Derek doesn't really appear in step 3 until the end because he's so busy. So, I don't know. Do you think... Do you guys want me to speed run through step 3 on stream, or should I do it after stream and then the next time we come back, it'll be like at the start of the epilogue? Well, which would you guys prefer? Do you want to see the speed run, or do you just want to, you know, get back into the Derek part? The Derek show? Because I'm fine with doing either. I'm trying to figure out what kind of hairstyle I want. Up to you. Ah, that's not what I asked. You have to decide. You, the viewer. I want this. Yeah, I'll do that. That doesn't help me. Okay, change my earrings. I want stars. Do you mean speedrun step 3? Yeah. That's what I meant. My rings. Or skip step 3, essentially. Like, do you want to see the speedrun, or you want me to skip it? Oh, speedrun? Okay, I'll do the speedrun then. So then I'll probably wait to do that next week then. So then we'll start the stream with like speedrunning it, and then we'll get into the epilogue. I think that would be good. I want pattern rings this time. No, I want... where's my black nails? Yes. Sure, headscarf. I don't have a headscarf. Okay, but yeah, we will do a speed. Okay, Steam. I have never heard it make that noise before. Hooray, you can play this person's games. Okay, good for them, I guess. My feelings for Cove. Direct font. My best friend. I heard it save. There we go. Ready. Yes. Neither. Skip. Oh. Maybe I'll hurry and do like the intro here at the least. The start of classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much, to his great dismay. With school itself and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Especially because he was always at some training camp or on a new regiment with a strict schedule. The two of you usually stuck with merely telling each other about what was happening in your lives instead of sharing your days in the same place. But he was always good at anticipating things and being prepared for them. Derek knew he wouldn't be able to be with you that much going forward. That was probably the reason he pushed any notion of the two of you liking each other as only a concept for a way in the future when you were adults and had taxes. I like that added part there. And had taxes. No, we're just really good friends. There's no romantic feelings in there at all, even though we did promise we would get married to each other. Or at least it was one of the reasons you never fully accepted it, you were sure. We still kept in touch as best as we could. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, the friendship between you and Cove that had cultivated for years remained consistent. The two of you were close confidants. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Ah! Okay.
Uh-huh.
Finally, they can piss off.
Lonnie.
Average height. Skip. You didn't think much about it. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me. Thanks.
Oh.
You're welcome. It's too much. No. I came to a firm conclusion. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Okay, keep going. You've been an average graduate. And satisfied, leaving it off there.
You're a good kid.
The phone was just set to vibrate. That's all I ever have my phone. Black. It's special charm, which was crab.
Hi.
Yes, thank you, my dear cousin, for
My
saving me from
pleasure.
chores. It's my pleasure. Keep going. Off from part-time job, keep going. Ooh, there's a friendly sense of a genuine curiosity in her tone. She had always thought, oh, it's about Cove. But the name was incredibly familiar to years. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade. At this point, you can count him among your groups of... He's family. What are you talking about? He's just a friend. Just an acquaintance, even after, 15 years of knowing each other. You couldn't imagine him not being a part of your life. Have you been hanging out without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? Not only he isn't here, he's not here, he keeps
Sorry.
leaving. It made me sad and lonely when he leave. I sent him letters. I always pick the letters ones. I don't know why that just feels so nice. I try to avoid driving whenever possible. I don't really like driving. My hobbies are the same. Ooh. I want to get Cove a graduation gift. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You kept an eye out for something good. Then you might have something nice for him at home already. Hello. Wait, actually, no, there's something I want to try to give him. I'm not sure if it's an option or not. I have a gift ready. Never mind. Let's continue to try talking to him normally. Shiloh grew up to be dumb. He snorted the words in disbelief at how dense he had been. Why aren't you running after him?
Right?
Because you don't care. Have a good life, Shiloh. But this will not be the last we see him. Thanks for being so gracious to give it up. I had no choice. Sure. Your sarcasm won't save you here. I'm taking that as an agreement. Well, it's not. Okay. Bedroom time. Let's see. Last time I think we had yellow, so I'm going to do blue this time. Oh, I only get one extra. Wow. Plant. I still think these stuffed animals are terrifying. It looked like they'd murder me in my sleep. Oh, I didn't know there was more. Ooh, I kind of like that. Abstract. The eyes. Oh, I hate I can only either have lights or I have pictures. Okay, 4. Guitar? Look at that. And telescope. I have to have the telescope. It's illegal if I don't. Okay, maybe I don't. Maybe I do want the lights. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Done. Ah! What the hell? Surprise.
So...
You laughed. The light bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. Oh, wait, shit, that was new. Ah. Go dropped from his seat on the windowsill, laying lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile resting on his face. Trouble's back in town. Oh, gee, the hair! Yeah, you like the hair? Oh, that's different. That's a different hair. I didn't realize. They changed the hair. I was wondering, because, I wondered if, like, a relationship would, like, change it. But actually, this right here, this is the Cove I would always pick whenever I did my previous playthroughs. Like, before stream. Like, this is how I always saw Cove. With this hairstyle. So when I first started playing this on stream and I gave him the long haired style, I was like, who are you? You're not even Cove anymore. Yes, we do love it. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill and Leo's feet measured over to you. Trevor is back in town. Bone crushing. Yeah, yep, that's him. That's my Cove. Understandably. That's my boy right there, my true boy. And it's not even in the romance route with him. It's in the friendship route, but you know what? He's still there. He's still the best boy. I think there's only one more hairstyle, and it's like a really short hairstyle. I'll be honest with you, I don't really like that. I think medium to long hairstyle suits Cove better. But that's just my preference, though. Cove squeaked as you're hugging off the atom. He awkwardly managed to wrap his own arms around your back and return. I'm glad you said something, though, because I probably would have gone through this whole speedrun without noticing the hair. Then Cove leaned back on his heels, pulling you into the air. He leaned as much as he could to lift you up, the height difference helping him out. He let out a small noise as your feet kicked at empty air. Grinning affectionately, Cove set you back down. I missed you. Me too. Me too, bitch. Had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, that took me out. Cove was going to be sticking around Censored for the time being. Keep going.
Well,
Hey, you know I do.
cool.
Follow after him. Skip. Cove tilted his head, intrigued.
Really?
Really? I do have a gift. You know, with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. You bought Cove something special. Let's see. It was... dolphin-shaped balloon, a fruit bouquet, a new fish. That's what I wanted. I wanted to pick for you to model for him now. A new fish for his aquarium. You headed back up to your room, grateful that Cove hadn't spotted your present before now. The little container that was the temporary home for his new fish was waiting there for you, just as you'd left it. Very carefully, you cradled it in your arms to make the journey downstairs. You slowly descended the stairs, adjusting your grasp when you reached the ground floor so you could hold it out before you for Cove to admire. Cove gasped, placing a hand over his mouth, and bent down to watch the fish more closely. You could see his expression through the clear container, his eyes wide and adoring. You let Cove take his time admiring the fish in silence. A few moments later, after he'd taken his fill, he looked up at you with a joyful grin.
Wow.
She'll fit in perfectly with my tank. She looks great. Hell yeah. He took the container from you, securing the base first and cautiously lifting it from your hands before resting it beside it on the counter. He brushed his fingers lightly against the top of the container, the closest he could get to petting his new companion, then turned back to you. Cove turned to look back at the fish. You thought he was just admiring her again, but as the moment stretched out, you wondered if it was something more. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if battling away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. Oh, you gonna cry? You gonna cry again, baby boy? You want your mommy? Just still bullying him after all these years. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. And you just realized his clothes are different too. Yeah. He's got on a button-up shirt. This is also the outfit I would pick for him as well. So like everything Cove's got on now, that's what I would pick. Intentionally, but I wanted it to be random before. We'd love to see it. He burrowed his face against your neck. His shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're such a crybaby. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gas that encompassed his sniffles. The tears had dried. Alright, skip.
Hey.
Well, hey! You. Don't tear at your toy like that. She's getting so violent with that toy, damn. Chill out, girl. High five! No. I changed my mind. Ruffle his hair. Immediately, Cove caught what you were holding it on his hair, and he dodged your hand. Don't dodge me! He tried giving you a stern look, but he was no match for your teasing grin. He rolled his eyes, and all was forgiven. I can't believe him. Denying me. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Skip. I think I picked this one last time. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. For several moments, Mr. Holden was able to answer. He was laughing, slightly shaking his head. You might be on to something. Cove put a reassuring hand on his dad's shoulder.
Don't worry about
You
it.
can still make the most of your life before it's too late.
What?
How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. Okay, maybe I am. Mr. Williams took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically as I whisk him away as we continue. Hey! What do you have in your mouth? Drop it. Drop it. Drop it, now. She's got a piece of plastic in her mouth. She just swallowed it too. Damn it, Sam. I can't leave you alone with toys, apparently. I don't think it was a big piece of... No, it's just a tiny thing, but damn. It's that telltale noise that dogs make. It's going... Like, what do you have? What do you have in your mouth? She pulled the squeaker out of her toy. Okay, I caught her for now. You really like Mr. Holden. You had for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly.
Yeah.
Keep going. I can wait with you.
Me too.
Put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Dae, you're my true ally in this world. Hell yeah. We'll always be
Thank you.
homies. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, we were sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you don't mind. Let's skip.
Oh,
Excellent.
Oh, wait, no, actually. I keep trying to remind myself to pick different options. Low 5. Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige your greeting of choice. Welcome to Sunset Bird. From your other side, Cove made a sarcastically amused scoff. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Oh.
what?
Hey, only I get to bluster him. I'm sorry, did I do that? Wasn't my intention. Baxter grinned welcomingly. The entire conversation brought a burning red blush to Cove's face, and he couldn't eye contact with either of you. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to be mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patiently against stepping on anyone's toes, because he's a dancer. Baxter stood up straighter, striking a slight pose to the position of his feet. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. He became absorbed in his own thoughts, tapping a finger to the side of his chin as he stared at you. You shot Cove a confused glance, and he shrugged and was like, I think I know what this is. After a few moments, Baxter had the same smile curl from before. He removed the finger from his face and used it to point directly at you. We've met before. Yeah, he remembers.
What?
When? Baxter continued to smile widely. His head tilted slightly to the side as he studied your visage. It's embarrassing, but I haven't remembered that part yet. He laughed cordially while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing at what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. God, I hate that his clothes reminded me of my ex. Oh no! Did your ex also wear? Oh, Cove's clothes? I was about to say, I was looking at Baxter's clothes like, you know somebody that wore a shirt like that? Man, damn it, Cove. But this is the outfit that I like. Because of your ex, damn it. Oh well. Don't worry, we're gonna be speedrunning past this, so we won't have to look at him too much. But we get this new content. He laughed cordially while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing out what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. I'm getting there, don't tell me. I know you want to, but do not. It'll come to me. Damn it, Cove. He continued looking you up and down, hand back over his chin while he racked his brain for answers. And then, recognition appeared in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he announced his revelation, as though he had forgotten his own birthday. The Cypress, at the summer soiree, of course. Turning away from him, Baxter began rambling to himself about the details. That had to have been before any regionals. At the time, I was about 14 years old. That makes it 5 years ago from now, right? Cove's mouth fell open. Are you kidding me? Is he serious? Did you really meet this guy at that country club party 5 years ago? If it helps, you were with another person when we spoke. Green eye, short hair, short generally, with a cute bow tie, I believe. Back off. Oh, so you and Derek? Derek, that was his name. You didn't remember him at all. Yeah, I think I did. You were shocked, but yes, you did meet him once at the Cypress. There were no words. If it did happen, how did you even remember that? Whoa, that's right. Really? Can you believe? We meet again. So yeah, when we get to Baxter's route, we have to go back to step 2 to play just that moment. But don't worry, when we go back to step 2, I'm not gonna speed run through the whole thing again. I'll do that off stream. So then we can do the rest. What are you doing, doggy? You're just begging me for attention? I'm petting you. Yeah, I'll put it back here. Is your ear okay? Okay, yeah, it is. You nodded, and it took us explanation to get it, but that memory of the guy you and Derek chatted with was coming back to you. Cove's eyes darted between you and Baxter again. The instigator of this discussion lightly gestured with his hands in response. It's good not to forget a face. Cove, remember when I told you that crazy story about Derek and I accidentally crashing another group's party one time? Yeah, that's what he's talking about. You really helped us out back then, Baxter. It's unbelievable that we're meeting again. Did you succeed in sneaking? Oh yeah, did you succeed? I did. Thank you for asking. Huh? Why were you there? You see, my parents are members of the Cypress. I happened to be in that particular location for an event related to my dance circuit. Are you sneezing? Eh! She sneezed. That was the chosen venue because they already had experience with the business in other branches. Funnily enough, the entire reason they joined was for the connections they could make with other members there. Looks like that perk has finally hit for me too. Originally, I thought it was only any good since I could occasionally dance there. Baxter suddenly stopped and stood up straighter. He grinned. Dance. Oh yes, that's what I was going to say. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing earlier. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Okay, now we can go back to skipping. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks? I'll pass, I think. I could probably show you some moves.
Excellent.
Oh, you can? I'll look forward to that then. Oh my gosh, what if Cove in this universe, Cove and Baxter get together? Gasp. Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person to acknowledge that you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Oh my god, he thinks we're attractive. This isn't your time, Baxter. You gotta wait till we're done with Derek's season. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. I am flexible. Not a surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. I'd appreciate if you did do that. Me, I find it pretty entertaining. I probably know a lot of people. Doesn't bother me. Glad we're working things out. Shoving his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You smiled and slightly agreed. You left in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. You told Baxter that you were both waiting to see. I wanted to see. All we were doing was waiting for you to finally show up. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already. Not bad. Okay, skip.
Well,
Feelings toward Baxter. Relaxed fun. Like, he's alright guy. Ready? Yes. Looking forward to seeing more. Skip. Of course I do. I love it. You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. For a moment, you were both at a loss for more words. You were sucked into remembering that day he bought it for you. Cove was the one who spoke up again.
it's nice.
Skip. Ooh, hello? Where are you? Miranda, come back! You sent your own joking text. If you want to keep hiding Cove and I can just go do our own stuff without you, is what you decided on. You smirked, hitting send on that message. Cove looked at you curious, raising an eyebrow. What's happening? Skip.
Hey, buddies.
How did you pee out of nowhere?
No way.
Sam's still just playing on the ground there. Skip.
Thank you.
I'm still going. Monochrome. What does that mean? Well, that's a good idea. And do it. You should too, Cove. Skip. I don't even know what we're saying anymore. But if I can skip it, then it's still going. Come on, the more the merrier.
No.
Yep. Excuse me. Snails are great. Then you be one. Skip. I'll go with Terry, because she don't know where to go. Dae! Cove gave a halting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He just had more foresight than you in that instance. What are we supposed to order for you then? Ow. You slowed your pace way down and glanced over your shoulder. You called out. I want... What do I want? I still want fried rice. I love fried rice.
Thanks.
Skip. Terry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a force of habit. Which is his. You don't want her to go alone. Skip. You can have mine too.
See you.
Enjoy your day too. Like 2 shots, you went off up the road, back to the move an inch from the entryway as you left. Yep.
Huh.
Walking tiredly after a long day. You yawned, stretching your arms high above your head. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you did so, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wonder why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. Skip. You still set on that for yourself. You wanted. I want to go. School full-time, work part-time. That was the basics. Skip. Work online. Gives you contract work. That was all. Now I will go. University. That was all. Go to a different part of the stage. I applied everywhere. I kept it all to myself. Skip.
So...
What do you think you're gonna do now for the future? Ooh. Last time we didn't tell, but we did tell him. Let's not tell him. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head.
I mean...
I decide awesome, kind of.
No.
He's staying around. He's just gonna work. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed derisively, but with the way his face looked at you, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Deeply look at you. Your plan sounds very you. Nothing about his plan surprised you. Honestly, you feel like you should have seen it coming, but regardless, you had to support him every step of the way. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. You know well enough to know that Cove wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened, his lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Dae, you deserve to have everything you want in life. Ah. Ah. Aw. You're wonderful. Your voice came out softly and sincere. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer, and he placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped you relax. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than ever were. I appreciate your attempt on a brave face. You could tell how hard Cove was trying to keep himself together for you. You hoped that he was right, and things would be okay for both of you. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wonder what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? I'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. That'll all be okay. So I'll always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Dae. He pulls you into an unexpected hug. What do you want? I'm having an emotional moment with Cove here, Sam. I'm petting you. Here, you want to play with it? Okay. He pulls into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet he couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned to his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Good night. He finally let you go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Okay, there we go. I wanted to at least get through the intro, but I think we'll save the rest of the speedrun for another time. We're getting... the 7-hour mark is approaching. I said I wasn't going to have another 11-hour stream, and I'm going to keep that. I'm sticking to my words. Although I was right in that it was an extra 2 hours when I was predicting how much longer it'd be earlier. So I was correct indeed. Well, alrighty, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope y'all enjoyed, because I certainly did. I loved Derek's route so far. I really enjoy it. I'm very excited for us to not to like push Ko to the background, but you know, it's not his time anymore. But I'm very excited to get to his epilogue and to play through that. It's gonna be a very fun, very exciting. And then we'll get to Baxter's. I feel like, oh my gosh, every time I say Derek or Baxter, I feel like I'm saying the other's name and like mixing them up, even though I'm not. But still, it's like, I'll say Derek, it's like, wait, did I accidentally say Baxter? But yes, that will be it from me for today. So, the 2 people that were suggested to raid today. Okay, you have a raid suggestion. Okay, go ahead. This is the perfect time because now we're actually getting ready for a raid. VV Vermilion. Okay. Let's see, VV underscore Vermilion. Wait, that's wrong. 1 eye? So, is it not the one that's playing Pikmin 4 right now? 1L. Oh, okay. I thought there's only 1L. That one. Okay, that's what you typed in, isn't it? Oh, no, I see. Okay, that was the correct version you typed in there. I was looking at the updated one. I was like, what do you mean? This is typed correctly. But yes, we are going to raid VV Vermilion. Oh, 7 hours? 8 hours almost? Oh my god. Okay, well, oh my gosh, you go. Just, they're playing Pikmin 4, so let us raid them. I'm over here like, oh my gosh, you've been streaming for 8 hours? Where I'm over here at almost 7. I have no room to talk. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be raiding them now that we actually have someone to raid, because every time somebody put in an option, it's like, it's going to be a couple hours, but maybe we'll raid them if they're still going, and they were not still going. But let's start the raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope y'all had a good time, because I certainly did. I will see you guys tomorrow for my birthday stream. Bear raid or day raid? Put in a bear raid. Bear raid would be fine. So I'll see you guys for tomorrow for my birthday stream. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play. It's definitely just gonna be like a casual hangout session. It's not gonna be nothing too special, really. I think I'm just gonna like... I'm gonna see what the vibes say. I'm pretty much gonna be like, right when stream starts, I'm gonna think, man, what do I want to play? And I'll play that. So that's probably what it's gonna be. So it could be anything. It could be... You know what? It might just be more Subnautica, or maybe some more Our Life. Maybe it'll be Overwatch or Fall Guys. It could be anything. Maybe I'll start playing Honkai. Or Minecraft. Animal Crossing? I restart Animal Crossing on stream. I mean... That's a thought. I'll consider it. Jack's been trying to get me to restart Animal Crossing for like months now. Ayo, ayo. But alright, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you may be. And I'll see you guys in the next one. The raid's about to go in, so I better hurry up and dip. Goodbye! Ah!